5 years ago, I heartlessly broke up with my childhood sweetheart and vowed never to reconcile with him. The next day, I went abroad to study. 5 years later, I became a doctor, while he became a rising star in the business world. I had imagined countless times the scene of our reunion, but never did I expect it to be at an emergency scene. Huo Xingye wearily opened his eyes and reached out to me with all his strength. I had no choice but to lean in and press my face against his hand. For a long time, I heard a soft laugh. He struggled to speak. Su Gue-kan, you white-eyed wolf. Huo Xingye's hand fell weakly, coughing incessantly, as blood began to gush out heavily from the wound. I shouted, "Quick, someone come." I didn't dare to let go of his wound for a moment. When my colleagues lifted him up, 2 energy bars fell out of Huo Xingye's pocket. I recognized it as the evening of that summer 6 years ago when Huo Xingye was helping me with my math, and I handed it to him casually. I cried uncontrollably, urging the driver to speed up on the way. In the operating room, before putting on sterile clothing, I called the thoracic surgery department to find someone to perform the surgery together. 8 hours later, the lights in the operating room went out. A group of people surrounded me, all talking at once, and I collapsed to the ground. "It's okay, you're out of danger now." Next, Huo Xingye was pushed out by the nurse, and everyone surrounded him. Chen Hancheng and Lin Wanqing came over to support me, but I waved my hand. I still have patience. With that, I got up and walked towards the emergency hall, immediately focusing on another patient. Until 3 p.m. the next afternoon, I finally freed up some time to visit Huo Xingye's hospital room. There was no one else in the room besides him. His face was pale due to severe injuries and excessive blood loss, and he had not yet woken up. Huo Xingye lay quietly on the sickbed, breathing steadily. I reached out to touch his forehead, checked the data on the instruments, and after confirming everything was normal, I placed the energy bar I had picked up earlier on the bedside table next to his bed. The heavy workload kept me awake for 2 days and nights. I sat quietly on a stool beside the bed, watching him silently. After a long time, I turned around and left the ward. New week, a few colleagues and I, including our mentor, made our usual rounds. Huo Xingye was staying in the VIP ward. He was already awake, half lying in bed, looking a bit listless, his eyes fixed on me. I didn't even look at his medical records, walked up to check the instruments, and finally reached out to touch his forehead to check his temperature. Huo Xingye forcefully shook his head away without looking at me. "How do you feel?" I asked aloud, but he remained silent, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, a weak voice interrupted us. Huo Xingye gasped in pain, his voice icy cold. "I request a different doctor." The people nearby were so frightened by the tense atmosphere that they dared not even breathe. I walked up with a medical record in one hand and propped the other hand on Huo Xingye's head, saying, "Young master, the emergency department is very busy. Otherwise, do you think I'm willing to serve you?" He didn't expect me to be so radical. "You don't want to see me? Then take good care of yourself. Once you're better, if you don't leave, I'll kick you out." Before leaving, as if remembering something, I turned back to look at Huo Xingye and calmly said, "Getting old means slower reactions. If necessary, just hire a driver." Huo Xingye probably wishes he could get up from his sickbed and kick me right now. After speaking, I took the lead and walked out, with my colleagues and interns following behind me in a scattered manner, and the ward once again returned to a peaceful state. Soon, I received a call from my mentor, asking me to come to his office. As soon as I walked in, I saw him looking up with a serious expression on his face. "Teacher, what do you need from me?" I still prefer to address him as teacher in private. "What's going on?" "The medical office called me, saying they received a report that when you were on site, you first saved the patient in bed 8, ignoring the others, and that you let the patient leave through the back door, showing favoritism." Professor Liu looked at me with a face full of disappointment. I chuckled. I went to the scene for inspection. The more serious cases have been taken care of by other colleagues. The remaining are minor injuries, except for the 8th bed, which is critically injured. If I don't keep an eye on him and send him back to the hospital for surgery first, it's a dead end. The patients and their families don't care about that. I could tell what he meant without saying it. What does the hospital mean by that? They are suspending my salary while they investigate. Professor Liu was also very helpless. "Fine, can I cure patient in bed 8 before I leave?" I ventured. Professor Liu naturally saw that our relationship was not ordinary. "I will apply with the higher-ups." With both hands back in the pockets of his white coat, he returned to his own office. On weekdays, Huo Xingye found it extremely boring. He picked up the cane beside him, struggled to stand up with it. Just as he left the ward, he saw me standing in the emergency room hall, having a serious conversation with a nurse. A cry for help and a child's wail made me turn around. I focused my gaze and saw a mother and her son. The child was only about 3 years old, and the mother seemed a bit anxious. "Doctor, please help me check my child's dislocated arm." I squatted down to wipe the tears from the little boy's eyes, touching his dislocated arm. "It doesn't hurt. You're just scared, right?" The little boy couldn't stop crying. I gestured for his mother to cover his eyes. "Come, let's play a game. Sister, your arm will feel better after counting to 10. I reached out my hands, located the dislocation, and gently pushed the child's arm upward with my other hand. "All right." The child's mother expressed her gratitude repeatedly, mentioning they hadn't registered. I smiled, shook my head, and watched them leave. A nurse noticed Hua Xingye standing nearby and exclaimed, "Patient in bed 8, why are you out of bed?" I turned around at the words and saw Hua Xingye hobbling back with a cane, trying to hide the fact that he was peeking at me, moving as fast as he could. "Sure, here is the translated text, as expected." He fell to the ground, aggravating his just-healed wound. I quickly walked over and helped him up. "I didn't say you could get out of bed," I said, a hint of annoyance in my voice. "Do I have to listen?" Hua Xingye winced in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. "You are now in this hospital, and I am responsible for your health. Behave yourself, young master." I called a nurse to bring a wheelchair, helped Hua Xingye sit down, pushed him to the hospital's backyard for a walk, and covered his legs with a blanket. I didn't know that hospital doctors also have the duty of accompanying patients. Hua Xingye sneered. "It's like I'm not hearing anything. Can anyone blame anyone? I haven't blamed you for delaying my work." The two of them didn't speak anymore, quietly basking in the sun in the backyard, feeling the warm sunshine on their bodies. On the afternoon when Hua Xingye was discharged from the hospital, I also left with a box of my own belongings. I watched as Hua Xingye left the hospital surrounded by a group of people, while I could only return to the rental house alone. Su Guochen has little savings, and having just worked for 4 months and been suspended without pay, she has to think about finding a new job to support herself in the meantime. In the Mint Bar, Su Guochen arrived late. This was Chu Anqing's store, and all the decorations on the walls revealed the owner's intentions. The bar was elegant and very comfortable, and Su Guochen patted Chu Anqing, who was busy at the bar, on the back before going around to sit on the other side. Chu Anqing turned halfway around and saw Su Guochen, who was wearing a halter dress with flaming red lips, half daring to recognize her. It was a long time before he hugged her. "I still like you better in a white coat." Lin Sang Sang and Doubta came out of the toilet. The four people openly drink, talk about the world. Has long faded the youthful appearance, but the relationship is still as good as in the beginning. Lin Sang Sang squinted. "When did you get a tattoo?" Su Guochen smiled and replied carelessly, "Get it if you like." Doubta was not able to win the wine. Not more than a few minutes to withdraw first. Before leaving, she instructed Su Guochen review on time. Su Guochen was a bit stunned. She came back from the United States and realized that Doubta and her work in the same hospital, except that Doubta was in the psychological counseling department. Su Guochen confesses to Lin Sang Sang and Chu Anqing that he has been suspended without pay due to work errors and that he currently needs to find another job. Chu Anqing thought for a while and rushed to her. "Come sing at my place. As you can see, the environment is just like this, and you'll be counted on for as much as others give you. There's no need to come every day either." Chu Anqing had always remembered that Su Guochen's voice was particularly good. Su Guochen really couldn't refuse. There were still a lot of places that needed money besides supporting himself. She raised her glass and touched Chu Anqing's. "Thank you then." The middle of November was Xin Yuji's birthday. At 10 o'clock in the morning Su Guochen came to the mental hospital, and when he paid the fee, he was told that it had already been paid by someone. Su Guochen nodded and deposited some more money into it. Coming to the door of the hospital room, she hesitated. The door was suddenly opened, and it was Xin Shuyang with an unbearable look on his face. When Xin Shuyang saw Su Guochen, he was about to leave and then turned around and entered the hospital room. Su Guochen followed behind and went in, and found that it was bustling with activity. In addition to her parents and her grandparents and aunts and uncles, this situation was something she hadn't expected. In her 24 years of living, she had never seen a family come together as a whole. Su Wengang was holding Xin Yuji's hand and didn't know what he was talking about. And Xin Yuji's red face and smiling face stung Su Guochen. She closed her eyes and set the bag she was carrying on the table. Xin Yuji had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder 2 years ago and had been hospitalized off and on during that time, until Su Guochen graduated and worked, only every month on time to pay the bill. Said she and Xin Yuji 4 years have not seen each other, in addition to the necessary holidays to make a phone call. Other times simply do not contact. She said hello to her grandparents, aunt and uncle, but the sound of mom and dad was choked in her throat and she couldn't get it out. Can is here. Xin Yuji waved at her as she sat on the hospital bed. Su Guochen stood still and did not move. Xin Shuyang pulled aside a stool and sat down on his own. apparently not wanting to watch this emotional drama. I went to the window and found that I had paid the fee. I saved some more. She pretended not to see Xin Yuji and Su Wangang, her head looking out the window as the branches of the trees withered. I paid it. Sinestine's voice fell into the crowd's ears. He seemed to have aged even more since his daughter's illness. Su Guichin turned his head to look at Xin Yuji. So, have you and Grandpa made up? Xin Yuji nodded. It was Mom who was ignorant before. I was just sick. Ha! She laughed contemptuously. I've never known bipolar to domesticate their children. There was dead silence in the room, and she turned her head back to Su Wangang. What about you? The answer to her was silence. I obviously have a belly full of words and a belly full of complaints, and I just don't know what to say. What do I count? All those years of you hitting me and being breezed through with a comment that you don't know any better, that you're sick. Do you expect me to forgive you like Grandma and Grandpa and my dad? Chapter 45, A Fairy on the Moon. You beat my arm out of habit and dislocated it. You don't take care of me properly. You think I'm a pain in the ass when I'm sick. You morally kidnap me but ridiculously make everyone around you think it's hard for you to take care of me alone. And you, for so many years of drinking and acquiescing to what she did, letting her use me as a punching bag. She looked at Su Wangang. What am I? What am I? Changing my volunteers, restricting my friendships, and forcing me to break up with death. You try to make me forgive you for all of it with one word. On what grounds? Never mind. Su Guichin reached into his bag on the table and fumbled around, pulling out a knife. Since that night in America, she's always carried a knife with her. She rolled up her sleeve and took the knife and slashed from her elbow down to her wrist, bleeding all over the place. The crowd was startled by her actions. Xin Shuyang walked forward and was blocked by her with a knife. Even if it's to repay you for the gift of procreation, I'll pay you on time every month from now on. I hope that this is the last time we meet. After all, you have someone who cares now. Can. It's not like that. Xin Yuji covered her mouth and lost her voice, reaching for her. I really know it's wrong. Su Guichin stood at the front door of the hospital, his arm already bandaged. She looked up at the sun as Xin Shuyang stood beside her. Not bad. Knows how to bandage. Brother, does it not matter if I am or not? Do you hate me too? She didn't dare to look at him. The corners of her mouth kept twitching, holding back her tears. You see, the sun is so nice today and I still don't feel warm. Xin Shuyang helped her tug her sleeve down to get it right and held her in his arms. Because we can are little fairies who live on the moon. Su Guichin lay on his shoulder and let out a cry. I don't want to be a fairy. I just want her to love me well. Xin Shuyang drove her back on the road. Su Guichin fell asleep, face a little bad. He had to drive the car throughout the city of U Circle to let her sleep a little more, until the ringing of the phone woke her up. Xin Shuyang was emming and awing on the other end of the phone. Drop me off at the plaza. I'll get back on my own. She spoke after the phone hung up. Xin Shuyang gripped the steering wheel and eyed ahead. Come with me to dinner. Su Guichin looked out the window. In 5 years Yucheng has not changed much. Many of the places she used to frequent can no longer find stores. She had no time to appreciate the 4 months she had been back in the country. She glanced at her cell phone. 3.5 hours of sleep. No wonder it was dark. Su Guichin followed Xin Shuyang to a Cantonese restaurant, and the ancient dining environment put her in a better mood. Walking into the box, she realized that there were actually a few of them. Hua Xingye. She was a bit annoyed that Xin Shuyang only had a few friends. The remaining few people were all stunned when they saw her. Xin Shuyang's character had always been my own way since childhood, not caring at all about other people's eyes, and her nature was just as lonely and arrogant as Su Guichin. He took the menu and casually ordered a few dishes, then threw the menu to the waiter. After the dishes were served, Su Guichin muffled his voice and lowered his head to eat. Several people chatted about business matters, but most of the time it was quiet, a scene that even Guizhou, a living treasure, could not enliven the atmosphere. Su Guichin inadvertently raised her head and bumped into Hua Xingye's line of sight. He still looked haggard after recovering from a serious illness, and a pair of crutches were placed behind his seat. She quickly lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened. Su Guichin's right hand was bandaged like a mummy's arm, and Xin Shuyang coldly pinched food into her bowl. Guizhou was like a human being. I say, sister, how did you get this arm? Su Guichin was suddenly named and said incoherently, that, accidentally. Before he finished speaking, Xin Shuyang interrupted with a voice. Self-injury. Su Guichin. Crowd. A meal that made her feel uncomfortable all over. And after it was finally over, she fled as if to say goodbye to Xin Shuyang. Hua Xingyi looks at her back out of focus, and Chen Jiali's hand holding him is shrugged off. Xin Shuyang lazily ignored him that dead look, and a few people know a word and went back to listen to the mountain villa. He still has something not and grandparents say, Do not have time to bowl asterisk with these people. Su Guochen waited until his wounds were almost healed before he started working at Chu Wanqing's bar. The bar is sort of a clean bar, with nothing special on show except for singing. She wore a little flouncy leather dress today with a pair of hate heels. Hua Xingyi saw her sitting on a high stool singing when he sat on the card table. After a song, she ended her day and prepared to go home. On her way toward the backstage, she was stopped by a drunken man who shoved a bunch of money at her, handed her a bottle of wine, and didn't know what he was talking about. Hua Xingye's gaze was like a torch, a pair of eyes staring at the two without saying a word. Su Guochen tilted her head back and drank all the wine. She didn't want Chu Wanqing to find trouble. She placed the bottle on the table, not too gently. Turning around with the money, she was met by a man's salty hand hooking the top of her skirt behind her back. She turned and backslapped the man, the ornament on her manicure giving him a gash across his face. She huffed in anger. Do you want to die? Su Guochen wasn't kidding. She has nothing to fall back on now, and she's not afraid to die. Bitch, what are you doing here pretending to be innocent? The man raised his hand in a gesture to hit her. She reacted faster, cracking the bottle directly against the man's neck. The man immediately wimped out at the sight, and the money Su Guochen was holding in his other hand flung in his face. Turning around, he bowed and apologized to the guests looking this way. Passing by Hua Xingye's cardinal position, he didn't even look at it. Hua Xingye grabbed Su Guochen's left wrist, which still had a wrist guard, and he couldn't see the tattoo. He raised his eyes and threw 2 piles of money on the table. Drink up. Su Guochen drew back his hand to look at the 3 bottles of wine on the table, threw the phone on the table in passing, and began to drink with a gulp. Chen Jiali watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but speak out. Excessive, isn't it? Xu Yang knows that he can fight you to the death. Hua Xingye crooked the corners of his mouth, full of disdain. Chu Wanqing came over to grab her bottle, and Su Guochen pushed her away. After finishing her drink she burped unapologetically, grabbed the money on the table and her phone and said something to Chu Wanqing before leaving the bar. Hua Xingye stares at the table as she takes his cell phone, and he bends down to reach for Su Guochen's phone. The screensaver was a photo of him kissing her forehead 5 years ago that had been surreptitiously taken. The photo was extremely blurry, but he could still see her eyes full of surprise. Hua Xingye closed his eyes, his heart just now seeming like an earthquake. Su Guochen only realized that she had the wrong phone when she got home. The 2 phones were the same model. The lights in the bar were too dark, and she had been so flustered by Hua Xingye that she didn't even notice that she had the wrong phone. The screen lit up for a moment and she saw the man sitting on the floor in casual clothes snuggling a dog. It's Dabeo. She reached up with blurred tears and rubbed her hands against Dabo's and the man's face, letting out a cry in the dead of night. Chapter 46. Are you that impatient? The phone rang suddenly and she slid to answer it. Wrong phone. His low, husky voice came. I'm sorry, she said, holding back a sob. I didn't move. The implication could not have been more obvious. He told her to come and get it. Okay, right away. Su Guochen changed his clothes and called a cab to drive to the entrance of the neighborhood, where Hua Xingye sat on a bench to feed Dabeo water again. Dabeo is already 10 years old. Not only his face has turned white, but also his blonde fur has turned white. He can't walk more than a few steps and has to get down to rest, but his spirit is very good. Su Guochen gently walks forward and hands the phone to Hua Xingye, then slowly squats down and tries to touch Dabeo. Dabeo looked up with an innocent face. It took a long time before he struggled to his feet and wagged his tail as if remembering something. Su Guochen began to sob as he held it, and Hua Xingye jerked the leash. She stood up in a panic, her arms and legs at a loss. Hua Xingye looked at her unpowdered and wearing a tracksuit, completely different from the sharp look she just had at the bar, and he returned her phone to her. Su Guochen pressed the button and found that it was turned off. Hua Xingye stuck his hands in his pockets, not wanting to tell her that he saw the screensaver and knew the password. He can only use up the electricity. It's dead. Su Guochen was glad he hadn't noticed his screensaver, and nodded. Can I? No, he interrupted out of the blue, picking up the water bowl on the floor and leading Dabeo into the neighborhood. Dabo walked slowly and looked back at her from time to time. Su Guochen covered his mouth and turned around and ran as fast as he could, not wanting to make things difficult for Dabeo. Xin sighting learned from Xin Shuyang's mouth that his granddaughter had suffered so much that he kept calling her for several days in a row. Su Guochen can only pick up the phone and tell him that she is fine, that she doesn't want to talk about the past, and that she will go back to see them when she has time. Her appointment with Daodu was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and in this society nowadays, there are countless people with stressful jobs. The entire psychology department was packed, and Su Guochen waited outside the door until 3 o'clock before going in. Bean saw her and took her mask off, and the two walked hand in hand to the inside of the clinic. On the table were the snacks and milk tea that Su Guochen loved to eat when he was in school. She couldn't bring herself to talk to Bean quietly. I'm having trouble sleeping again, and nothing seems particularly happy. My dad and my mom made up. She made up with everyone, and it seemed like I was the only one left out after all these years. Suddenly I feel there's no point in living. I might as well die. Dauda kept comforting and guiding her, gave her some medicine and went back, and repeatedly promised her that she would not talk to anyone about her condition. Since Hua Xingye found out that Su Guichen worked at the bar, he always came over to sit down when he had something to do. When she's in a good mood, she'll let her drink and sneer in passing, and when she's not in a good mood, she'll just sit in the booth and not say a word. Part of the money Su Guichen earns is given to Xin Yuji to hit the bank card, and part of it is used to buy medication for his own daily expenses. The days passed quickly, and at the beginning of December, the newspapers and various media outlets spread the news that Hua Xingye was going to get engaged to the only daughter of the Shin group. That night, Su Guichen still sings like a normal person, and Hua Xingye doesn't come to trouble her. It was only long after it ended that Chuanqing found Su Guichen squatting in the corner backstage. Chuanqing didn't dare to walk up to comfort her and could only silently watch from afar. At 1 in the morning, Su Guichen stood under Hua Xingye's company building. Apart from the streetlights, there wasn't a bit of light anywhere else. She doesn't understand why she's here. She's fighting with herself. If she can really run into Hua Xingye, it's a chance for God to give her a rebirth. If you can't touch it, forget it. Yucheng's winter, cold wind. Su Guichen, wearing a down jacket, stood for an hour or so, has long been frozen shivering. Hua Xingye drove out of the underground garage to see Su Guichen standing in front of the company's front door and stepping around. His gaze was gloomy and complex, and he directly charged forward with a kick of the gas. And Su Guichen heard the sound and hurriedly ran over to stop his car. Hua Xingye didn't expect her to be so desperate, and jerked the steering wheel, stopping the car with a kick of the brakes after a sharp turn. Opened the car door and cracked. If you want to die, you go find another car. Su Guichen was also stunned, and remained silent for half a day. What for? He sounded offended. Standing in front of someone's business in the middle of the night, she didn't know what to say to open up, and was too embarrassed to ask if it was true about his engagement or if the media had written it up. He was even more annoyed at the look on her face and kicked in the car door with a bam. No? Su Guichen was shocked by his appearance. I am reminding you to review on time. Hua Xingye smiled back in anger and touched his lips. Dr. Su is really responsible. In the middle of the night. Su Guichen, are you playing with me? She took a deep breath. Is it true that you're getting engaged? Hua Xingye glanced at her. Something to do with you? Slightly related. She paused and looked into his face. If it's fake, I want to chase you. His eyelids twitched. I think you're really sick. Amnesia? He slammed the car door with a bang and drove straight away. And Su Guichen stood dumbfounded on the side of the road. Just like a little cutie. Not a moment later, Hua Xingye drove the car back and lowered the window. Looking at her. Get in. Hearing him say that, Su Guichen hurriedly got into the car. Seat belts. Oh. She aimed several times before she got it right. Hua Xingye was wearing a suit under his down jacket, and with the heater turned up to maximum, she warmed up quickly. He reached over and touched his wristwatch. I'm 29. Su Guichen didn't understand what he meant. I don't have time to wasting time letting someone else chase and fall in love. He stared ahead without looking away. Driving seriously. She thought he was rejecting her and got a little frustrated. Marriage I would agree with. There was little emotion in his pursed straight lips. What? She was shocked. Don't dare? He snorted. Then forget it. Dare. She agreed in a huff. Okay, tomorrow afternoon. Hua Xingye stops talking as the car moves smoothly along the road, and Su Guichen realizes that she got into the car without even asking him where he was going. Hua Xingye tugged her back to his house, which was dimly lit, and he rolled her over and plopped her down in the entryway with her back to him. Asterisk. What? She exclaimed. Hua Xingye's husky, sexy voice came from behind her ear. Exercise the rights of a future husband. Su Guichen closed his mouth and stopped talking, letting him go crazy and sinking with him. After 5 years, Hua Xingye is no longer patient with her and proud as hell. Early the next morning, Su Guichen woke up from his dream and sat on the bed sweating profusely. Hua Xingye was awakened by her movements and glanced at his watch. It was only 6 o'clock, less than 3 hours of sleep. You just can't wait to marry me? The words implied that she had gotten up too early. Chapter 47, Hua Xingye, I'm sorry. Su Guichen didn't have the heart to argue with him. Her whole body was shaking. She started having nightmares again. And the dreams were still about Xin Yuji and Hua Xingye falling in a pool of blood. Only then did Hua Xingye realize she was out of sorts and hugged her from behind. Little nerd? When she heard this long-lost title, her tears became even more unstoppable. Hua Xingye, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? She stopped saying anything, her whole body shrinking into a ball. Su Guichen only realized that there was someone else in the house after he came out of his room. She was a little afraid of strangers, and her whole body stepped back uncomfortably. Hua Xingye takes a spoon and serves a bowl of porridge. Auntie Zhou, the nanny I found. When he saw that she didn't say anything, he spoke again. Eat? Su Guichen nodded at Aunt Zhou and sat down at the table. Hua Xingye was full, and she hadn't moved a single bite. What do you mean? I don't want to eat. She looked down and played with her spoon. Aunt Zhou wiped her hands around her apron. What does Miss want to eat? I'll make it for you. She still shook her head. I just didn't sleep well. Hua Xingye didn't question her words, and Su Guichen slowly stood up, his face full of exhaustion as he walked towards the carpet in front of the sofa to sit down and wrap his arms around Dabeo. Aunt Zhou tries to help her with the mat, but Hua Xingye stops her. He looks at her just like he did 5 years ago. He walked over to her reaching for the car keys on the coffee table. Meeting in the morning. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. I don't have my account book or ID. She looked a little dumbfounded. Come along then. With that he put on his jacket and left without looking back. She watched Hua Xingye close the door behind him, leaving her and Aunt Zhou alone in the house. Su Guichen smiled politely at her, and then rested his chin on Dabeo's head. During this period, Lu Huiwen told her to go back to the hospital and instructed her to officially return to work after New Year's Day. Su Guichen's entire body wilted. Lu Huiwen was so angry that he cursed at her. It was already 12 o'clock when I came out from the hospital. It was almost Christmas. The streets were full of festive atmosphere. There were Christmas trees everywhere as well as vendors selling Christmas fruits. Su Guichen was a bit confused and agreed to marry him in a haphazard manner, not even considering the state she was in now. What does Hua Xingye mean? It should be revenge. After all, it was hard to describe the relationship between the two of them now as normal. The two hadn't even spoken 30 words since her return. Time is still early. Su Guichen walked slowly all the way to his own rental house, took his ID card and account book and rushed towards Hua Xingye's neighborhood. Traffic was jammed all the way, and Hua Xingye was already sitting on the couch waiting for her when she arrived. He did not say anything, self-centered in front of the road, the car parked in the Civil Affairs Bureau. He turned off the engine after unlocking the seatbelt. Su Guichen gripped the seatbelt hand is not yet loose. His tone was light. Are you trying to get me to solve it for you? Su Guichen looked at him. Have you thought about it? Have you talked to Auntie Yu? Hua Xingye had a stern face. You don't have to worry about it. As long as it's a female she'll be satisfied. Su Guichen was silent. Did he mean that it didn't matter who? Hua Xingye turned his head to look at her. Live with me in the future. No going to work at the bar. I'll transfer your living expenses to you regularly every month. Su Guichen nodded and shook his head. I won't go to the bar. I don't need living expenses. And I'm going back to work at the hospital next month. Whatever. He got out of the car and knocked on her passenger door before Su Guichen got down slowly. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Come. Two people a little closer. The bride smiles. The staff held up the camera and directed enthusiastically. Su Guichen squeezed out a hard smile as a burst of warmth came from her right shoulder. She tilted her head to see Hua Xingye holding her close. Two red clouds finally surfaced on Su Guichen's pale face. On the way back, Su Guichen sat in the back seat of the car, taking advantage of Hua Xingye's striding to secretly take out the marriage certificate and watch it over and over again. Then giggled. Hua Xingye saw Su Guichen's goofy smile in the rearview mirror and curved the corners of his mouth as well. Where are we going? She looked out at the setting sun, which was a bit harsh. Hua Xingye hadn't slept well last night and was emotionally unstable, so he had no intention of ignoring her. Su Guichen didn't want to make a nuisance of himself and closed his eyes in the back seat of the car to fake sleep. Hua Xingye parked his car in the underground parking lot of a large superstore. Entering the supermarket, Hua Xingye pushed the shopping cart. Buy whatever you like. Buy it and go to your house to pack your bags. She didn't seem to expect him to do things so quickly. Su Guichen was silent. Since the two met again, she always subconsciously lowered her stance. The two people from the fresh food area to the snack area to the household goods area. Su Guichen did not take anything. Are Hua Xingye picking and choosing? Su Guichen couldn't get interested, so he quietly pushed the shopping cart. And when he checked out, Hua Xingye took a few boxes of condoms and threw them in. Once again she was red in the face. Hua Xingye followed her to her rented house, which is very small with just one bed and one bathroom. His shiny leather shoes squeaked on the old wooden floor. Su Guichen's things were few and far between, and two suitcases were almost full. When she went to the bathroom to gather her toiletries, Hua Xingye sat on the edge of the bed and pulled open the nightstand. Su Guichen heard the sound and walked up in a panic to throw the medical records and medicines inside into the suitcase. It's all patient information and vitamins. She was a little nervous. Hua Xingye didn't say anything and tossed the lion doll on the bed into the suitcase. It was late at night when the two returned to the neighborhood. Su Guichen's hand that was about to take the suitcase was blocked by him. "I'll take it." Auntie Zhou had already prepared a table of dishes waiting for the two of them to come back. With an apologetic face, she rejected Auntie Zhou and turned to hide in the house to pack her things. Aunt Zhou is a little bad at holding her mistress's preferences. Huo Xingyi was just cold, but wouldn't give her a hard time and took care of her. But this little girl had been here for a day and didn't even eat the food she cooked. Huo Xingyi took off his jacket and washed his hands and sat down at the table to eat. "Aunt Zhou, don't take it to heart. She's just timid and won't give you a hard time." He picked up a piece of bok choy. "If she needs anything, you have to try to satisfy her. She has a sweet tooth and a quiet disposition." Aunt Zhou hurriedly agreed. Su Guichen opened the closet, which was filled with Huo Xingye's daily wear, but not many pieces. She reached down and pulled his clothes aside before hanging her own in piece by piece. Debao lies on the edge of the bed and watches her as Su Guichen pulls out the years of medical records and antidepressants from his suitcase. She's a little worried. Where can she tuck the medical records and hide them? What about the medicine? She walked to the living room to find that Huo Xingye had disappeared, and there was only Auntie Zhou, who was in the kitchen scrubbing dishes. Su Guichen spoke softly, afraid that the sudden sound would scare her. "Auntie Zhou." "Ha?" Auntie Zhou didn't stop working on her hands and looked up at the pretty girl. "Where did Huo Xingye go?" "Monsieur has gone to the office and left you to sleep by yourself." "What's sleeping by herself?" That said as if she can't sleep away from him. Chapter 48, My Wife. Su Guichen said hello to Aunt Zhou, went to the drugstore in front of the neighborhood to buy 2 bottles of vitamins, opened the bottle and poured the medicine into the trash can, turned around and went home. Huo Xingye didn't come home for several days in a row, and Su Guichen couldn't sleep about it. When Chu Anqing looked for her, she asked Lin Sangsang Dao to join her. "What?" Lin Sangsang yelled with her straw in her mouth. "You and Huo Xingye got a license?" Su Guichen once again acquiesced to this fact. "Outrageous. Every time you two are at the bar with swords drawn like enemies, not coming to the bar to sing for a few days. I thought you were slaughtered by him." Chu Anqing was incredulous. "I won't go in the future either." "He doesn't agree." Su Guichen sighed. "Then how are you going to pay your mom's hospital bill?" Lin Sangsang threw out the question. Su Guichen thought for half a day. "When the house is retired, the landlord will give me back the rent, and I'll be working next month." Chu Anqing hated her a little, feeling that Su Guichen had been eaten to death by Huo Xingye in her life. "How is the relationship between you two now?" "You're simply confused. I haven't seen you in a few days," she answered truthfully. Before going home, Su Guichen returned the landlord's key. Not long after he received a transfer, the landlord returned the rent. She opened the door and was greeted by the sight of a man in a suit and glasses bowed over and rummaging in a drawer under the coffee table as Auntie Zhou stood watching. Su Guichen was startled. Li Yan stood up and saw a beautiful woman staring at herself. Beautiful beyond words. Just looking a little sick? Aunt Zhou hurriedly came over to ask if she had eaten, and saw that she kept staring at Li Yan, hastily explaining, "Mr. S. assistant. Scared you, right? It's okay." Opening his mouth was also heavenly, and Li Yan froze in place not knowing what for. Auntie Zhou urged, "Look for it quickly." "Oh." He heard Aunt Zhou's voice and hurriedly continued rummaging. After getting into his car after leaving his boss's neighborhood, he opened WeChat and found the private group within his staff. "Great news. I saw a woman at the boss's house. Is that the daughter of Shin's group? Not 100 times prettier than her. Cut. No picture. No truth. That's just it. It's not going to tease us, is it? Maybe it's just a made-up person. After all, we can't go to the owner's house to see it." Li Yan didn't want to waste any more words with these ignorant people and hurriedly sent the documents to the office. He handed the document to Huo Xingye and half-heartedly stood still. Huo Xingye's eyes didn't lift. "Something wrong?" Li Yan hesitated for half a day. "Boss, that woman." Only then did Huo Xingye pull himself out of his paperwork to look up at him. "She's my wife." "Ha?" He laughed. What? Go buy treats for everyone." Li Yan muttered in a small voice. "What kind of snacks? All want to see what kind of lady it is." Huo Xingye's hand holding the pen lurched, his mind remembering that lonely back. He hadn't been home for several days and wondered what she was doing at home. "If we finish the job at hand today, I'll call her up tonight and take everyone to dinner." Li Yan shouted excitedly and turned to run out to inform everyone, followed by a cheer. Su Guichen was sitting at home on the carpet cuddling Debao and watching TV. Auntie Zhou accompanied her on the floor. Huo Xingye opened the door with a voice so small that Debao didn't hear it when he fell asleep, and when he entered, he saw the dishes buttoned up on the dining table. She didn't eat again? He frowned and walked to the living room, where both men were startled to see him. Huo Xingye knocked on the coffee table and rushed to her. "Go change and attend a party with me." Su Guichen stood up obediently at his words and went inside to change his clothes. Huo Xingye watched her close the door before turning his head to ask Aunt Zhou, "She didn't eat at night?" Aunt Zhou shook her head with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, sir. Miss, she's been here for a week. Basically she only eats one meal a day. And she doesn't eat much. She either stays in her room or sits in the living room. Even the door has only been out once." Huo Xingye frowned even more, and after waiting on the sofa for a while, Su Guichen came out wearing a cream-colored turtleneck long sweater. She's still wearing her hat and scarf non-stop, and Huo Xingye pulls them off. "It'll be hot. There's a heater in the car. And the hotel has one too." Su Guichen smoothed out her hair that had been brought up by the static electricity, grabbed a trench coat instead, and followed Huo Xingye out the door. She was a bit nervous and kept picking her fingers all the way. Huo Xingye slanted her a glance. "They're all my company co-workers? It's just an ordinary get-together." Su Guichen answered in a small voice and turned his head to look out the window. The two men arrived at a barbecue restaurant and walked into the largest private room, which had about 20 people sitting in it. What had been chattering was interrupted by Huo Xingye and Su Guichen, who opened the door. The crowd erupted in cheers and jokes, complimenting the two of them as a match made in heaven. Su Guichen forced herself to endure her discomfort and sat down with Huo Xingye. He hands her the menu, and when he sees her shake her head, Huo Xingye is a bit upset. He added a few more dishes that he remembered Su Guichen loved to eat, and rushed to say, "Everyone feel free, it's just an ordinary party. Nothing to distinguish between leaders and subordinates." The crowd chimed in. Su Guichen didn't eat anything except for a few sips of water. Her attitude was good. No matter what others said, she answered politely. After a meal that lasted more than 3 hours, Huo Xingye was doused to the point where he couldn't stand, and Li Yan helped Su Guichen help him into the passenger side, all the way to drive back. Huo Xingye, her closed mouth, did not make a fuss, did not spit. To the parking lot, Su Guichen glanced at the time. It was already too late. "Sorry to disturb Aunt Zhou." She unbuckled Huo Xingye's seatbelt, and Huo Xingye opened his confused eyes. With one hand, he grabs her wrist. "Are you that unwilling to marry me? Going on a hunger strike? Did I force you?" Su Guichen couldn't explain well. "I'm just not feeling well." "If you don't feel well, go to the hospital." She muttered something in a small voice. "What?" Su Guichen looked at him. "I'm not unwilling. I'm happy," she wanted to say. Kisses fell from the sky, smashing Su Guichen dizzy. Then she heard Huo Xingye murmur, "Su Guichen, I hate you." Huo Xingye woke up in his loungewear. It was the weekend, and with the company's business over, he wasn't planning on going to work. Su Guichen was busy in the kitchen, and Aunt Zhou was nowhere to be seen. She wore an apron. "Awake? Wash up for dinner." "Where's Auntie Zhou?" he asked. "It's the weekend. I let her have the day off." Su Guichen turned off the fire and served the congee. Huo Xingye just woke up from a nap and was a bit confused, mechanically drinking congee into his mouth. Su Guichen still didn't have much of an appetite, and after drinking half of the bowl of congee, he sat across from him and waited for the dishes to be brushed. Huo Xingye looked up at her. His face was very bad. His thin body couldn't see a bit of meat, and his entire body revealed an unhealthy appearance. Chapter 49, I'm married to Huo Xingye. Huo Xingye put down his chopsticks. "You don't need to do this in the future. If you're sick, get well. You don't need to care about anything else. I'm just trying to be nice," she explained. Su Guichen's fidgety look bothered him. "You said that 5 years ago." Huo Xingye stood up from his stool and walked into the study without coming out for a day. Su Guichen was a little aggravated, and after finishing the dishes, he took Debao out for a walk. The bare trees in the neighborhood have been tied with red ropes by the property owners, and it doesn't look so depressed. She just reacted to the fact that it is almost another year. "I came back and hid in my room and took my pills and drifted off to sleep." At the beginning of the Chinese lights, Huo Xingye went into his room and turned on the table lamp above his bed. Su Guichen curled up into a ball and frowned tightly in his sleep, looking very uncomfortable. The wrist exposed under the pajama sleeve had a little bit of a black and blue color, like a tattoo. It was then that he realized she didn't have a wrist guard on her wrist, and he curiously and carefully tugged it over her hand, and in the dim light he got a good look at the tattoo. A little girl hugged a star, a smile clearly on her lips, but an unspoken sadness on her face. Huo Xingye gently rubbed her arm before realizing that beneath the tattoo, there was a sinuous and hideous scar. It made him ponder what had happened in those 5 years. The itching sensation at his wrist made Su Guichen open his eyes with a slight hollow. She sat up to see Huo Xingye looking at her with a complicated expression. She drew back her wrist a bit overwhelmed, and since he'd seen her anyway, she simply didn't cover it up. "I was lucky to be a doctor when I cut arteries and nerves in the first place. Even after a few years, it still tickled a little at her wrist, and she tickled it gently, again with little sensation." His low voice reached his ears, still having a knack for compelling her. "Nothing to say?" "A little hungry," she answered truthfully. After the antidepressants are taken, either she's sleepy or hungry, so she's either deprived of sleep to a certain extent and doesn't want to take the meds at all. Huo Xingye didn't want to push her, but he was also a bit angry with her. What's to eat? Whatever. On the dinner table, Huo Xingye casually made 2 dishes and a soup. The flavor was average, but it was already much better than 5 years ago when he couldn't cook. Su Guichen mumbles as she pulls rice into her mouth. Huo Xingye sees her like this. I'll take you to the hospital the day after tomorrow for a checkup. No, she snapped back. Check to see what's wrong with you. On Monday Su Guichen still came with Huo Xingye to the hospital where he worked for a checkup. Most of them are still co-workers who know each other. And when they see 2 people coming together they all come together or gossip in groups. Su Guichen lay on the bed for the ultrasound, and she shivered several times as the cold coupling agent stuck to her white skin. Her co-workers can't help but ask her what the relationship between the two is, and she remembers that Huo Xingye generously took her to a get-together with her co-workers, still embarrassed to admit to his co-workers that Huo Xingye is his husband. Several co-workers were visibly taken aback. Dr. Su married herself off at such a young age. I'm almost 30 and no one wants me. Is Dr. Su here for a pre-pregnancy test? Not. Before Su Guichen took the ultrasound report out, Huo Xingye from the nurse's mouth at the door of the clinic probably heard a 7 or 8. Understand why she is not working in the hospital. Have to go to the bar singing. Heart a burst of bad taste. It wasn't until 2 p.m. When the two had dinner out, that they got their medical reports. Su Guichen was not at all surprised that he had poor liver function, low platelets and poor coagulation. After prescribing some medicine and crossing from the emergency department to prepare to leave the hospital, she saw Lu Huiwen. Respectfully, he stepped forward and bowed his head and called out to his teacher. Lu Huiwen carries a hand with a bad face, poking her head vigorously, unapologetically scolding her angrily in front of Huo Xingye. Tell me about you. For this man, you've lost your job. Su Guichen held his hand over his head. Isn't this coming back to work soon? Lu Huiwen was furious. Look at your face. Those who don't know think it fell into the flour. Said grabbed her medical report, carefully read it from beginning to end, then took out a red envelope with the report and stuffed it into Su Guichen's arms. Roll on. I have to get back to work. Su Guichen wiped her tears. Huo Xingye bowed at Lu Huiwen, and the two went out of the hospital one after the other. Su Guichen surrounded herself into a dumpling again and watched Huo Xingye get into the car as she stood on the side of the road. He was impatient. What for? I want to go to my grandparents' house, so go ahead and I'll take a cab. She stuck her hands in her pockets. Huo Xingye lowered his head to look at Su Guichen outside the car. I can't go? Well, she was a little embarrassed. I haven't said anything about us getting married. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. Okay. Huo Xingye rode off in a flash and disappeared into the hospital in not much time. Su Guichen couldn't see his car before he stopped a cab and reported the address. Huo Xingye had saved up for a morning of work, and really didn't have time to accompany Su Guichen to his grandparents' house. So he plopped down in front of the computer and kept tapping on the keyboard. The office door was roughly kicked in, and he knew without looking up that it was Guizhou's dog. Guizhou was wearing a shirt without a tie and had a cynical look. What's going on? Haven't seen you for a few days and I heard you got married? Yeah, married now. No comparison to singles like you. He snorted. I heard them say that it's not that sister surname Shin. Guizhou pondered. It can't be. Look at that stock falling today. It's miserable. Who the hell is it? Su Guichen. He replied. Guizhou sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Come on. I'll ask redundantly. Huo Xingye smiled and didn't say anything else. There was no need to explain so much between good brothers. Su Guichen was putting together a Christmas tree in the living room of her grandparents' house, with the older two and her aunt and uncle looking on beside her. What I didn't expect was that Xian Shuyan was also at home and had been disliking Su Guichen for being wrong about this and stupid about that. She was so angry she grabbed a prop apple and threw it at him. Why are you home? You go to work. Xian Shuyan didn't answer her and sat down to spell with her. It's annoying to be almost 30 and not looking for a date. She grunted. Xian Shuyan was poked to the sore spot and jumped in anger. You did? Su Guichen stayed for dinner, and before she left, she looked at her grandparents and a few others. A bit formal. I got married. With Huo Xingye. After she leaves, Xian Shuyan calls to ask Huo Xingye out. Just as Huo Xingye arrived, Xian Shuyan stood up and swung him down with a punch, asking angrily, what the hell do you mean? What are you doing messing with her? Huo Xingye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything. Xian Shuyan couldn't help but get angry and kicked him directly in the stomach. She's had enough pity in her life. What else do you want? She volunteered. I didn't force him. He willed his body to stand firm and huffed as he looked at Xian Shuyan. Chapter 50, Happy New Year. When Huo Xingye returned home, Su Guichen was lying on the dining table waiting for him. She saw the corner of his bruised mouth and rushed to the living room to rummage through the medicine cabinet. She's holding the blood revitalizing spray and doesn't know what to do when Hua Xingye snatches it up and turns around to enter the room. Hua Xingye sat on the edge of the bed recalling what Xin Shuyang had told him, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. If it was really Su Guichen's mom who forced her to break up back then, should he forgive her? For more than a week in a row, Hua Xingye didn't come home, and Su Guichen tried to release him from her WeChat blacklist. She looked through her friend circle, and aside from the photo with Dabeo, there was almost nothing special about it. She watched the news and learned that after she married him, Hua Xingye's company's stock plummeted. Not coming home for so many days was supposed to be dealing with this, and there was nothing she could do to help, so she had to stay home honestly. It was December 31st, Christmas had already passed, and Hua Xingye didn't spend the holiday with her. She thought that if he didn't come back today, she would go to the office and look for him. Su Guichen gave Aunt Jo a vacation so that she could go home and reunite with her family. At 7 in the evening, when Hua Xingye opened the door, Su Guichen was getting yogurt from the refrigerator. He walked over and grabbed the bottle she was holding and drank it all in one go, and she had long since grown accustomed to his occasional childishness, and good-naturedly brought out another bottle. She shuffled along in her slippers, almost 5'7" looking but weak, and Hua Xingye kicked out a scale from the corner of the kitchen. His chin raised meaning for her to get on the scale. 46 kilograms. Hua Xingye once again furrowed his good-looking brows and lowered his eyebrows. You're practicing immortal pills? What? Su Guichen held the yogurt for a long time before reacting to the fact that he was mocking her. She could sense that Hua Xingye was in a good mood today as she moved the scale back into place and then followed his ass. It's New Year's Eve. Can you take me to the fireworks? She asked cautiously. Hua Xingye unbuttoned his shirt. What time is it? Where can I find fireworks for you? After a moment's thought, he added, come back to my mom's with me tomorrow and put it on at night. Su Guichen's yearning in his heart fluctuated with his words, and when he heard the final answer, he was finally a little happier. So, is it okay to watch a movie together? She issued another invitation with a flourish. Okay, I'll shower first. Hearing that he didn't refuse, Su Guichen hurriedly went to the closet to help him get his loungewear and put it in the bathroom, then ran back to the living room to look for a movie. Hua Xingye couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he watched her figure bustle about. Su Guichen chose a comedy movie, and Hua Xingye found a bunch of food from the kitchen, forcing Su Guichen to finish her food while watching the movie. The living room lights were turned off, and besides the sound of the movie, it was the sound of Su Guichen eating, quiet and cozy. Hua Xingye had just taken a shower, and the aroma of the shower gel on her body kept lingering around her. She didn't really want to eat, but didn't want to make him angry, so her attention was on the food and she didn't really watch the movie. Obviously a comedy. Neither one of them laughed, and Su Guichen finally ate everything before the movie finished. Hua Xingye had fallen asleep slumped on the couch, and she put her plate in the dining room and took a blanket from the cabinet to cover him. She looked at his cold side and long eyelashes and gave him a kiss on the forehead before going into her room to sleep. Before she left, Dabeo was still lying at Hua Xingye's feet. She waved at it. Dabeo lazily looked at her and changed position to lie at his feet again. Su Guichen was a bit deflated and didn't force himself anymore, entering the room by himself. In the middle of the night, Su Guichen was tugged at her pajamas in her sleep, and she woke up with a start and began to struggle frantically. Hua Xingye put both of her arms on top of her head, his mouth biting her neck. It's me. What are you doing? She was only gradually calming down when she heard his voice, and she was a little alarmed as she thought about that night in America. Hua Xingye saw her relax before letting go of both her hands, and Su Guichen wrapped her arms back around his shoulders, taking in everything he gave her. When the clock hand pointed to 12 o'clock, gorgeous fireworks bloomed outside, shining into the house and illuminating Hua Xingye's face. He was on top of Su Guichen, his lust-filled eyes looking at her, his voice sexy and loving. Happy New Year. Su Guichen ate too much. His stomach was uncomfortable, and he took 2 sleeping pills before going to bed, and in a short while he slept unconsciously. Hua Xingye cleaned her up and wrapped his arms around her from behind, his thumbs constantly touching the scars at her wrists. He didn't dare ask. He was afraid the results would be too much to bear. When Su Guichen and Hua Xingye arrived at Listening Mountain Villa, Yang Yihuan was already waiting outside. She went to college and has grown up quite a bit. Cute and pretty. Not like Yang Qiu-rui, but a bit like Hua Xingye. Sister-in-law. You're here. Yang Yihuan wasn't distant from her and was still as enthusiastic as when she was a child. Su Guichen didn't have a moment to get used to the title and turned his head to look at Hua Xingye, wondering when he was going to tell his family about his marriage. On second thought, the news had broken, so maybe even Xin Yuji knew about it. When she went into the entrance hall slippers, she wore a pair of small leather boots. The zipper caught her pants. She stood on the ground with one leg bent over. How could she not pull it open? Hua Xingye squatted down to help her. Yu Shuting tied her apron and came out to see the scene, her face filled with relief. Su Guichen looked up and saw Yu Shuting, hesitating for a long time before softly opening his mouth. Mom, eh? Yu Shuting smiled happily and took out the red envelope from her pocket and stuffed it into her hand. Su Guichen looked to Hua Xingye and saw him nodding before accepting the red packet and saying thank you. Su Guichen took sleeping pills last night, and in the morning, she was woken up by Hua Xingye for breakfast, and the whole person was still a bit confused. My stomach felt like it was on fire and I wanted to vomit but couldn't. Hua Xingye looked at her sitting in the corner of the sofa wearing a beige, black-trimmed, heavy-worked sweater, her entire body haggard. Su Guichen went to help in the kitchen and was stopped by Yu Shuting. You are both adults. No matter what decisions you make, it's not good for me to intervene. I just hope that in the future, you can cherish each other. I know, Mom. Yu Shuting and Aunt Lu got together to make dinner. Hua Xingye walked in, wearing a casual outfit. Are there any more fireworks that you bought? Yu Shuting looked back at her son. In the back warehouse. Hua Xingye nodded and pulled Su Guichen towards the warehouse, with Yang Yihuan following behind. Su Guichen stupidly didn't wear a coat, and it was surprisingly cold in the warehouse, so he draped his coat over her and started moving the fireworks. Yang Yihuan somewhat regretted following over. Her brother was clearly using her as an animal. I can't move it. I want to go back. She played a little game. Chapter 51, It's good to have a child. When Su Guichen heard Yang Yihuan say this, he hurriedly took the fireworks in her hand and carried them to the front yard. Hua Xingye grabbed Yang Yihuan's ear. You can't even do this little job? Yang Yihuan rubbed his ears. Just move a little bit. How much are you going to move here? Hua Xingye stacks the 5 fireworks on top of each other and hugs them up vigorously. Your sister-in-law hasn't been in good health lately, and her mood isn't too good. So if you still want living expenses, you'll just have to see for yourself? Yang Yihuan heard him say that so she could only huff and puff and continue to move. At this moment she misses Yang Yian who was not at home very much. Hua Xingye squatted down to light one firework after another, and Su Guichen stood aside and tilted his head to look at it, looking a little sad, not knowing what he was thinking. During dinner, Yu Shuting kept pouring food into her bowl, and the moment she ate the fish she couldn't help but dry heave. Everyone turned their eyes toward her. Su Guichen vomited tears out of her eyes, and Yang Yihuan said dully, I'm not going to be an aunt, am I? When these words came out, Yang Qiu-rui and Yu Shuting both showed joyful faces, and Hua Xingye wiped his mouth and said faintly, Impossible. Su Guichen was a bit uncomfortable. I ate too much last night. Yu Shuting was a little disappointed, then comforted. It's okay, you two are still young, and there's no rush in the matter of children, he said and slapped Yang Yihuan, blaming her for talking too much. On the way back, Su Guichen was unusually silent, and Hua Xingye suddenly came to say, having a child might also be good. She listened to one of the stun did not pick up the stance, but the heart is calculating. Their own depression has not said with Hua Xingye. This is not considered to be cheating marriage. If you stop the medication now that you are cured, it will be at least 6 months before you think about getting pregnant. Hua Xingye saw that she didn't say anything and wasn't interested. His face went several degrees colder, and he didn't say another word on the way home. After the New Year's Day vacation, Su Guichen officially resumed work. Busy from the morning until the last minute at the end of the shift, a colleague approached her for a replacement shift, which she politely declined. In the past, she was on her own and had nothing to worry about, almost living in the hospital, and she agreed to anyone who asked her to cover a shift, but now that she is married, she can't make the hospital her home anymore. When she got off work, she saw Li Sungnim waiting for her. Congratulations, sinking the wrongs, he teased her. She smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Li Chengyu had worked all day and didn't look any more refreshed than Su Guichen. Take you home? Su Guichen shook his head. I moved. Li Chengxiao stood in front of the hospital and grabbed her arm. This thing about you and Hua Xingye getting married, is it true? Yes, she replied matter-of-factly, before drawing back her hand. Don't spend it on me. Li Chengyu cut out. Less narcissism. I take you as a buddy, okay? When she heard him say that, her whole body was much more relaxed, and it was not good to excuse herself to directly report the address of her new home, so that Li Chengyu could give her a ride home. When she returned home, Hua Xingye hadn't come home yet, and Auntie Zhou had already made dinner and was waiting for her. She put her keys in the key tray in the foyer, washed her hands and sat down to eat the meal Auntie Zhou had served, forcing herself to eat as much as she could even though she didn't have an appetite. Su Guichen finished his shower, his hair still wet, took the vitamin bottle in the drawer, poured out a few pills and swallowed them haphazardly. WeChat rang. Su Guichen put his water cup down and picked up his phone. It was Mr. Han. How's it going? She was a little surprised that Mr. Han hadn't been in touch with her much since her return. She gathered her thoughts and replied seriously. I'm married. Congratulations. Thank you. Are you happy? Well, happiest bout in 5 years. The two people exchanged pleasantries without a few sentences and then finished. The medicine came up. Su Guichen saw that Hua Xingye should not come back, lying on the bed and falling asleep in a confused manner. Before Hua Xingye drove into the neighborhood, he saw Li Changxiao at the door. There's still goosefeather snow outside, and I don't know how long he's been standing outside, with quite a bit of snow hanging on his punching bag. He lowered the window, and with the interplay of light and shadow, his three-dimensional features emerged in front of Li Changyu, making Li Changyu more or less ashamed of himself. Senior, long time no see. Li Sungnim greeted graciously. Only then did Hua Xingye raise his dark, ink-like eyes to look at him, and compared to his youthfulness 5 years ago, he had indeed matured quite a bit. Something wrong? He asked absently. I want to talk to you. He felt a little funny. What do I have to talk to you about? Talk about Su Guichen. Li Changyu spoke calmly. Get in the car. The two arrive at a barbecue restaurant, and Li Changyu politely hands Hua Xingye the menu. Hua Xingye was too lazy to look directly at the menu and threw it to the boss, telling him to serve whatever he wanted. Li Sungnim ordered 24 beers and started opening one bottle. It was only after 3 rounds of wine that Li Changxiao began to narrate. She's depressed, you know? It's been 4 years, back and forth. Li Changyu originally came to tell Hua Xingye what had happened in the past 5 years, but ended up being so upset that he got himself drunk ahead of time, and his words were intermittent. Hua Xingye can only piece together the piles and pieces from his words, and he has to ask Su Guichen himself about the specifics. He recalled Su Guichen that way, violently thin, anorexic, and listless, and didn't know what to say. For a week in a row, Hua Xingye went home when Su Guichen was sleeping, or else she was working the night shift, and he couldn't bear to disturb her when he saw her sleeping soundly. On Friday of another week, colleagues at the hospital were preparing for an early get-together to celebrate Su Guichen's return to work and the fact that it was almost New Year's Eve. Su Guichen really didn't like this kind of party, but he couldn't resist. A group of people came to a barbecue restaurant, eating and drinking until almost 11 o'clock. Su Guichen took the medicine. The whole person is not much spirit. It is difficult to integrate into the group. Her cell phone buzzed and vibrated in her bag, and she took it out only to realize it was Hua Xingye and pressed the answer button. Where? It was still the same low voice. Co-worker party, she explained. It's 11 o'clock and you've learned to stay out all night, haven't you? No. Address. Ha, I said address. Su Guichen did not dare to slow down, directly hung up the phone to send WeChat positioning to him. Li Lin held up her wineglass with a bad smile. Dr. Su, who are you talking to on the phone? Su Guichen put down his cell phone and smiled. So everyone knew what was going on. Another coworker wasn't going to let this go. Yeah, what kind of person is it that's taken down our house flower? Su Guichen can't handle this kind of question, and tries to muddle through by emming and awing, and Hua Xingye arrives at the barbecue restaurant to see Su Guichen being doused in alcohol. He walks over and wraps his arm around Su Guichen's shoulders, and Su Guichen turns her head to see Hua Xingye's face, a little shy. This is my husband. She tugged on Hua Xingye's hand and pulled to introduce him to everyone. The crowd cheered, and some with good memories recognized Hua Xingye as the chairman of the Hua group. The stars aligned to give the two a shout-out, and the party lasted until 1 in the morning. Chapter 52, What do you want me to say? Hua Xingye settled the bill at the front desk. Holding up the slightly drunk Su Guichen unassumingly rushed to everyone and said, Not informing everyone is our hospitality is not good enough. This meal is on me. I hope everyone takes care of her. Happy New Year. Su Guichen came home and sat on the sofa with his eyes glazed over, and his hands couldn't take off his coat. Hua Xingye saw this and helped her take her clothes off and put them to the side. I'm marrying an alcoholic and going home. Ha! Su Guichen was a bit aggrieved and stared at Hua Xingye. I'm sorry again. From the two of us getting married, have you counted how many times you've said sorry? Hua Xingye is extraordinarily gentle tonight, making her lose her concentration as if she had returned to the time 5 years ago. She looked at Debao lying at her feet, and Su Guichen crouched down to pet it. You're waiting for me to come home. Ha! Hua Xingye stood behind her. It's been waiting for you for 5 years. Waiting until its fur is white and it's almost forgotten you. Tears almost fell from her eyes when she heard him say that. Hua Xingye said leisurely, Su Guichen, you're really a little white-eyed wolf. New Year's Eve 2020. Su Guichen is on duty at the hospital, and the emergency department is finally not as busy as it would be otherwise. Aside from a few sporadic patients with headaches, there was basically nothing. She had just finished treating a patient who had been injured on the side of her face by a firecracker when the phone rang. She glanced at it without answering. And Xin Yuji's WeChat didn't take long to send. Mom is out of the hospital. It's New Year's Eve. I've cooked a lot of food. Will you come back? Su Guichen didn't reply, and put herself seriously into her work, waiting for another colleague to come on the night shift after 2 o'clock. She looked up at the door several times, always feeling a pair of eyes on her. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was a hallucination. As soon as 2 o'clock rolled around, her co-workers showed up on time in the emergency room ready to hand off her duties. Su Guichen took off his white coat and put on his down jacket, greeted his co-workers with a Happy New Year, and then prepared to walk back. There were no cabs or public transportation on the road on New Year's Eve, and she didn't tell Huo Xingye that she got off work at 2 o'clock, not wanting to bother her. Along the way, the sound of firecrackers and fireworks, the sound of one after another to set off, endless. Su Guichen's ears hurt from the shock, covering his ears and walking fast. She was covered from behind with her mouth and nose and dragged backward as hard as she could into the corner. The street was part of a surveillance dead zone and there wasn't much of a crowd at all as she was dragged to the ground by the strange man. The dim light made it difficult for her to see the strange man's face. Her voice shook a little. Are you asking for money? I have it in my bag. As long as you let me go. The man smiled lewdly. If I wanted money, I wouldn't have dragged you to the construction site 4 years ago. It's him. I didn't think I'd run into him back home. How small this world really is. Su Guichen clenched his hands into fists and pinched his palms to force himself to calm down as the man's slaps and fists came down with a vengeance. The winter of Yuqing was cold and biting, and for a moment Su Guichen felt that he might really be accounted for here. The man's eyes reddened. Blame it on your good looks. No one else. Understand? Su Guichen, forced to endure the nausea, took advantage of the man's inattention to pull out a spring knife from the bag, stabbing the man's thigh, then pushed him away, frantically running forward, thoroughly enraged. The man forced himself to endure the pain and dragged Su Guichen back into the darkness. She took the knife and stabbed through the man's hand again, cutting his arm, and a howl of pain came from the man. One hand deadlocked Su Guichen's neck, until she felt her breathing getting thinner and thinner, and was about to lose consciousness. A few police officers on patrol heard the man's furious wailing, before they rushed over to subdue him with flashlights raised. Su Guichen lying on the ground crazy coughing, snot tears saliva flow out together. One of the police to help her up, with the police uniform to wrap her up. Su Guichen had been completely disoriented and collapsed on top of the police to thank them. Back at the police station after taking statements, it was already 4 in the morning. Su Guichen sat in his chair, disoriented and lifeless. Officer Zhang, who was in charge of the case, told her to call her family to pick her up. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. A long time later, she took out her phone and called Huo Xingye. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hearing Huo Xingye's sleepless voice, she suddenly breaks down, and the entire police station is filled with the sound of her bawling. Huo Xingye sat up from the bed in a flash, instantly awake. Seeing that she couldn't say anything, Officer Zhang had to bring her phone over and carefully explain the situation to him. In less than 15 minutes, Huo Xingye came to the police station, wearing a down jacket with pajamas inside, his hair a little messy. He rushed over and held Su Guichen in his arms, a pair of hands constantly stroking her back, his mouth chanting that it was all right. Su Guichen nestled in his arms, his entire body shaking. It was only after she returned home that Huo Xingye noticed her red and swollen mouth and face. In addition to his face, there were pinch marks on his neck and his arms were bruised from the fall. Huo Xingye gently medicates her, and Su Guichen doesn't say a word or cry out in pain. Why didn't you tell me when you got off work at 2? He was really angry. She explained, flabbergasted, her whole being lifeless. I didn't want to bother you. I thought it was too late. Huo Xingye and her stood frozen for half a day without speaking, and the air was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long time, he laughed back in anger. So I don't deserve your trust, do I? Or do you think I'm sick that I have to marry you with so many women? Is there nothing you want to tell me? What he got was still silence, and Huo Xingye became furious and kicked over the coffee table. They were the only 2 people in the house, and the sudden movement made Su Guichen shrink back on the sofa in fear. Her nose flared and she hugged her shoulders. What do you want me to say? Huo Xingye crossed his arms and also followed her usual style of not making a sound. She was apprehensive and nervous, remembering that he had called her a whitelighter and that he had said she hated her. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were a little hollow, but her voice was surprisingly calm. Let's say when I was a kid, my grandpa was rich and couldn't look at my dad. My mom broke off with my grandpa for love, married my dad and had me. When I was 7 years old, my dad was transferred to a different job because of a workplace injury, and my mom felt she'd chosen the wrong path and had no way to prove to grandpa that she was right. Fighting with my dad every day. And then my dad got sad and drank all day and night and didn't come home and didn't pay my mom's living expenses. And my mom raised me all by herself. She had a bad temper, a bad day at work, my dad not coming home, All reasons for her to beat me with a chicken duster and a rolling pin. And acting crazy to throw me away. My dad knew she was beating me, but he acquiesced in the affair. And when I was a kid I liked to sing and dance. And she scolded me for not doing my job. Chapter 53, so you like this? She's extremely controlling, changing my volunteers and not letting me be friends with people she can't stand. And among them is Samantha Lamb. We hadn't been in a relationship long when she killed herself and took her life to force me to break up with you. As Su Guochen spoke, her eyes reddened, and she touched her face carelessly. I don't know what to do. I really can't help it. She's my mom. She's 1,000 times worse. But she gave birth to me. I know I'm sorry for what I said the other night that hurt you, and I didn't mean it. I couldn't face you. I didn't know what to do. I had to leave the country. After my mom's suicide attempt, I started getting bloodsick, and I was abroad one night, and I was dragged into a corner by someone who wanted to. He tried to rape me. Then Lee Sung-nyo and a few international students saved me. I wanted to call you then. I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry and I miss you, but I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified. She was talking faster and faster, even a little incoherent. She'd had nightmares almost nightly for the past 5 years. Huo Xingye held back his tears and walked over to squat next to her to hold her hand. Then I got depressed and my mom came to visit me in the U.S. She didn't care about me. She hit me and called me names. I had to pretend I was better and send her away. I really didn't want to live then. No one loved me. The only one who did. And I pissed him off. After I slit my wrists and was rescued, Lee Sung-nim told me that the only way to see you is to live. Then my mom got bipolar and was hospitalized. And my dad and my grandpa actually made up with her. And when I went to the hospital, they were all happy. And I was the one who was redundant. There's no way I can let it go. And there's no way I can let myself go. And I can't sleep every day. It's not that I don't trust you. I just have low self-esteem to the bone. I don't deserve it. I don't want to. And I don't want to bother you. Because I feel like it's a gift to be with you right now. I didn't realize that the man who tried to rape me, the two of us would meet again in the country. And I wanted to kill him. I really wanted to kill him. I was holding a knife and I wanted to stab him through his carotid artery and then I followed him to his death. But I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Su Guochen clearly didn't want to cry, but the tears still couldn't stop flowing down. And she covered her face, not wanting Huo Xingye to see her like this. Huo Xingye, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for that you who was so sincere to me. Every time I think of your back that night, my heart aches to the core. I really tried to make it up to you. And I'm really trying to hold on and try to stay alive. But I'm really sorry. I'm really hurting. As the sky gradually brightens and snow falls again outside the window, Huo Xingye hugs Su Guochen and presses his chin against her forehead. His chest feeling like it's pressed against a large stone and he can't catch his breath. She said it lightly, not realizing that it had taken many nights of slow suffering. I don't know how long it took before he spoke. Su Guochen, you know, all the years you were gone, I thought life would be just like that. But I really forgave you that day when I saw you in the rearview mirror hugging your marriage license with joy and snickering. From now on, all previous suffering, for you and for me, is written off. I'm going to love you. You're not unwanted. He yanked down Su Gutsan's hand that was covering his painfully crying face and kissed him hard from forehead to the corner of his mouth. Su Guochen, the tone of her voice changed as her nose clogged. Big chic, Su Guochen, well, alcoholic, a little tired. She half leaned against him and closed her eyes wearily. Huo Xingye helped her lie down on the sofa, got up himself and put in the bath water, tested the temperature, and then picked her up from the sofa and stripped her naked and threw her into the bathtub to soak. Su Guochen is in shock. Her entire body has little strength. Huo Xingye wipes her clean, reapplies her medication, and helps her cover the quilt in preparation for tidying up the bathroom. Su Guochen's hand held one of his fingers, his eyes still open. Huo Xingye then has a soft heart and can only crawl onto the bed and wrap his arms around her to give her enough security. Would you mind if I got dirty? Her eyes were closed and her voice was like a fly. A few words slammed hard into Huo Xingye's heart, almost causing him to gasp in pain. He broke over Su Guochen's body, then supported himself above her with his hands, and without restraint, he kissed his mouth over every wound on her body, including the tattoos. Now you're clean. Huo Xingye reached over and turned off the bedside lamp, leading her to cover up. Little by little, he kissed her lips, with extreme patience, as if he were soothing. Huo Xingye possessed her, and for a long time she heard his gentle voice come through. When you get better, let's have a child. Su Guochen buried his face in the pillow and didn't say anything. Huo Xingye wakes up in the afternoon, and there is no longer Su Guochen by his side. The place where she had been lying was already cold. Su Guochen was lying on a rocking chair on the balcony of the living room, her hair draped, her face pale and lifeless. Huo Xingye knew that yesterday's incident had given her another shock, and was bound to give her no small shock. He knelt down on one knee and held Su Guichen's cold hand, placing it at his heart to keep warming her. He looked into her empty eyes as if the two had first met. Why are you awake so early? She inclined her head to look at him. Couldn't sleep. What time is it? Huo Xingye helped her stroke her hair, pinning the broken hair behind her ear. It's 2 o'clock. Don't be imaginative. Aha. It's the first of the year. I was at my mom's last night and she didn't even know I was gone. I was supposed to go back this morning and I ended up sleeping until now. Let's pack up and go over there. Okay? Huo Xingye saw her nod and led her towards the bathroom to wash up, the little girl drooping her head. He held her over the sink and shoved a toothbrush with squeezed toothpaste into her mouth. Su Guichen let out a cry of surprise and put her arms around him with a smile that arched her eyebrows. So you like this? I'll hug you more later. Su Guichen looks at Huo Xingye and realizes that after the two of them make up, he starts to be out of tune again. So she wisely ignores him and starts washing up in earnest. Huo Xingye walked back to the bedroom and pulled out a new set of clothes for her from the check room. After Su Guichen washed up and came out, he saw a beautiful sweater. It's New Year's Eve, and children need new clothes. She didn't say anything. Before the two of them dawdled out the door, Huo Xingye forced her to drink a glass of milk and take the medicine. Su Guichen held his hand tightly. Let's walk there, and take the bus if you're tired. Huo Xingye hummed in agreement. It was still snowing outside, and the two men's deep and shallow footprints creaked against the snow. After 5 years of not returning to China, Su Guichen didn't even recognize the roads of Yuqing anymore. Huo Xingye usually drives more, and the two of them checked the map while taking a shortcut towards Listening Mountain Villa. Chapter 54, Making It Up to You. Su Guichen met Xin Yuzi and Su Wengang at the main entrance of Listening Mountain Villa. The two people had obviously just returned from their grandparents' house after paying their respects to the new year. And Xin Yuzi's face was rosy, and compared to Su Guichen's complexion, it was completely one heaven and one earth. Xin Yuzi obviously saw the two of them as well, and Su Guichen tightly held onto Huo Xingye's hand for a moment, not daring to let go. Can. Su Wengang called her name softly as if nothing had happened. Su Guichen froze in place and looked at the two of them, not knowing what to say in this scenario. Xin Yuzi tried to step forward to take her hand, and she took a tight step back to avoid it. The smile on Xin Yuzi's face froze. Her hand still stopped in midair. Don't be like this, okay? Whatever you need, mommy will satisfy you. I'll make it up to you, okay? Su Guichen lowered his eyes, not wanting to look at the two of them for a second. There's something else to do, so I'll leave first. Xin Yuzi looked at her daughter's indifference from the beginning to the end, not calling out a single word to her mom or dad, and her heart cooled halfway. Without looking back, Su Guichen pulls Huo Xingye forward desperately until he accidentally slips and falls into the snow. Huo Xingye pulled her up and patted the snow that was on her clothes with his hand. It's fine. Let's go home. Su Guichen sat on the Yang family's sofa, her spirit waning. Yang Yian brought 2 plates of fruits from the kitchen and naively rushed at her. Sister-in-law, you eat. Thanks. Su Guichen took a granulated orange and smiled at him, then lowered his head to pick at the orange. Huo Xingye tells you shooting the whole story in the kitchen, and explains to her that he's going on a business trip for half a month, and wants to put Su Guichen in her care for a while. Yu Shu-ting heartbroken and promised again and again. Next to the bright eavesdropping Yang Yihuan is even patting his chest to ensure. Huo Xingye swept his eyes over his sister, thinking that Yang Yihuan had a lively and cheerful personality, and it wouldn't be a good thing for Su Guichen to have more contact with her. Su Guichen sat on the sofa watching the replay of last night's Spring Festival Gala, and the orange peels on the table had piled up into a small mountain. When Huo Xingye and Yang Qiu-rui finish chatting and come out of the study to go down the stairs, he sees Yang Yihuan chattering next to her about something, and his hands keep picking at the oranges and handing them to her. He raised his eyebrows and pulled out his cell phone to transfer $5,000 to Yang Yihuan. He sat next to Su Guichen. Are the oranges good? Su Guichen turned back and placed the peeled one orange in his hand. Not bad. Huo Xingye throws the orange high then catches it in his mouth. The sweet juice explodes in his mouth. He takes the paper towel on the table and wipes Su Guichen's yellowed fingers. Binge eating? No more eating. The aunts in the house have long been home for New Year's vacation, and Yu Shooting is alone in the kitchen and busy not letting Su Guichen help. She felt that this was the first time Su Guichen had come to their home for New Year's Eve, so it wasn't enough to make another large table of dishes, and she was ready to make dumplings again. Su Guichen washed his hands and slowly walked over to the dining table to skillfully mix the noodles, then divided them into small balls and rolled them into dumpling skins. When Yu Shu-ting came out of the kitchen again, Su Guichen had already finished most of the dumplings and was teaching Yang Yihuan and Yang Yian to make dumplings of various shapes. Yu Shooting was so satisfied with how she looked at this daughter-in-law that she couldn't stop smiling all night. After dinner, Su Guichen lay on the bed in Huo Xingye's room, his entire body again looking disheveled. Huo Xingye finished his shower and took the medicine out of his coat pocket for her to take. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow, and Auntie Zhou went back to her hometown, so you'll stay here and wait for me to come back to pick you up. Su Guichen tugged at the towel on top of his head and spoke. How long will you be gone? Huo Xingye counts the time in his mind. He'll be back before the Lantern Festival, so if you're bored you can go to Grandma and Grandpa. You can also go find Chu Anqing and the others. Good. I instructed Yan that he will pick you up and drop you off at work, so don't be afraid. Su Guichen nodded wearily, the pain in her entire back taking her breath away. The next morning, when Su Guichen woke up, Huo Xingye had already rushed to catch a plane, and he stayed with her until 4 o'clock in the morning after she fell asleep at 4 o'clock. When I opened the bedroom door, the smell of rice was overflowing, and except for Yang Qiu Rui and Yu Shuting, no one else had gotten up. Yu Shuting opened her face to give her good medicine, and half forced and half ordered her to eat breakfast. Let her go back to the house to rest. Su Guichen felt that it wasn't good to keep lying at home, although he really didn't want to move, and was hesitating to go out and look around. Xin Shuyan's voice came from downstairs, and when she heard it, she put on her slippers and thumped downstairs. Brother, Happy New Year! She dug into Xin Shuyan's arms like a gust of wind. Xin Shuyan ripped her off and cupped her chin to look at the wounds on her face. Why are you still acting like a child? Then he turned to Shu Ting and said, Then Auntie, I'll take her away first, my grandfather's side can't wait. Good, then I'll trouble you to still send her back. Yu Shuting felt that Su Guichen holding back at home wasn't the best option either. Su Guichen took down the coat on the hanger and smiled at Yu Shuting. Then Mom, I'll go to Grandpa's house to play for a while first. The two walked side by side, chatting about their childhood as they went. Xin Shuyan's phone rang, and after he answered it, he looked grave and said to Su Gut-san, I'll send you home first. She looked at his expression. What are you doing? Huo Xingye called to say that Officer Zhang is looking for him, and that he's not in Yuching right now, so it would be better for me to handle it. Xin Shuyan looked at her sister's increasingly pale face and stiff body and patted her head. It's fine. Brother is here. Lin Sangsang took advantage of the holiday to ask Su Guichen out. She opened her own studio after graduation. Usually help customers painting. A month income is quite good. After New Year's, Lin Sangsang is 27, still on her own. The two of them skulked around the streets for half a day before they found a cafe that was open for regular business. Su Guichen doesn't like to move, and Lin Sangsang was entrusted by Huo Xingye to keep calling before asking her out, and not long after she left, her face didn't look too good. Lin Sangsang helped her to sit down on the seat by the window and went to order by herself. Lin Sangsang held her hand. Tired? Su Guichen smiled and shook his head. It's okay. Lin Sangsang ordered some of her favorite snacks and pushed them in front of her. Is Huo Xingye treating you well? She took a sip from her cup and realized it wasn't coffee but milk. It's pretty good. That's good. Lin Sangsang sighed. She noticed that Lin Sangsang seemed to have something on her mind. What's wrong? Lin Sang picked up a cookie and took a bite. It's fine. And then thought about it and told her. I'm going on a blind date in the new year. She was confused by Lin Sangsang's words. What about my brother? Lin Sangsang froze. What's your brother? The two of us have never been together. I'm 27 years old. How can I have time to spend with him? Forget it. Chapter 55, Pretend you never gave birth to me. Su Guichen mood is a little low, and as usual, asked how the blind date. Lin Sangsang cannot answer a what. It was getting late, and when Xin Shuyan came to pick her up at the address she gave him, the two just happened to be dressed and out the door. Lin Sangsang was like a little cutie, like a pestle in place. After a long time she trembled before she spoke. Brother Shu Yang, Happy New Year. Xin Shuyan looked at Lin Sangsang with a slightly unnatural expression and nodded slightly. Happy New Year. Lin Sangsang pointed her finger across the road. I drove my car and left first. Xin Shuyan was unfamiliar with the road and parked the car far away from the cafe. Su Guichen wearing shoes a little slippery, a hand tugging on his sleeve, trembling walk, do not know how many times slipped. She could sense that Xin Shuyan was in a bad mood. Brother. Xin Shuyan lit a cigarette and pursed his lips. What for? Su Guichen looked at his thin lips. The old generation always said that all such people are thin. She shook her head. Sang she went on a blind date and got married at the end of the year without any surprises. Oh, no emotion could be heard in the tone. Su Guichen was a little annoyed by his attitude. Obviously he was almost 30, but he was still so twisted. She suddenly remembered that Huo Xingye had called her a little twisted, so Xin Shuyan was a big twisted, and she angrily loosened her tug on his hand and walked forward on her own, then sliding on her but to sit on the ground. Xin Shuyan sighed and helped her up, saying in a low, inaudible voice, forget it. Su Guichen gamely sat in the back seat of the car, and the car drove so fast that the wheels threw the snow so far away that the whole road was slushy. She suddenly realized that in the end, the adult world was largely a matter of forgetting it. Lin Sangsang likes her brother Shell not, and Xin Shuyan likes that sister. What is the difference? She had grown up with Lin Sangsang, but even as big a person as she was still sad. Time flies. Turn around on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Su Guichen officially began to work. The emergency department was barely a moment's notice, and she was running around like a gyroscope, either stitching people up or clearing their wounds. In case of a major car accident, she had to kneel on the bed to give CPR to the patient, and her co-workers laughed at her for being like a perpetual motion machine. Everyone says that after a year Su Guichen seems to have gained a little weight. The whole person has become more plump and beautiful. Even the patients can't take their eyes off her. She is transported to and from work every day by Yang Ian. Su Guichen feels a little guilty that he should have been sleeping at home during the winter break vacation, but he gets up early and late every day because of her. Yang Ian always told her with a big smile that there was no need to be polite as a family. It was only when the rapist was formally arrested and Xin Shuyan found the best lawyer for Su Guichen that the matter came to an end. This day Su Guichen was supposed to be a night shift. Yang Ian sent her to the unit. Colleagues looking for her to string shift. She thought about it and agreed. She changed back into her clothes and headed home. She saw Xin Yuji at the door and wanted to take a detour to the back door. But Xin Yuji found her even faster. Xin Yuji was in such good shape that in a trance Su Guichen almost thought he had returned to his childhood. Little Can. Off work? Xin Yuji pulled her. Go eat with mommy, okay? At the hospital gates. She didn't want to make a fool of herself, and in the end, she didn't break away from her. Nodding haphazardly, the two of them found a random restaurant. And Su Guichen reached out to pour tea for Xin Yuji and watched as she ordered. After the food was served, Xin Yuji was busy and kept on giving her food. You eat this bean curd. Mom remembers that it's your favorite. Xin Yuji put down her chopsticks and looked at her with an expectant face. I don't like to eat. She started to ache all over again and sit up. I don't love it. I never have. I lied to you about loving it because it's frugal. I can eat it for days if you make it once and I don't want to tire you out that much. Xin Yuji rubbed her hands. Her years of doctoring had left them incredibly dry from soaking in disinfectant and hand sanitizer. Su Guichen looked at her and closed his glazed eyes for a long time before opening them. I've had thoughts lately about whether or not I want to forgive you. All I can think about is that my father is unreliable. That you support me all by yourself, rain or shine. And that you ride a broken electric bike all over Yuching to give people needles and earn those $20 in order for me to learn the cello. But I can't do it. It is true that I hate you. For when you loved me, the same way I loved you. No less. But you can't use the excuse that you're sick to erase the damage you've done to me. You're always asking me to be obedient and understanding. And I want to ask you, is swallowing all the aggression the only way to be understanding? You make me almost forget that I was once a sunny young girl. But over the years, I've let you push me so hard that I almost couldn't live several times. It's been a long journey. And it's like I've never been loved properly. And I've lost the ability to love someone even more. And I had to learn everything on my own. Because no one taught me. Am I not good enough? Or am I not worth it? Can you tell me? Xin Yuji cried uncontrollably. She desperately held her daughter's hand, repeating over and over again. Mom knows it's wrong. You give me the chance to make it up to you. Okay? Su Guichen lowered her head and ate the bean curd that Xin Yuji had given her, taking back her own hand to wipe away her tears. Just pretend you never gave birth to me. Bye Mom. Su Guichen called out those two words in a raw voice and disappeared into the restaurant. After the winter solstice, it's already getting dark later. Su Guichen came out of the restaurant and wandered on the side of the road alone. She was a bit nauseous and leaned against a tree trunk to vomit out all the things she had eaten for dinner. She had no place to go, and she was afraid to go back to Yushu Ting to blame her for not telling her and letting Yang Ian pick her up. She didn't want to toss Yang Ian either, so Su Guichen took out a tissue from her bag and wiped the vomit from the corner of her mouth as she headed for her and Huoxing's home. Debao was living quite comfortably in the Yang family, so the large home was a bit cold now that Su Guichen was alone. Without turning on the lights or changing her clothes, she took off her jacket and sat on the couch to watch Crayola. At 2 a.m. When Huoxingye dragged his suitcase back, he saw Su Guichen sitting on the sofa, staring blankly. Huoxingye's face had a very obvious fatigue on it. His eyes were a little red as he walked up to her. Aren't you working the night shift? Why didn't you say you were coming back today either? The two asked each. Huoxingye bends down and holds her tightly in his arms, his hot breath spraying on Su Guichen's neck, making her itch and reaching out to keep pushing him. He squeezed her stomach and back. Seems like you've gained a little weight. Su Guichen leaned against his chest. Well, Mom's cooking is delicious. Then added, don't pinch my back. It hurts. Chapter 56, Are you ashamed? Huoxingye naturally knew how much force he had exerted. And when he remembered that depression does cause back pain, his heart ached as he wrapped his arms around her and kept stroking her. Would that cuddle feel better? Aha! Su Guichen lies in his arms and doesn't say anything. Huo Xingye is a bit worried but can't be bothered to ask. It wasn't until she fell asleep in his arms that he carried her back inside, having indeed gained a little weight, and his fatigue seemed to follow suit. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Su Guichen worked her normal job because she was working with her co-workers in a series of shifts. The entrance of the hospital were filled with red lanterns, and the 4 words "Congratulations on the New Year" were posted on the courtyard door. A patient with hemorrhagic fever came in before the end of the day, and Su Guichen waited until the test results came out before leaving work. When I came out, the whole hospital was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Extraordinarily festive and nice. There were vendors at the door pushing a cart not knowing what they were selling. She had always been nearsighted and had taken her glasses off after work. Everything she looked at was a blurry shadow. Walked up only to realize it was an old grandpa selling icy candy canes, strawberries, grapes, and hawthorns all hung with crystallized icing sugar and were mouth-watering. Su Guichen asked for a few sugar gourds, looked at the old grandfather's wrinkled and cracked hands, and lowered his head to pull money out of his bag. After searching for her wallet and not finding it, a coat sleeve blocked her head and crossed over to give the old grandpa a red ticket. Su Guichen looked up to find Huo Xingye grinning and swinging his wrist as he held up the money. She asked for a strawberry one and 2 grape ones. Gramps had already bagged them and was looking down for change. Huo Xingye took the sugar gourd and wrapped his arms around Su Guichen. Grandpa, no need to look for it. Go home early for the festival. Su Guichen reaches for the sugar gourd in Huo Xingye's hand, but he's so old and high that she can't reach it even if she jumps on her feet. What are you doing? She was a little annoyed. He intentionally teased her. I bought this. When she heard him say that, she stopped reaching out to reach it, and Huo Xingye thought she was angry when he heard her say sullenly, I'll pay for it in flesh. Okay. Huo Xingye put his hand down. Su Guichen? She unwrapped it and bit into the rice paper on the outside of the candy cane. What for? Are you ashamed? He couldn't stop laughing. You're not ashamed of a 30-year-old man teasing a little girl on the street. What am I ashamed of? Huo Xingye sort of realized that under normal play, he couldn't speak to her at all. Lantern Festival lights everywhere. The 2 people walking along the street, Su Guichen quietly eating sugar gourds, Huo Xingye hand holding the wet wipes bought by passing the supermarket, waiting for her to finish eating. There were firecrackers and fireworks all around. And the next time it was this busy we should wait for next year. He didn't have a car, and it was about a 40-minute walk from the hospital to the Hearing Hill Villa. Su Guichen throws a brainful of uneaten sugar gourds to Huo Xingye. The moon is so full today. She looked up. Huo Xingye glanced at her. What are you wasting your words for? Su Guichen was exhausted. I have to make a wish. She folded her arms and closed her eyes. I hope someone carries me home. Huo Xingye snorted and threw the garbage into the trash can, slowly crouching with his back to her. Su Guichen excitedly scurried onto his back, the shadows of the 2 overlapping. When he passed by the Yang family, Huo Xingye didn't enter, but continued upwards. Su Guichen lying on his shoulders drowsy, do not know why, sometimes obviously not sleepy, but as long as close to him, is comfortable. People want to sleep. The winter clothes are thick, and it's in an uphill state. So Huo Xingye is a bit overwhelmed as he holds Su Guichen's butt with both hands. He made a few strong attempts to turn her upwards, waking Su Guichen up. Sing a song. Su Guichen rubbed his sleepy eyes, and after a long time, a gentle voice came from Huo Xingye's head, and it was Tanweiwei's If There Is a Future Life. People used to start harvesting in April, lying on top of a tall pile of grain and smiling. I walked through fields of golden wheat. Go sing to the scarecrow, waiting for the wind to blow over the fallen mountains. You passed through a town called me. Just as the snow on the roof turns to rain, you're wearing a transparent dress. Sing for me, alone, all my favorite songs. We'll go to the lake on the prairie, waiting for the migratory birds to fly back. We'll have a baby when we're all grown up. Huo Xingye listened to her alternative confession and curved the corners of his mouth. Got it. I'll try my best. No what? She was baffled. We're all grown up. The implication is that it's time to have a doll. Su Guichen then reacted and angrily grabbed his ears. How can it be so not? 2. Face. Of people. Huo Xingye had only carried Su Guichen to the entrance of the Xin family. When Xin Shuyan came out of the gate, his face not normally ugly, he threw the lantern directly in front of Huo Xingye and commanded nonchalantly, Granddaughter-in-law, hang it up. Huo Xingye draws in the corners of his mouth and climbs up the ladder to hang the lanterns. I'm at least a son-in-law, and Grandpa doesn't even know where his granddaughter-in-law is. A word touched Xin Shuyan's eyebrows, directly kicked on the ladder. Huo Xingye swayed several times, before falling down by mistake. Good luck to hang the lantern. The 3 of them entered the door to change their shoes, and Su Guichen saw Xin Yuji, whom he had met only yesterday, and the smile hanging on his face disappeared once again. Simstang was all red and happy because the family was reunited for dinner. Su Guichen sat in the far corner of the table, a meal down. No matter what Xin Yuji and Su Wengang said to her, she turned a deaf ear. It was hard to hold out until after dinner, and Su Guichen walked over to Grandpa, and together they went to pick out the carrot lamps, ready to put them on the doorstep. Xin Yuji was still trying to walk up, but was stopped by her grandmother. Huo Xingye stood off to the side to accompany Xin sighting in Su Guichen. His temperament natural and unassuming. The wind at night is very strong. Su Guichen lit the lighter several times outside the door but couldn't light the lamp. Huo Xingye reached out to block the wind and went back and forth several times before finally lighting it. She lowered her head and fluttered her eyelashes. I want to go home. Huo Xingye pressed her head into his arms. Okay, go home. He entered the house to say goodbye to the elders, leaving Su Guichen alone to head for the door first. The security in the villa was well done, so he wasn't worried. Before leaving he glanced at Xin Yuji and Su Wengang, his tone cold. If you still want her to live, don't come to her in the short term. She's in a bad state. Then he bowed at his grandparents. Aunt and uncle, I'll leave first. I'll come back to visit some other time. Xin sighting hunched over and looked at Huo Xingye's back. Did you hear that? Can is following him and is doing well. Su Guichen really doesn't walk fast, and Huo Xingye easily catches up with her. The two men were holding hands, and the sound of flashing lights and honking sirens came from behind, shaking Su Guichen's eyes and almost blinding him. Xin Shuyang waved his head at the two of them. Get in the car. It's a holiday today. There aren't many cabs. The two had a tacit understanding to sit together in the back, and Xin Shuyang rubbed his brow. Chapter 57, Living Well. Looking at the empty passenger side, he gritted his teeth and said, Really take me as a driver? Huo Xingye straightened the folds on his clothes, slowly and methodically. Not sitting with single dogs. Su Guichen interjected. The dog can actually drive. Xin Shuyang slapped the steering wheel. Believe it or not, I'll let you two roll down? Once Su Guichen heard this, he made a gesture to pull out the phone. Then you talk to Grandpa. Xin Shuyang stopped squeaking and honestly sent the two of them home, not wanting to stay with them for one more minute. Su Guichen is in the kitchen cooking soup dumplings, and Huo Xingye is in the living room packing the suitcases he brought back yesterday. It didn't take him long to hear the water boiling and gurgling out, so he rushed to the kitchen and found Su Guichen in a daze. He turned off the gas stove. Su Guichen ran forward and lifted the lid of the pot. The originally small dumplings have become the size of a tennis ball. Su Guichen watched the soup dumplings shrink back one by one again, and Huo Xingye rolled up his shirt sleeves. You go sit at the dining table. I'll do it. A bag of soup dumplings. 2 people a bowl. Huo Xingye finished eating. Su Guichen has not eaten one. Don't eat if you don't want to. Take your medicine and go to bed. He cleaned up the dishes, not wanting to make things difficult for her. Bored, Su Guichen took out the 2 cellos in the cabinet in the living room and found a cloth to wipe them carefully. Huo Xingye finishes brushing the dishes and looks at the back, and he recognizes that one of them was given to him by Xin Shuyang back in the day. The other should have been bought for her by Xin Yuji. The instrument was old and out of shape, with bumps and bruises all over the place. Su Guichen found a stool and sat down. Set up the piano. The thick voice was easily played by her. The emotion is complex and deep, like there are endless words of love. The strings suddenly break and cut her face, and Su Guichen's sudden cry of pain startles Huo Xingye, who was folding clothes. He rushed up to check. Su Guichen dodged his hand. It's fine. The zither is too old. Just change the strings. Huo Xingye stopped Su Guichen, who was about to stand up. He didn't raise his head, his eyes staring at the dent in the seat. Su Guichen, anyone in this world has regrets. You need to cheer up. I'm still waiting for you to make up for our 5 years with me. Good. The days fly by. In the blink of an eye, spring has begun. Su Guichen's state is still not very good. Every day in addition to commuting to work is to stay at home. Huo Xingye is not very idle. The company has only just gone public, and he often goes home in the early hours of the morning. But when he is idle, he will be around Su Guichen. Debao is 11 years old and is behaving more and more like an old dog, unable to walk or eat, and Huo Xingye has been psychologically building her up to the point where it might actually leave them one day. Su Guichen took the elevator up to go home from work, and found that the door of the house was open, and Aunt Jo was frying something in the kitchen, supposedly afraid of too much fumes. Su Guichen wore a white sweater over a light curry-colored jacket. She put her bag in the foyer, greeted Auntie Jo and went inside to find Debao and take him out for a walk. She searched the entire house and saw no sign of Debao. It was usually very good. Even with the door open, it would not run around. But Su Guichen's heart was getting more and more uneasy. Panicking, She put her shoes back on and spoke to Auntie Cho to help her along. The wind in spring is very strong, blowing on the face like a knife. Su Guichen searched all the places where she and Debeo walked together, but did not see its figure. The cherry blossoms on the roadside have almost withered. The wind blew everywhere. Su Guichen's hands were red with cold. A bad feeling arose. She walked down the street, alone, in the direction of the old town, which had long been deserted as the sky darkened. She didn't know why she had come this way, and the farther she walked, aimlessly, stumbling along the way, she yelled Debo's name as loud as she could, until the sound came from the side of the bushes. Su Guichen opened the flashlight on his cell phone and shone it over. Debeo was lying on his back under the big tree, panting violently, looking very weak. It took her a moment to recognize that this was the place where she had first picked up Debo 11 years ago. Tears blurred her eyes. An unspeakable emotion attacked her internal organs. Su Guichen squatted down and touched its whitened fur. Why did you sneak out? Let's go home. She tugged at the back of Debo's chest, but the latter couldn't get up, answering her with a gasp thicker than the one that revealed pain. Su Guichen is to eat the medicine to eat again slow. Also understand the big treasure in the end. What is wrong? She made efforts to pick it up, but the weight of a golden hair and her weight is only a difference of 20 pounds or so. Su Guichen cried as she tugged Debeo toward the curb. Debeo, let's go home, home, until she ran out of energy to flop to the ground and cry out in pain on her back. Debo licked her face with the last of his strength before closing his eyes for good. Huo Xingye and Su Guichen share the same location, and after he receives Aunt Zhou's call, he rushes over to see her sitting under a tree with her arms around Debeo in a state of disorientation. He sadly half-kneeled in front of the man and the dog, and ran his hands over Debo's head, the residual warmth still there. Su Guichen's eyes were red and swollen. His expression wooden as he held both hands together with Debeo's paw. I'll see you again. She looked up with a sadness that she couldn't hide. I always thought that when I got better, I'd take him for a walk and a visit. But life comes and goes and gets busy, and I forget that it simply can't wait for me to say it's better. You're right. I really was a blank slate, stubbornly keeping it with me and presumptuously dumping it on you. But it remembers to its dying day where we first met. Huo Xingye wraps his arms around her. Don't think so much. Don't take the bull by the horns. This matter of birth, old age, sickness and death is something we can't change. You're the doctor, you know best. The most important thing is that you let it know you're back. Huo Xingye found a kiosk not far away, borrowed a shovel from the owner, and returned to the tree. He buried Debo under the tree. This tree is really big. It must be cool in the summer. Su Guichen, do you hear me? She couldn't control the corners of her twitching mouth and her nasal voice was thick. Hear what? Debo told you to get a life. Hear that? Su Guichen's defense was broken again by his words, and tears rolled down his face as he turned his back to him. Debo, I hear you. She can't catch the passing wind, and she can't embrace the hot sun, but she can cherish everyone in front of her. With Debeo's sudden departure, Auntie Zhou feels uncharacteristically guilty, and Su Guichen turns around and comforts her that it wasn't her fault. Chapter 58, Can't Let You Go. Su Guichen's condition has worsened again, and Daodu detaches her to go to the window to pay the bill and line up for the medicine, leaving only Huo Xingye behind. The best thing to do at the moment is to take her to a different environment to live in, and with all this back and forth, with the condition going back and forth in fits and starts, it's time to consider lifelong medication. Long-term medication can be dependent and is not good for the brain or liver function, and she hasn't been taking her medication properly for a couple of years, but the lab results show that her platelets are low and her clotting is poor. My advice is still that you take her to a new environment. Take the medication for a while and then see. Bean was meticulous about everything, explaining all the possible scenarios and consequences as well as the dosage of medication. Huo Xingye listened carefully, thanked her, and found Su Guichen at the medicine pickup port. Although it was early summer, this year's Yucheng was extraordinarily hot. Su Guichen only wore a small halter dress, and sweat still stuck her hair to her forehead. Huo Xingye also wore a t-shirt and sweatpants, his entire person revealing sunshine and indolence. Instead of taking the underground parking lot, he pulled her towards the medical office. What for? She was so sunburnt that she held the medical report to her face, her features crumpling together. Huo Xingye turned his head and squeezed her shoulder. Although I have to admit it, you right now, you're not fit to work. I'll take you to ask for leave now. Su Guichen didn't want to take a leave of absence. There wouldn't be a hospital that would give a doctor such a long leave of absence. The result would be nothing more than resignation, and she wasn't likely to resign. Not having any money to earn would make her feel very insecure. She turned around and was about to walk back when Huo Xingye savagely pulled on her arm and wouldn't let go. I don't want to take a vacation. I feel insecure this way. Please. Su Guichen in the end cannot argue with him. Went to the medical office. Huixingye directly on the director of the medical records slapped on the table. This situation is really cannot go back to work. The director of medical services expressed his sympathy and regret for Su Guochen and wished her a speedy recovery and return to work. The two sit in the car. Su Guochen's pouting mouth can hang bottles of soy sauce. Huixingye amusedly hooked his finger back and forth to jerk her mouth, but was bitten by her bite. She looked at the fact that not far away was the neighborhood where Lin Sangsang lived. Put me down. Huixingye held her hand and rubbed it back and forth. Okay, not angry. Not angry. I'm going down to find Samson. She cocked her head and ignored him. Huixingye recalled what Daodu had said, that if he were to take her elsewhere to convalesce, there was still a whole lot of things he hadn't dealt with at his own company, and that putting her at Lin Sangsang's place would indeed be a good idea. Then he parked the car on the side of the road, grabbed the cell phone in Su Guochen's hand, and gave it back to her after one operation. What for? She wondered. Huixingye wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her, the nice lemon scent instantly sweeping her mouth. His tongue kept licking Su Guochen's entire teeth. Gentle and loving. I can't let you go. Su Guochen didn't want to care about him and slapped him on the head. Huixingye good-naturedly squeezed her hand. I tied a card for you, so you can buy whatever you want. Su Guochen slammed the car door with a bang. Like a gamble. His head didn't turn back, and he cursed the little white-eyed wolf in a low voice, watched her enter the neighborhood, and called Lin Sangsang before driving back to the company. Su Guochen knocked on the door for half a day before Lin Sangsang slowly opened the door. Obviously very hot weather, but she wrapped like a dumpling. She looked at Lin Sangsang, who looked odd. What's wrong with you? Feeling cold. She stumbled. Su Guochen stared at her with a suspicious face. Lin Sangsang was furious at the look and hurriedly crossed over to the living room to sit down. The quilt was still covering her legs. Su Guochen glanced at the air conditioner. The screen showed 16 degrees, and she felt more and more catatonic. She simply walked over to Lin Sangsang's front and began to tug hard on her clothes. Su Guochen thought that at most it was some kind of hickey and Lin Sangsang was too embarrassed to show it to her. What I never expected was that underneath the dress was a bulging belly. Lin Sangsang was a bit groundless, eating too much. Su Guochen sat on his butt on the ground as if he couldn't accept this blow. You're not eating too much. You're trying to perform me to prop myself up. She grabbed Lin Sangsang's face. Hurry up and tell me whose it is. With such a big belly, at least 5 months or more, and with the Spring Festival just over 3 months past, it's obvious that it can't be that blind dates. Lin Sangsang stammered, half a day unable to say a complete sentence. Xin Shuyang S. Su Guochen this time is completely sitting on the ground, cannot get up. Originally in Huixingye gambling to this refuge. Did not expect the sky fell big melon. Almost did not put her this small body smashed to death. Isn't it okay? Isn't it exhausting? It's not that you don't like it? Does he know? Lin Sangsang cowered in the corner and shook her head at her serial torture. Su Guochen was ready to take out her phone and dial Xin Shuyang, when Lin Sangsang saw this and pounced over to grab her phone, a little angry and ashamed that she was pinned down on the couch by a pregnant woman. She gritted her teeth and asked hatefully, "What do you mean? Playing run with the ball with me?" Lin Sangsang cried and shook her head like a rattle drum. Can, I beg you. I have nothing but this child. There's nothing left. Su Guochen a bit of a headache. This thing she does not know, okay? No, and how can she pretend not to know? This is at least Grandpa's grandson. She thought about Xin Shuyang's dog face stinking like again, and after hesitating for a long time, she started to walk towards the door. Just pretend I haven't been here. She threw the door hard, leaving Lin Sangsang alone in the air-conditioned room to mess up. It wasn't long before Lin Sangsang received one same-city delivery after another, and besides daily necessities, it was fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as baby products. Lin Sanity dropped a tear as she held a milk bottle. On the other side, Huixingye looked at the text message bill in his cell phone and fell into a deep thought. Su Guochen went out of the gate of the district, only to realize that he seemed to be a hobo, so he had to take a cab to go home. Auntie Zhou was in their room unpacking, and Su Guochen was a bit puzzled. Is Hoshino going on a business trip? Aunt Zhou was confused by the question. Aren't you with him? She watched Auntie Zhou rummage through her suitcase, and sure enough there were still her clothes tucked underneath. Su Guochen was a bit puzzled. Had to call Huixingye. The phone rang half a day, no one answered. Should be in a meeting. She glanced at the time, it was 12 o'clock and figured she hadn't eaten yet. She wanted to visit his company on a whim, so she told Auntie Zhou, put on her backpack and went out again. Su Guochen arrives at Huixingye's downstairs and recalls the last time she said she was going to chase him at the door, and can't help but laugh a little. She ordered quite a bit of takeout and milk tea that hadn't arrived yet, and went in the front door of the office by herself. No one stopped her at the door, and she walked all the way through to the floor where Huixingye's office was located, frowning slightly as the scene of Xin Yuji making a scene in the office flashed through her mind. Chapter 59. Haven't tried it yet. She tapped her head, forcing herself to not think about the unhappy things. When the elevator reached its destination, her colleagues in the office area all looked up at her, and she was a little embarrassed for a moment. There hadn't been this many people at the last dinner together, and she couldn't remember who was who. It just so happened that the secretary, Li Yen, came out of nowhere and rushed to her. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Su Guichen was a little nervous. Well, there's just nothing. Just come and take a look. Li Yan's hand lifted to guide her forward. The boss is in a meeting. I'll take you to his office for a while. Su Guichen tugged on the shoulder strap of her crossbody bag. Okay, thanks. I bought afternoon tea and lunch. I didn't know there were so many of you. It might not be quite enough. Li Yan rushed behind him and shouted. Sister-in-law invited everyone to dinner. Those who have eaten have milk tea. A burst of cheers. Scared Su Guichen a trot followed Li Yan drilled into Huo Xingye's office. Li Yan arranged for Su Guichen to sit down and poured her a cup of water. Then said to her, Sister-in-law, I'll go tell the boss that you're here. She quickly waved her hand. It's fine. I'll just wait here. Don't delay their work. Hearing her say that, Li Yan nodded lightly before heading out. Su Guichen heard him close the door and walk away before she stood up and looked around, sitting in her boss's chair and spinning around. It was only when she stopped that she saw the picture frames on her desk, one of him with his arm around Debeo, and one of Huo Xingye kissing her on the head when a student from the school had secretly taken a picture of him, which was also her cell phone's screensaver. Time is too long for Su Guichen. She was alone on the table and didn't know how long she waited. Huo Xingye didn't come out, and her cell phone was dead, so she could only rummage through the drawers to see if there was any paper and pen. In the first drawer under the table, she saw the pen he had given to Huo Xingye in the beginning, holding it in her hand and playing with it for half a day, then finding a few sheets of paper and scribbling on the back. After Huo Xingye finished the meeting and left the conference room, Li Yan told him that Su Guichen had come, and that she had just bought the meal at the meeting. He also wondered why that pig-brain Li Yan had ordered a meal today that was actually to his liking. He strides towards the office, pushing open the door to see the afterglow of the setting sun shining on Su Guichen, who was sprawled on his desk, enveloping the whole person in an orange halo. He stepped forward gently and couldn't help but look at the various scribbles on the contract. Su Guichen feels an aura around her. She slowly opens her eyes to see Huo Xingye is standing beside her with her painting work in his hand. She stares at him dumbfounded. Huo Xingye grouped everything together. It's not good to take anything. Take my contract painting. She backtracked. It's not like I knew you were going to use it. He pinched her nose. Can't read? It's so dense. You'll get a headache reading it. When Huo Xingye heard her say that, he stopped saying anything. Not to sangs? Su Guichen remembered Lin Sanson's pot-bellied woman, frowned, and said nothing, only explaining to him, it's not interesting. Huo Xingye nodded, stroking her back to relax her, remembering the tens of thousands of dollars missing from her bank card. Su Guichen just couldn't spend that much in a year. She was so comfortable with his touch that her whole body slumped back into the desk, her face resting on her arms and her eyes squinting. Huo Xingye's hand suddenly stopped. She had to turn her head to look at him. Her chin kept picking at him, signaling him to continue. Seeing that he didn't move for half a day, she was a bit upset. What for? He bent down suddenly, his mouth close to his ear, his voice sexy and low. It just occurred to me that I haven't tried it in the office yet. Su Guichen stood up with a prancing sound, her boss chair sliding out a good distance from her movements, and she was just about to hit Huo Xingye when the office door was kicked open. Her hand was still raised, and she was startled into Huo Xingye's arms by the sudden sound. Guizhou held a stack of documents nearly half a person high, almost blocking his entire face behind it as he broke into a rage. Are you going to die? You're the dim king you for a female. He was suddenly silenced, and when he saw Su Guichen hiding behind Huo Xingye, he couldn't help but clear his throat. Sister Su is here. Ha! Su Guichen didn't see who he was until Guizhou skimmed the papers on the table. Brother Izhou. Guizhou had an awkward smile on his face, but his eyes were gouging hard at Huo Xingye, itching to eat him alive. He had just gotten off the plane, and before his butt was even warmed up, his secretary brought him a stack of papers, saying that Huo Xingye was taking a long vacation and the company was being handed over to him to take care of. Guizhou sat on the sofa and looked at Su Guichen. I said sister, brother is also 30 years old, and until now he doesn't even have a date. You can't be like this, right? Su Guichen listened to his complaining words and didn't know how to take him up on it. She thought about how the two of them used to always be inseparable. So in a serious manner, he said to Guizhou, but we have already received a license. You guys are not possible. Su Guichen lay on the windowsill blowing the wind, looking at the lights outside, remembering Lin Sanson's face that cried with pearly blossoms. His heart was inexplicably annoyed. Hua Xingye was behind her organizing her clothes for the trip out, clanking and clanking noisily, and she turned back to look at the 4 or 5 suitcases at her feet, and someone who was stuffing pots and pans. Seriously doubt that 2 people are not going to have fun. But to escape, he and Auntie Zhou were chattering about what to bring or not to bring. Su Guichen turned his head in a disturbing barrage. Keep your voice down. Noisy, my heart to jump out. Hua Xingye's hand movements lurched as he teased. Then you'll clean it up. Su Guichen had already stuck his head out of the window, feeling the summer evening breeze and the lights of all the houses. The wind carried her words into his ears. You're the one who wants to take me, not me. So why should I take it? Hua Xingye didn't object to her remarks, skimming his lips and lowering his head to continue packing, his voice noticeably several degrees lighter. Hua Xingye stayed at the company for several days in a row, and only returned home the night before he was due to leave. And Su Guichen still doesn't know where he's taking her. The 2 of them came to Listening Hill Villa together, ready to say goodbye to their families before they left. Yu Shuting took out a carved wooden box from her room and placed it on Su Guichen's lap. Su Guichen opened the box, and inside was a red cheongsam, trimmed in gold, with tedious heavy embroidery all over it, looking very expensive. She loved it and kept touching it over and over again. Yu Shuting saw that she was happy and was satisfied herself. You and Xingyi got married and didn't have a wedding. Mom always felt that she had wronged you. This cheongsam is for you, and I hope your days will be as red as this dress. Thank you, Mom. Su Guichen was really quite happy. After so many years there was finally someone to put her in the palm of their hand and pamper her. Go ahead and try. Yu Shuting pushed her toward the stairs. Chapter 60, You're disappointed? Su Guichen put on the cheongsam look in the mirror to look at the right and left to see the special fit. She held the staircase handrail down. Hua Xingye coincidentally parked his car and came back in the foyer to see her. Su Guichen was a little embarrassed, pinning the broken hair that had fallen in front of his forehead behind his ear. Yu Shuting held her hand and sat on the sofa, praising her under her breath and holding a comb to brush her hair. Su Guichen sat there obediently as Hua Xingye's glittering eyes stared at her, causing her to shyly lower her head. Yu Shuting's hands were busy working on Su Guichen's hair, her mouth chattering about what kind of comb was good. It ended up being a simple bun for her, very minimalistic. Hua Xingye explained to Yu Shuting that he might have to go out and stay for a while and wouldn't be back for a short time. Yu Shuting heard a little lost. Yang Yihuan and Yang Yi in a university and a graduate school, in addition to the summer and winter vacations, are not at home at all. It is not easy to Hua Xingye married a wife, but the result is also to go. Hua Xingye looks at Yu Shuting, thinking that she is also in her 50s, and hugs her shoulders to comfort her. The 2 came out of Yang's house. Su Guichen was still wearing that cheongsam and couldn't take it off. Hua Xingye put the clothes she wore in a bag and carried them, and together they went up. She temporarily decided to go to her grandfather's house to take a look. He held her with one hand, and his hand kept rubbing her palm. Su Guichen's concentration was hard to focus, and her memory wasn't too good. What she said to her one second, she might forget the next. At this moment, her back isn't straight, and she walks slowly, obviously just wearing new clothes and still happy. But at this moment she doesn't know what she's thinking, and her interest isn't high. So Hua Xingye takes her hand and wraps his arm around her waist instead. Su Guichen felt the support and unloaded almost all of his strength on him. The sun was setting, and after walking for not long, Su Guichen looked up to see Xian Shuyang and Grandpa playing chess in the courtyard. She went in to say hello, and it was not easy for a play to end before she called Xian Shuyang away. Xian shooting is not yet finished. Hua Xingye rushes to sit on Xian Shuyang's seat and respectfully accompanies the old man to play another game. The 2 came to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Xian Shuyang still had a cold face. Su Guichen looked at him, and did not say a word for a long time. Xian Shuyang raised his eyebrows. Asking me to watch the sunset with you here? Su Guichen hand holding the railing. Elegant appearance seems to come out from the Republican period of painting. But his mouth is not forgiving. No matter who said we look like, but how do I look? How do I feel that you are thinly veiled? Xian Shuyang snorted lightly, ignoring her sarcasm. He had always treated Su Guichen like a brat and did not take her words to heart at all. Samson is pregnant. Su Guichen looked at the setting sun in the west, and did not want to hear what Xian Shuyang had to say again. And she also knew clearly that he would not explain to her. 2 people this point is surprisingly similar. Something is hidden in the heart. But Lin Sang Belly after all is her nephew, uncle's grandson. No matter what, Xian Shuyang had to give the mother and son an explanation. The more Su Guichen thought about it, the farther she felt that one day a combination of Lin Sang and Xian Shuyang would call her aunt. And she felt funny. She didn't know who would be more like the 2 of them in the future. She touched her stomach and wondered when she would have a child that belonged to both her and Hua Xingye. She also didn't know how long she had been standing there. Xian Shuyang had long since left his spot, And when she looked down she found Hua Xingye with his hands in his pockets tilting his head to look at her out of focus as well. Su Guichen raised her hand to wave with him, and he returned her smile. At dinner, Xin Shuyang really wasn't there, and the whole dinner table was listening to his aunt scolding him. Su Guichen uncharacteristically not only did not help to persuade, but followed along and scolded. She snickered at her aunt, wondering what her aunt's expression would be the moment she knew she was a grandmother. Listening to Hua Xingye, perhaps none of them would be back for a short time, and maybe she would already be an aunt by the time they returned. In the evening, Hua Xingye and Aunt Zhou sent their suitcases to the car ahead of time, and the ones who entered the house saw Su Guichen looking in the mirror. Hua Xingye hugged her from behind, his hands easily encircling her waist, Su Guichen's hand fiddling with the cheongsam resting on his hand, leaning the back of her head against Hua Xingye's neck, her eyes slightly closed. Like the dress a lot? His voice was a little husky. Su Guichen turned and hugged him. Well, it's pretty. Hua Xingye bowed his waist as he picked her up. I haven't looked closely enough to see how good it looks. He carried Su Guichen from the check room to the bed and turned on the lamp, and a pair of big hands were about to undo the cheongsam's coiled buttons. Su Guichen laughs incessantly, and Hua Xingye tenderly kisses all over her brow before getting up and turning off the lights. Go to sleep. I have to drive tomorrow. She was puzzled. Well, what? You're disappointed? His mouth teased her. Su Guichen put his hand under the covers to pinch the tender flesh of his waist. The reason I am is that I thought it was an airplane ride. He wrapped his arms around her. No airplanes. She looked at him sideways through the light outside. So where to? Hua Xingye kissed her forehead. We'll know tomorrow. Hua Xingye drove and pulled Su Guichen out of Yucheng, and the scenery was very nice with flowers and grasses along the way. 5 hours later, he drove further and further out of the way until he reached a small village surrounded by mountains on all sides. And Su Guichen remembered the plot of the movie. Female university students are sold into off-the-beaten-path villages to give birth to children and do farm work for the rest of their lives. Her face followed her thoughts, twisting more and more. Hua Xingye parks the car, pulls on the handbrake to turn off the engine, and tickles her chin with 2 fingers. What are you thinking about? It's here. Su Guichen hurriedly grabbed his wrist. You're not going to sell me, are you? He was kind of amused. How much can you sell it for in pounds? She looked up and down at this bit of flesh on her body and seemed relieved as she followed Hua Xingye out of the car. He dragged 3 large suitcases. Su Guichen dragged 2 small. The road is small gravel road. The 2 people have a lot of effort to pull to the destination. Su Guichen looked at the wooden gate and rusty iron locks in front of him that were already on the verge of rotting, and his entire body was bad. She watched as Hua Xingye fussed with an equally rusty key from his pocket to unlock the lock. After the entire gate was subjected to external force, it directly tilted over towards the 2 people. Hua Xingye's quick eyes and hands hurriedly hugged Su Guichen, with one hand against the falling gate. The atmosphere was ever so slightly awkward for a moment, and she touched her nose, leaving his embrace without a trace. Watching Hua Xingye cough softly to put the door down, the 2 dragged their suitcases and stepped over the remains of the gate to continue to the house. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the weeds were almost up to Su Guichen's chest. Hua Xingye put his suitcase on the door, rummaged around on the windowsill, found a key, and opened the door to the room. Chapter 61, Where's Daddy going? Su Guichen choked on the dust inside and coughed, carefully surveying the structure inside, and then came to the conclusion that anything randomly pulled out of it was older than his own age. The dust chokes her eyes and she can't even open them. Hua Xingye points to the window on the bed. Go up and open the window to ventilate. She stepped over the edge when she heard it, and Hua Xingye turned to open the other window. There was a loud boom. Hua Xingye hurriedly turned back, and beneath the roiling dust, Su Guichen fell into the cone. He hurriedly walked up and tried to assist her. Su Guichen waved his hand wildly, coughing while saying, Don't come over. After half a day's effort to climb out of the collapsed cone, the light green strappy dress she wore was no longer visible, and she was already sweating. With all this tossing and turning, my calves, face and chest were covered in dust, and the more I wiped, the dirtier it got. Su Guichen glanced at the mirror hanging on the wall, vaguely seeing his current self as well as Hua Xingye, who was laughing beside him. She gritted her teeth. Hua Xingye, on it. He laughed airily. Is this taking me to Daddy's place? Su Guichen realized that this was the place where he lived as a child and his grandparents' home only after he heard Hua Xingye say it. He also hadn't been back in 20 years, since his dad's grandparents had died one after the other. Hua Xingye tells Su Guichen about his plans for the 2 to stay here for a long time. She quickly accepted the reality that it was, after all, where he had lived as a child, and thought it would be interesting to learn about his past. Su Guichen still stepped on the broken door to go out. Although the house is in a state of disrepair, but outside, just like Hua Xingye said, the mountains and beautiful scenery, birds and flowers, to come here will really slow down to enjoy life. Out of this alley is a large river. The water is crystal clear, so it's easy to wash clothes or anything else. And on the other side of the river is a mountain of flowers and grass. It was early summer. The sun was blazing. There were many women by the river washing clothes and chatting, and the children with them were playing and joking around. She descended a small slope to the river and washed the stained areas of her body. Looking up, she noticed the people around her gawking at her. She nodded to everyone and left. When Su Guichen returned, Huo Xingye was sitting on a small bench in deep thought. When he saw her return, he waved at her and patted his thigh, signaling her to sit on it, and she shook her head as she remembered the gate in the Kong just now. Huo Xingye reached out and yanked her onto his lap to sit down despite her exclamation of surprise. It didn't collapse, did it? Su Guichen's face turned a little red when she was spoken to, and she sat steadily on his lap, still wrapping her arms around his neck. He looked at the otherwise incredibly pretty little girl who had just been here for less than an hour and was already getting down and out. Reaching into her pants pocket, she pulled out something shiny and slipped it onto her slender, elongated fingers. Not too big, not too small, just right. The diamond ring shines with colorful light in the sunlight. Su Guichen stared at the ring on his hand, and underneath his exhausted look, he finally had a little smile on his face. For me? She couldn't believe it. For my wife. He buried his head in the back of her neck, sniffing hard at the scent that belonged to her. She smiled with an arched eyebrow and rolled her eyes at her hands and diamond ring. Thanks. Thanks to whom? He snapped deliberately. Su Guichen blushed uncharacteristically, naturally knowing what he wanted to hear. Husband. Huo Xingye's face buried under his hair pulled a big smile. Say it again in a row. No. He wrapped his arms around her stomach as hard as he could, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Su Guichen. She touched her ring and looked at the clouds in the sky. I love you. A voice from far and near came from outside the door. Huo Xingye sounded a bit familiar but couldn't remember who it was. Ouch. What's wrong with this door? Zhao Yuqin came in and saw the two hugging and laughed bashfully. Huo Xingye hurriedly helped Su Guichen stand up. Aunt Zhao. Long time no see. Zhao Yuqin was not the least bit surprised. Xingyi is back? I told you. My daughter said that she saw a pretty little girl by the river, and she doesn't look like a local at first glance. Su Guichen called after her, and Zhao Yuqin surveyed her with kindness. Well, my daughter-in-law. Huo Xinghua spoke in the local language. Zhao Yuqin stretched her head to look inside. You haven't been back for so long. How can anyone live in here? Just tell me in advance. I'll help you tidy up. Huo Xingye smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I didn't expect it to break like this. Zhao Yuqin warmly invited. Go to my place to stay for a few days. Such a beautiful girl doll cannot suffer with you. Huo Xingye surveyed the old house, then looked at Su Guichen. Then I'll trouble Aunt Zhao. It really can't be lived in. Aunt Zhao listened and pulled Su Guichen towards the door. Walk. I'll make you guys something delicious. After a tiring day, Su Guichen eats a lot and goes to bed early. Huo Xingye looks at her sleeping face and touches her head to sleep along with her. After staying at Aunt Zhao's house for a little over half a month, Su Guichen followed Huo Xingye to town to buy materials during the day, and accompanied him in the afternoon to renovate his old house. She watched Huo Xingye act like clockwork, and was too embarrassed to be idle herself, either pulling weeds in the yard or setting out the firewood she had bought. Every day, she was tired and fell asleep on the bed after eating. Huo Xingye touched the blisters on her hands. In addition to the heartache, there is also a little relief. At least their purpose has been initially achieved. Today is Huo Xingye's birthday, and the end of June here is already much cooler than Yuqing. Huo Xingye bought a bunch of tiles and is moving them from the car to the old house. It's all good here, except that it's not very easy to live, and it's completely self-sufficient. He stopped Su Guichen from trying to help and helped her sit on the stone bench under the willow tree at the entrance to cool off. Su Guichen felt a rush of coolness as soon as she sat down, and she was a little heartbroken as she watched Huo Xingye keep going in and out with his gloves on. If it wasn't for her, someone so good wouldn't have come here to do hard labor, and she forced herself not to think about it, plucking the barbs from her hands as she waited for him to finish moving them into the house with her. When Xin Shuyang and his party came, they saw her with her head down fiddling with her hands, while Huo Xingye was like an old donkey. Chuanqing excitedly rushed towards Su Guichen and picked her up in one go. Su Guichen wailed in fear. Can, you're looking much better. I was worried about you when I saw that place you were staying in the video. Su Guichen landed on both feet and took her hand. It's quite good. I like it. That's good. That's good. She pulled Su Guichen back to sit on the stool again. Chuanqing mysteriously pulled out a box from her backpack and handed it to Su Guichen. What? Open it up. Su Guichen looked at Chuanqing's face with a bad smile and knew that she wasn't holding back any good farts, but still opened the box with some anticipation. Chapter 62, Know Whose Family I Am. Then I saw white silk pajamas. The position of the chest of the garter is almost low to the navel. The jacket is still a lace cutout style. Su Guichen was so ashamed that her hands were busy fastening the box tightly. And then she whacked Chu Onqing hard. Chu Onqing laughed while hiding. How nice it looks. When you get well, whether you can give me a godson depends on it. Su Guichen covered her mouth. No nonsense. Then something else came to mind. Where's Samson? How is she? Chu Onqing braced her hands on the back of the stool and sighed. Good. Good enough. Now it's just Daodu and I who are still single. When Su Guichen heard her say this, his hanging heart was sort of put down. It seems that Xin Shuyang and Lin Sangsang are still destined to be together. On the other side, Guizhou moved the tiles with a non-stop output on his lips. I really ingou. I ran hundreds of kilometers to come over here to be a drudge for you. Huo Xingye wears a white undershirt and slips a pair of flip-flops on his feet, holding a teacup. Consider it a birthday celebration for Master. Chen Jelly was still good-naturedly squatting next to him holding a hammer and seriously knocking on the tiles. Huo Xingye patted his shoulder. Thanks bro. Guizhou nagged on and on. There was no air conditioning in the house. Xin Shuyang put on a shirt as if he was pretending. The physical labor made him hot and irritable. Annoyed, he put the tiles on the floor, stood up and kicked him in the buttocks. Can you keep your mouth shut? Guizhou had been 2 legs soft. This foot directly had knocked down on the cabinet. He climbed up without good breath. Really evil. The more this kind of person is still the earlier to be a father. No, of course I'm not convinced. You have to hold it in even if you don't obey. Xin Shuyang skimmed his mouth and went out to continue moving bricks, completely ignoring the tirades behind him. With the help of friends and villagers, the old house was finally considered successfully renovated by nightfall. Zhao Yuqin made a table full of dishes to entertain Guizhou and the others. A few people were drunk and rode out the night. This place could not accommodate so many people. Chu Onqing did not dip a drop of wine. Full of bad luck, pulling the 3 drunkards ready to drive back to Yucheng. Before she left, she didn't forget to remind Su Guichen, who was laced with Huo Xingye, that Su Guichen should remember to wear the clothes she gave her. Su Guichen sheepishly pushes her out the door, and Huo Xingye raises his confused eyes to ask, what kind of clothes? It's nothing. Su Guichen helped him back to the bed and hid a basin of water to wipe him clean. After a tiring day plus drinking a lot of wine, Huo Xingye collapsed and fell into a fitful sleep. Su Guichen came to the yard, looked at the yard mess, picked up the trash can and began to clean up. Just beer bottles picked up several buckets. She smiled happily as she looked at the tableware that she and Huo Xingye had carefully selected, yet each pattern was not quite the same. Su Guichen finished packing all the things at 3 o'clock in the morning, lying in bed not long unconscious. Huo Xingye work intensity, coupled with the long vacation before has been non-stop account of the work, came to the village and non-stop busy remodeling the old house, but also tired enough. The two sleep until sunrise, waking up almost simultaneously. Su Guichen feels that someone is looking at her, and she opens her eyes to see Huo Xingye sleepily looking at her. He hesitated for a long time and thought that since the two of them were going to live there permanently, it would be more convenient to build a new kong. But the mattress was similar to a bed, except that this bed was unusually large. Huo Xingye patted the bed to lift the covers, and Su Guichen was so far away from him that he rolled several times in a row before reaching his arms. She rested on his arm with her back to him, and 2 of Huo Xingye's fingers stroked the ring on her ring finger. He was hot, a natural warmer in the winter, but so hot in the summer that she couldn't stand to get out from under the covers. Huo Xingye climbs up from the quilt with difficulty. I'll go cook. You sleep some more. You're exhausted from yesterday. He got up in the morning to go to the bathroom only to find the whole house cleaned up by her. Su Guichen didn't retort, and when he got up he rolled back under the covers where he had been lying to close his eyes. He stroked her head and went down to put on his shoes. There was little need to buy food in the countryside at this time of year, and every family had grown vegetables. Huo Xingye has a bit of a headache. The yard at home is deserted, although the weeds have been removed cleanly, but there is no seeding. He had to go next door to Zhao Yuqin's house to order some vegetables and wait for the two of them to go to town together after dinner to buy some essentials. Su Guichen didn't take long to wake up again. She didn't want to move. Her whole body was lazy and sore. She fumbled with her cell phone under her pillow. It was full of inconsequential things as well as public announcements and greetings from Xin Yuji. Opening her circle of friends and scrolling through them, suddenly her finger stopped at a certain screen. Lin Sangsang sent a photo of Xin Shuyan lying on the sofa and huffing and puffing, and she sat on the sofa handle holding her stomach and took a picture with him, her eyes shining with happiness. Su Guichen looked at the comments. Almost all of them are the two people's high school classmates. She clicked a like, thought for half a day, commented, little sister-in-law? She turns off her cell phone and struggles to get up, and when she opens the door, she sees Huo Xingye on his desk with his computer on, his brow furrowed. Su Guichen didn't dare to interrupt, turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up. When she came out she saw the breakfast on the table. She forced herself to eat it all and swallowed the medicine. Huo Xingye hadn't finished his work yet. Like he was in a video conference with the board of directors. Su Guichen gently changed his clothes again and left the old house. It was already afternoon. The sun was at its fullest, and Su Guichen was wearing a wide body shirt, enough to cover the shorts underneath. After Huo Xingye closes the computer, he realizes that Su Guichen's figure cannot be found in the entire old house. Rushing to make the call, the generic cell phone ringing in his bedroom, he rubbed his forehead with a headache, picked up the phone and locked the front door and headed out. When he walked to the village square, he saw Su Guichen squatting under the sun, not knowing what he was tinkering with. Surrounded by several stray cats, with a huge sigh of relief, he trotted all the way up to the front of the room, and several of the cats looked at the sudden stranger and made birds and beasts to scatter. Su Guichen was puzzled, and then he felt a large shadow over his head. Turning back to see him crossing his waist and looking at her with a helpless face, Su Guichen slowly stood up holding the unfinished ham sausage. How did he get on his nerves again? Huo Xingye pinched her face vigorously. Can you not run around? And can you take the phone when you go out? Su Guichen rubbed his face and didn't say anything. He surveyed her outfit. Where did you get the money? She unwrapped the rest of the uneaten ham sausage and looked to the cats that were peeking out in the distance before placing the ham sausage not too far away. Auntie at the kiosk at the end of the village got it on credit. She said she knew whose house I belonged to. Huo Xingye is made to laugh by her words. The weather is so hot that not many people come out in the entire village. Only this little cutie of hers. Let's go. Go settle the bill and then take you to town for a stroll. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Su Guichen relaxed and walked over to him with a bounce. Chapter 63, You're all just as important. In the evening, Su Guichen didn't eat much again. Huo Xingye observed for a long time. She always came up for a while not wanting to do anything or move, and acted normal when she met people. He watched her sitting on the floor while he scrubbed the dishes, and when he was done cleaning, he pulled out the scale he'd bought in town that afternoon and helped her up to stand still. 45 kilograms. Huo Xingye rubbed his furrowed brow, a little annoyed, as he accompanied Su Guichen to sit on the carpet. She was obviously watching TV, but her eyes were unfocused and she didn't know what she was thinking. My back hurts. My whole body hurts. She spoke slowly, her whole body slowly crooked on Huo Xingye. He didn't want to say some nonsense, comfort her to walk out or anything like that, just held her close and gently massaged her. After almost 2 hours, Su Guichen was still sleepless, and Huo Xingye moved his half-numbed body, holding on to the edge of the bed. He stood up. It didn't take long for him to get out 2 handles and work on the TV for a while. The familiar Super Mario game soundtrack blared on the TV, and Huo Xingye sat back down beside her again, handing her a joystick. Played it yet? Seeing Su Guichen nod gently, he continued. One for you, one for me. Let's see who passes first. She tugged at the corner of her mouth. You can't play me. He glanced at her, full of disbelief. Try. The result is that Huo Xingye really can't play with her, and even though Su Guichen is sick, her behavior is slow and her concentration is declining. She has been holding a scalpel for many years, and in the end, she is stable, except for the unfamiliar death once in the first game, and then straight back to the hand. A breath to the last level to save the princess. Huo Xingye didn't feel involved the entire time and skimmed his mouth a bit awkwardly. She pursed the corners of her lips, stifling a laugh. Undaunted, he looked for another boxer. Su Guichen quickly refused. How many girls are willing to play this? He ignored it, compulsively shoving the handle back into her hand, and the two seriously sparred, backwards and forwards. She was a little tired at the end of the game and leaned on Huo Xingye's shoulder to watch him play by himself, falling asleep in no time. Huo Xingye felt Su Guichen's even and steady breathing coming from his neck and bit the corner of his mouth and smiled. He carefully placed her back on the bedding and covered her with a thin blanket. Fearing that she would wake up again, he resumed sitting on the floor and played the game for a while, creating a bit of white noise to make her sleep more soundly. For in the morning, Su Guichen still woke up early. As soon as she rolled over, Huo Xingye, who had just laid down, pressed her into his arms, a pair of large hands caressing her stomach, stroking it clockwise. No getting up. Close your eyes. The warmth coming from her stomach caused her to let out a comfortable sigh of relief, and Huo Xingye couldn't move with one of his long legs pressed against her body. It wasn't long before Su Guichen closed his eyes again in boredom. The days flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was fall, and after being here for more than 3 months, Su Guichen tried to stop the medicine. Huo Xingye built a sunroom in front of the house and planted many flowers and plants in it. The vegetables planted in the yard were also ripe, and every day she picked a little, took it back to the kitchen and washed it, saving it for cooking time. On this day Su Guichen is watering her newly purchased flowers in the sunroom when Huo Xingye walks in from outside wearing a bodysuit and pulls her outside. Huo Xingye was excited all the way, pulling her along as fast as he could. stopping at a villager's house where he symbolically knocked on the door. Walking into the yard, Su Guichen saw 9 little golden hairs spreading joy all over the yard. She squatted down and called out a few times. A bunch of yellow donuts ran towards her. Huo Xingye looked at her happy face. Pick one. Su Guichen turned his head to look at him, and what met his eyes was even more dazzling than the sunlight of an autumn afternoon. The man's brow was arched, and he was already much more affectionate than the unapproachable man he'd been in the TV and newspapers a year ago, and his eyes glowed with a bright light. Incredulous, she repeated his words. Pick one? At this time, an older woman came out of the house, wiping her hands with a rag, speaking fluent local dialect. Take whichever one you like. They're too much of a pain in the ass. They're breaking my bones. Su Guichen excitedly thanked the older woman, lowered his head and carefully selected from the 9 little ones, flipped left and right, and after half a day of agonizing, picked up a robust little. Huo Xingyi took out a bunch of red tickets from his pocket and stuffed them into the aunt's hands, who tried to excuse herself and in the end did not receive money from the 2 people. On the way back, Su Guichen inserted his 2 hands under the armpit of the puppy and raised it above his head. The sunlight shone on the puppy's fur, which was golden and very gorgeous. She murmured, "What would be a good name for you?" Huo Xingye followed her and watched as she took the puppy in her arms and looked down to smell its milky scent. The 2 came home and discussed going to town to get some dog food and supplies for the puppies. Before Su Guichen left, he looked at the puppy in the sunroom that was wailing and barking, and his heart softened again. Holding it together, he got into the car. The car was parked on the side of the road after I went to the vet hospital to get vaccinations and came back with a bunch of stuff. She hugged the puppy and saw Lee Sungnim standing at the entrance of the alley. Compared to the last time they met a few months ago, Li Chengyu looked even thinner, and he wore very little, apparently not realizing that it was much colder over here than in Yucheng. Su Guichen hurriedly took Huo Xingye's clothes from the car and threw them at him. Huo Xingye carries his things with a grimace, not even looking at Li Changxiao as he walks over to the door of his house. Li Changxiao watched Huo Xingye turn into the gate and turned his head to pet the puppy in her arms twice. Oddly cute. Su Guichen smiled and urged him to put his clothes on. Li Changxiao put on his jacket and his whole body warmed up. You've gained a bit of weight and color. This is just right. Aha, she replied softly. Li Chengyu touched his nose. I quit my job and am going to visit the Padala Palace. If I can, I'll stay there as a local doctor. She frowned gently. A bit sad. Li Chengyu was a very good doctor. When the 2 went to study together, the teachers hoped that the 2 could come back and make a small contribution to the country. Li Sungnim is okay. At the very least she can still be a doctor. Only the environment is different. While she is stuck in this place, after a long moment, she soothed her brow. It's nice. I admire you. His eyes glanced elsewhere unnaturally. He still blushed when he saw her after so many years. Su Guichen, what's wrong? I want to ask you if you think anything else of me after all the years we've spent together and studied. No, she answered truthfully, not dragging her feet for a moment. Li Chengyu suddenly laughed, with a little bit of heartache and relief in his smile. What I didn't expect was for her to speak up again. You and Hoshino have been with me for about as long as I've been with you, and in my perception, you're both just as important. Except that one is a dear friend and one is a dear love. Li Sungnim, thank you. Thank you for saving me from near death 6 years ago. Over and over again. Chapter 64, In this world, there is one more person who loves you. Hearing her say that, Li Chengyu twisted his head and wiped away his tears with his fingertips, turning back to hug her in a hug. Be well. I'm leaving. He took off the jacket she'd given him and draped it over her, wrapping it around the puppy even. After turning around, he turned his back to Su Guichen and waved his hand, sort of saying goodbye, and also saying goodbye to his own youth of these 6 years. What he actually wanted to ask was if he had gone to mess with her earlier than Huo Xingyi, if the 2 would have had a different ending. But once you move the wrong heart, it is ultimately wishful thinking. Su Guichen watched Li Qingyao's back, gradually walking away, to finally disappear at the end of the long street. She turned around to go home with red eyes and saw Huo Xingye hiding not far away. She broke into a laugh. Eavesdropping? Huo Xingye awkwardly took a few steps forward and held her hand. No, came to pick you up. Su Guichen didn't tear her apart either, hugging the puppy with one hand and holding him back tightly with the other. Wife. What for? Huo Xingye wrapped his arms around her neck and rubbed it vigorously, and then lifted her face, and in the dim light, said word for word, with incomparable depth, I'm willing to endure all the pain this world has given me in exchange for you loving me. Thank you. Su Guichen snorted softly, and tears fell onto the back of his hand. Still saying you didn't eavesdrop, old man. Huo Xingyi. Aha. Her beautiful eyes looked up at him as if she had endless words, and in the end they were reduced to a few mere words. Once upon a time I always went about hating the world for the smallest of things, but not anymore, because even though the abyss is ahead, you're behind it. Not only did she find that star of hers, but she also found her own son. Su Guochen was woken up by a video call. She glanced at her watch. It was just under 7 o'clock. She wouldn't have woken up early enough to sleep now, so she was a little annoyed. Was feeling around for her cell phone when Hua Xingye found the phone faster than she did and pressed hang up without looking. The other side, however, persistently continued to call. His fire was ignited. Su Guochen snatched back the phone. Answer it and will not call again. She rubbed her eyes, rubbing the eye boogers out of the corners in the process. Before she could see that it was Lin Songsong's phone call, she counted the days instantly awake, and hastily picked up the phone. Over there, however, was not Lin Sangsang, but a small pink ball, kicking its legs actively in the crib. It's not that Su Guochen hadn't seen a newborn baby during her internship, but at this moment, her heart was melting. He looks like me. Only then did Lin Sangsang reveal her head from the other side of the phone. Her face had the pallor of a freshly delivered baby, but her temperament was considered good. Yes. I said like you. Your brother is still unconvinced. Su Guochen stretched out one finger across the screen to touch his nephew's face on the screen. So cute. Hua Xingye also climbed up to look at Xin Shuyan, that son of a dog, and secretly slandered in his heart. Should not say that it is indeed quite good looking. There was silence there for a long time, and Lin Songsong's bright voice hit her straight in the heart. Can. In this world, there is one more person who loves you. Because of these words, Su Guochen looked at his little nephew and cried uncontrollably. Xin Shuyang suddenly spoke out. Give him a name. She thought she'd misheard. It should have been grandpa or uncle for things like names. Me? Aha. Su Guochen pondered for a long time. The proud son of the sky. The sea. Let's call him Zichuan. Auntie wishes you a big heart and peace and joy. Hanging up the phone, the two lay under the covers again. Su Guochen looked at the picture of his little nephew, and the smile at the corner of his mouth never disappeared. Hua Xingye rolled over and pressed on top of her, his head buried in her neck, his entire being a bit sullen. Aren't you happy to be an aunt? She stroked his hair. Happy and unhappy. He sounded a little uninspired. Why? Got mounted by that grandson again. He flopped back onto the covers and wailed. Su Guochen heard the words and laughed nonstop. The phone call is too early. After hanging up, the two people cannot sleep. She simply get up, just opened the door. Originally lying in the nest of the little golden hare, twisting the fat body wagging tail, came over to beg for petting. Good boy. Good boy. She petted him for not much longer before she felt a little hungry, then opened the door and went out to the yard to pick vegetables. The national day has passed. Immediately is the Mid-Autumn Festival. She pondered whether to go back. She is very reluctant to give up here. But Hua Xingye has been here regardless of the company is not a long-term solution. She told Hua Xingye about her thoughts. He was still uneasy about her current body, and under soft pressure, the two decided to return to Yuqing on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The day before she leaves, Su Guochen packs up her things, a little slow, and Hua Xingye puts his arm around her shoulders and promises her that she will come here to stay for a while. He called Auntie Cho in advance to help get the house ready. Early the next morning, before the two got on the bus back to Yucheng, they said goodbye to Zhao Yuchen and their neighbors. Su Guochen gently bowed at them. Thank you uncles and aunts for taking care of me. I've been very happy these past few months. Two people back to Yucheng take the highway. Hua Xingye feel nothing. Su Guochen is palpitating, all the way to not say a word. Nervous eyes ahead. She winced at the thought of the crash, and only after she got off the highway did a heart drop into her stomach. The two of them passed by the University of A. Su Guochen proposed to eat a bite of rice here to muddle through. Hua Xingye agrees, then sends a message telling Aunt Zhou that she doesn't need to cook for them. Su Guochen found the wonton stand from the beginning and sat down, and Hua Xingye ordered 2 bowls of wontons. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of wontons were served, and the owner recognized Hua Xingye. You haven't been here in a while. She took a sip of the soup with her spoon. It still tasted the same as she remembered, and raised an eyebrow lightly. It had indeed been 5 or 6 years since she had been here. Then the owner added, it's gotta be almost a year. Hua Xingye smiled in response, acquiescing to this fact. Su Guochen's entire body froze in his chair, not knowing what to say for a moment. He cooled his bowl of ravioli and swapped it with hers. She choked up a little. It turned out that some people's one unthinking gesture in the first place made another person eat their words for all eternity. Hua Xingye touched his head. Is it good? She nodded, tears falling into her bowl as she ate her ravioli right out of it. It had just rained in Yucheng, and as soon as the big white pot in the stall was lifted and bubbling with rushing heat, she uttered those earthy words again. Hua Xingye, I'll treat you well from now on. How do you treat me well? He looked at her with the spoon. You said it, she said seriously. Hua Xingye stroked his chin with his other hand, thinking carefully, have a daughter. Su Guochen patted his chest as if he was determined. Okay, give birth. If you can't give birth, you can always give birth. Ha! Huo Xingye was amused by her wonton soup blowing everywhere. Chapter 65, Child's Urine. It's not a problem. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Huo Xingye took Su Guochen to go around the streets a few times. She looks at this and wants to buy that, too, so Huo Xingye follows her and pays honestly. By the time they got back to Yang's house, the two couldn't eat anything. Yu Shooting looked at the much more rounded Su Guochen, and looked at Huo Xingye with a much smoother eye. Seeing that Su Guochen's mind was not here, presumably thinking of her newborn little nephew, she hurriedly whisked her over there to look. Hearing this, Su Guochen quickly stood up and said to Yu Shooting, "Thank you mom for understanding. I'll be back after dinner." After saying that, she quickly disappeared into the house. Yu Shooting smiled and looked at her back, looked at her son who was sitting on the sofa and patted his shoulder. "You're not going to follow?" Huo Xingye didn't say anything, his eyes staring daggers at the TV. Yu Shooting hugged her shoulders. "You don't feel good in your heart, do you? You feel that others are faster than you, right? If it wasn't for you and Ken taking a stand, maybe my grandson would be playing soy sauce by now." Huo Xingye squinted at his mother. "You tell me where else I need to hit the sauce right now?" He sought his mother's defeat and absently picked at the drawer under the coffee table halfway through looking for something before getting up from the couch. "Is there an empty red envelope bag in the house? Give me one." Su Guochen was in Xin Shuyan's room and saw his little nephew whom he had never met. It just so happened that he was awake, and Lin Sangsang taught her how to hold him, and when it came time to actually practice on her own, she felt like her heart was going to jump out of her chest. Her little thumb was gently held by her little nephew. "Zichuan, I'm an ant." When Huo Xingye came in, he saw Su Guochen holding the child and teasing it non-stop. Under the setting sun, he seemed to see the seniors later. He walked over and boldly picked up the little baby, scaring Xin Shuyan so much that he almost cursed. Zichuan, who was in his arms, effortlessly peed all over Huo Xingye's face in an extremely graceful parabola. The crowd roared with laughter. Only Huo Xingye froze in place. Su Guochen half a day before reacting to hastily take the paper to help him wipe clean. His mouth also muttered, "Child urine, not a problem." There was a commotion downstairs, disrupting the harmony in the house. Su Guochen heard that it was Xin Yuji and Su Wengang returning. She hugged Xin Zichuan once more and gently kissed his little hand. "Auntie will see you next time." Huo Xingye takes out a large red bag from his pocket and puts it in the crib, clinks fists with Xin Shuyang, and goes downstairs with Su Guochen in his arms. Before she left, she glanced at Lin Sangsang and thought that fate was really making things difficult. At first Xin Yuji was against the two of them being friends because Lin Sangsang was an art student. It's funny how the two are now relatives and eat at the same table. She didn't trust Xin Yuji's character at all, and said to Lin Sangsang, "Sangsang, don't aggravate yourself." When the two went downstairs, Xin Yuji had been sitting and stood up when she saw her daughter. She saw that her daughter seemed to have put on a lot of weight and was in good spirits, and after months of worry, she could finally rest easy. But Su Gutsan refused to even bestow a glance on her, directly crossing over the couple and saying goodbye to everyone. Xin Yuji's own bank card every month to remit a pension money, as if I saw when I gave my daughter's living expenses, but did not care about her domestic violence or everything is retribution. On the way back, Su Guochen hummed, like nothing happened, and Huo Xingye didn't want to ask if she really didn't care or didn't care, and she was happier than anything else. She stopped bouncing as if she thought of something. "I don't think I've ever heard you sing." Huo Xingye's expression was slightly stunned. "I won't." Unbelieving. She jumped on his back. "Sing one." "It really won't." The two of them just walked back to the Yang family. Yang Yihuan and Yang Ian also came back. The family was neat and lively. At the dinner table, Yu Shuting also urges Yang Ian to find a girlfriend, and Yang Yihuan sneakily pulls Su Guochen, saying that he wants to sleep with her at night and has something to tell her. As a result, before going to sleep, Yang Yihuan was grabbed by Huo Xingye's neck and thrown out. Su Guochen was lying on the windowsill looking at the moon, looking back at the brother and sister who were competing in a fist fight. Happy. Huo Xingye provocative General Bam closed the door. She leaned on the railing, looked at him. "You let her sleep with me. I slept today, and I'll have to sleep with you tomorrow, and I don't know her well enough to say." "Again," he said with a lurch in his words. Su Guochen looked at him. "Say what again?" Huo Xingye suddenly rushed towards her and carried her up and threw her onto the bed, leaning in to press against her. "Besides, there hasn't been a mid-autumn festival with my wife yet." His reached into her clothes, bringing up goosebumps all over her. "Xin Shuyang, that dog. We've known each other for half a lifetime, and we haven't seen him so dejected." Su Guochen kissed his lips and stroked his face back and forth. Huo Xingye kissed her back, passionately and gently. Can, when can we have a child of our own?" Su Guochen looked at the ceiling with his eyes open, counting the days. 3 more months. A little more insurance. Huo Xingye rolled onto the bed, rolling Su Guochen over on top of him even as he did so, his hands pinching her cackling nest, causing her to laugh non-stop. In no time at all, the two rolled into a ball, and the room was charming. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Huo Xingye went back to work. Su Guochen and Zhou Ant at home alone is not much fun. In addition to occasionally go to the company to see Huo Xingye, is at home to watch TV? A stay a day. She was home training her puppy when she suddenly had a craving for milk tea from a milk tea store downtown. She greeted Auntie Zhou before she put on her clothes and left the house, thinking that it was just as well that Sang was willing to drink it, so she could buy a little and send it to Listening Mountain Villa, and then stop by to see her little nephew. On weekday afternoons, with hardly anyone on the road except for the grandparents walking, she sat alone on the bus, looking out the window. It's late fall again. Return to Cannes. A somewhat familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked back and saw her counselor from her days at U of A. Mr. Zheng. She hurriedly stood up and bowed at the teacher. Mr. Zheng. Su Guochen pulled Teacher Zhang to sit with her, and Teacher Zhang stared at her. You've changed. The whole person has much more spirit. You're not as stuffy as before. She replied politely. Teacher hasn't changed. She's getting better looking. Teacher Zhang was smiling from ear to ear as she pursued her. By the way, seeing you I remembered something. When you studied abroad back then, didn't you need a bursary? But our school was already publicly funded for you to study abroad, so there was no such thing as a bursary. Chapter 66, He's my husband. Then it was Huo Xingye who found me and said he wanted to fund you, and I did hear about your breakup. The rumors were all over the place, and for a while I couldn't find the right person, so he talked to me about getting a fake name to fund you, and at the time I felt sorry for you guys, just thought it was because he was pining for you. Su Guochen silently watched as Mr. Zhang's mouth opened and closed, having long been shocked beyond words. On countless days when she gave up on herself and thought she couldn't go on with her studies, it was Mr. Han who encouraged and comforted her. Returning Can. Are you listening? Teacher, I'm listening. She held back tears and smiled brightly. Teacher Zhang looked at her expression with a gossipy face. So are you guys still in contact now? She smiled with great pride. He's my husband now. Teacher Zhang was excited. Great. I just hope that lovers love each other. Why didn't you guys tell me about your marriage? Su Guochen answered truthfully. Just a license. No wedding. The two chatted and soon Mr. Zhang arrived at the station. Remember to notify me when you have a wedding. Su Guochen stood up and bowed to her teacher, and the car drove far away before she sat down. She recalled the saying that everyone has a star hidden in their heart that lights up those countless dark nights of our lives. Once she always hated God's injustice, but now, she would constantly be grateful to God for giving her an unparalleled, the most eye-catching and dazzling star. When Huo Xingye returned, Su Guochen was lying on the coffee table painting Aunt Zhou's nails with a serious face. He didn't know much about this girl stuff though, but also knew that he couldn't disturb her at this time. He hung his coat on the hanger as usual and walked toward the house while undoing his tie, and Su Guochen peeked at him with his eyes. Jokingly, what's going on, Mr. Han? Huo Xingye suddenly felt like his vest had fallen off, and his entire body was a bit uncomfortable as he turned around and went into the bedroom. Su Guochen hemmed and hawed and laughed, his nail polish shaking and rubbing out a long way. She had to be quiet and carefully finish painting Auntie Zhou one by one. After the 10 fingers were applied, Aunt Zhou refused Su Guochen's offer to put up decorations for herself and told her to hurry into the house to take care of things. Aunt Zhou watched her mischievously spit out her tongue with herself and turned to go into the kitchen to prepare dinner, still looking at her manicure from time to time, sighing at Su Guochen's dexterity. No wonder she was liked by Mr. Su Guochen entered the house and jumped directly to Huo Xingye's body, who was lying on the bed in his loungewear. He had just finished his shower. His hair was still wet, and the nice-smelling shower gel surrounded the whole room. She grabbed him by the collar. Confess and resist. Huo Xingye wraps her in his arms. Confess what? How can I bear for you to suffer outside? If you knew it was me, would you have taken that money? Su Guochen plays with her hair, the manicure on her hands still glittering, and Huo Xingye curiously follows to fiddle with it. Then why the last name Han? My grandmother's last name is Han, so I can't just give someone else a random last name for a son. Su Guochen was once again amused by him and barred a kiss at his face. He kissed her forehead. But there is one thing I have to confess to you. She looked at him curiously. What? When I got paid to buy you a drink, I wasn't trying to bully you. I was trying to get you drunk and bring you home. Who knew you could drink so well? 3 bottles and you haven't poured. You drunkard. Huo Xingye scolded her without a trace of anger. Su Guochen lay on his back and rose and fell with laughter. It seems that no matter what the person is, the days seem to go by extra fast after marriage. As the end of the year approaches, Yu Shooting still urges the two to organize a wedding. Su Guochen thought left and right. She is a little social fear. Also don't want her and Hua Xingye standing on the stage. Don't be surrounded by people. Hua Xingye still listens to Yu Shooting's advice and begins to prepare for the wedding. And Su Guochen tosses in with him. Hua Xingye could also see that she was lacking in interest. So she was all by herself. The day before the wedding. According to the rules of the older generation, Su Guochen should be at her mother's house. And she can't meet with Hua Xingye. But her relationship with Xin Yuji has gone cold to the core. And Xin Sting suggests that she get married from Hearing Hill Villa. It's already nighttime. And Su Guochen sits on the edge of the bed, fidgeting, her hands touching the show dress that Hua Xingye gave her yesterday. The aqua blue dress was embroidered with intricate patterns. I don't know how many workers stayed up all night to rush it out. And she sighed a secret sigh of the evil capitalists. Instead, there was a happy smile on her lips. She had never thought before that someone like her would be happy. And she silently thanked the heavens for their favor. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. She thought it was Lin Sang, and without thinking, she opened her mouth to let the other person in. Xin Yuji pushed the door in. Su Guochen half heard the expected sound, looked up and saw her also froze. Remembering that since she was a little girl Xin Yuji had never knocked on the door and gone through her drawers without permission. She was a little dazed by the sight of what she was seeing now. The two people faced each other, half a day without anyone speaking first, obviously the two closest people in the world. But so strange, after a long time, Xin Yuji looked at her beautiful daughter and spoke softly. Are you hungry? Su Guochen pondered for half a day and still couldn't believe her. I'm not hungry. If there's nothing else you can go out. The tone is indescribably cold. Xin Yuji's smile stiffened on her face, and then quickly returned to the smile. Tomorrow's wedding. There is a father holding his daughter's entrance. You see. Without finishing his words, Su Guochen turned his head and continued to touch his gown. I'm canceling that session. It's time to go to bed. After a while, the sound of a door closing came from behind her, and a tear slipped from the corner of Su Guochen's eye, landing on the show dress. She shuffled back and lay half leaning on the bed tense and unable to sleep, then pulled a book she'd brought from home out of the bed and flipped through it in an attempt to help her sleep. The sound of a small stone hitting the window suddenly came from the window, and Su Guochen rushed over to open the window and look down. It was snowing, and Hua Xingye stood outside the yard waving at her. She hurriedly changed her clothes and wrapped herself up tightly, tiptoeing all the way out. She lunged at him, and Hua Xingye caught her steadily. Why are you here? It's unlucky to meet the day before the wedding. She ranted. Hua Xingye pinched her nose. I don't believe this. Besides, in my heart you married me a long time ago. He looked at the reddened corners of her eyes, thinking he must have seen Xin Yuji. Can't sleep? Aha! She replied, nervous. Hua Xingye bent down and grabbed a handful of snow and threw it at her, running into the distance. Then let's have a snowball fight. Su Guochen exasperatedly spat out the snow that had melted into water in his mouth and reacted extremely quickly to chase after him. The two went crazy together for I don't know how long, and ended up building a snowman in the doorway. He was just about to take the scarf off and give it to the snowman when Su Guochen snatched himself up and put it around the snowman. It's more festive to be red when you're married. Hua Xingye looked at Fatty White's naive appearance with a red scarf and laughed along with her. Chapter 67, I'm the one who climbed up the ladder. On the wedding day, Su Guochen was called up by the makeup artist at 5:30 to put on her makeup, and it took her a great deal of effort to get up. She and Hua Xingye went crazy last night until 2 a.m. and only slept for 3 hours. The makeup artist took a cold towel to her face, and she instantly sobered up, staring at herself in the dresser mirror, 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, just like a panda. She was a little frustrated and the makeup artist reassured her that most brides are like that because they are so nervous. Several people were drumming away beside her. And when Su Guochen almost thought her scalp was about to be ripped off, her makeup and hair were finally done. After Chu Onqing and Daodu, as well as her classmates and friends and relatives, all came in one after another. She glanced at the time. Hua Xingye would be coming soon. She had been very nervous, but it was as if she had become extraordinarily calm after last night had passed. Drowsy Su Guochen held up a fan and kept kowtowing to the people in the room amused. After she heard the laughter, she pinched her thighs in embarrassment to stay awake, but it didn't help much. A couple of bridesmaids were yakking away and hiding somewhere with their wedding shoes, and the stance seemed like they were going to get into a fight the next second. There was a clamor outside the door. Hua Xingye led the best man's group over with great vigor, and a group of people blocked the door to prevent them from entering. He was generous, and kept stuffing money into the doorway, and the crowd could not afford to make things difficult for him when they saw that he was generous. After he entered the door, he saw Su Guochen, who was almost trapped on the bed, and smiled with an incomparable recklessness. He reached out and pulled her up, then pinched her cheeks. The cold hand made Su Guochen finally sleepy. and as she looked at his radiant appearance, she couldn't help but be a little confused as to why he was in such good spirits. Several bridesmaids urged him and the best man to look for wedding shoes, and Huo Xingye very cooperatively searched for half a day without a clue. Su Guichen looked at the large group of people in confusion. Just now she fell asleep and did not know where the wedding shoes were hidden. Huo Xingye seemed to lose his patience and took a box from Guizhou's arms and opened it in front of everyone. And inside was a gorgeous pair of crystal high heels. It was several times better looking than that pair of so-called wedding shoes. He hooked his lips. The wedding shoes are here. He took Su Guichen's feet out and gently helped her put on her shoes, standing up and steadying her forehead. You look so pretty today. Even after a year of marriage, Su Guichen still blushed at his actions. The screams and sighs in the audience were endless, and Huo Xingye tugged on his sleeve to pick her up and carry her all the way to the wedding car. While sitting in the wedding car, Su Guichen's cell phone rang. She took it out of her bag and tapped it open. It was Li Sungnui. He stood under the Padala Palace and spelled out a few big words with wildflowers. Su Guichen. Happy wedding. She laughed softly, almost making him cry, then replied to find your own happiness soon. Huo Xingye looks at her expression and can't help but tilt his head to look at her cell phone, and Su Guichen raises the screen to show him in a big way. Half-heartedly, he said, have a heart. After arriving at the wedding site of the hotel, Su Guichen was pulled by the makeup artist and planner again to change her wedding dress. She was suddenly nervous again, with a tinge of sadness attached, that there wouldn't be someone on the promenade a moment later to hold her and hand her over to Huo Xingye. Chu Anqing helped her with her veil and patted her shoulder. Don't think about useless things. At 10 o'clock and 8 minutes, the music in the lobby started, and Su Guichen stood outside the lobby waiting for the show. After Daodu and Chu Anqing helped her pull open the door, Su Guichen carried her wedding dress and walked into the hall solemnly and slowly. Xian Shuyang, dressed in a white tuxedo with a bow tie, walked up from beside her and took her hand in his own arm. Brother will give you a ride. Su Guichen almost cried again as she looked up and smiled at Xian Shuyang, looking at Huo Xingye's back as she slowly walked towards him. As if it had been as long as the century, she stood behind Huo Xingye and knocked his back with her hand. Only then did he slowly turn around and look at her with a stunned expression. Until this moment today he had never known what it meant to have a beauty in the bones and not in the skin. Xian Shuyang gave him a few words in an old-fashioned manner and stepped down. The wedding master of ceremonies walked onto the stage and began to preside over the process. Su Guichen's brain has always been in a blank state, can't hear what the host is saying, until Huo Xingye looked at her and said earnestly, before God, I give you my promise. I promise that whether in good times or bad, rich or poor, healthy or sick, happy or sad, I will always be by your side as your husband. Su Guichen only hot tears. The two people tightly hugged together. In the witness of the crowd, the two people exchanged the ring, deeply embraced and kissed. Su Guichen changed into another toast outfit. Her patience was finally running out. This was why she didn't like the hustle and bustle. It really was a pain in the ass, even at her own wedding. She toasted and thanked Huo Xingye as he went from table to table, all the way to the very end, her own feet barely breaking as she stepped on her high heels, originally thinking it was almost over. She sat in the corner and saw Huo Xingye back on the stage before she seriously surveyed the wedding scene again. The entire venue was decorated by Huo Xingye to look like a starry sky, with the moon and stars, and firework patterns. She had no time to be moved before she heard his low voice carried across the hall on the microphone. I'd like to take this opportunity here today to sing a song to my wife in front of everyone. I want to say that I'm high on the list to be able to marry her, and thank you for loving me. I'm very lucky. In the days ahead, I want us to love each other forever and grow old together. There were cheers from the stage, so many people holding up their cell phones ready to videotape, and she was left stunned in place, waves of shock curling up inside her. The accompaniment sounded, and in no time Huo Xingye's bass-like voice reached her ears and carved itself into her heart. The first time I saw you, you smiled coyly, but I'm already getting the signals that I'm in love. The heart-thumping beauty of a chaotic world, like to kiss you softly in my arms, quietly feel the soft tresses of your hair. Even a small shoulder can be a big support, to make a complicated life simple. Because you're with me, I wish I could hold your hand like this forever. I'm lucky to be in love with you. The rest of my life is for you. Fortunately, fate has a way of working things out. To see the sea of flowers with you, I'm fortunate to have this dialogue. The road is long and unchanged. As long as you're in, I've been looking forward to it all my life. Su Guichen sat on the seat crying uncontrollably, looking at the only favorite in her life. Her hand kept stroking the tattoo on her left wrist. Turns out there really are people who laugh when the thunder is gentle and the storm is silent. Su Guichen, I love you like a whale to the sea, like a bird to the forest. She was slightly stunned, remembering the drunken night 6 years ago when Huo Xingye said behind her back that I loved you and there was no way back. He did. Chapter 68. Su Guichen left Hua Xingye alone and returned home first, looking around at the marital home. Funny enough, I actually found my new home by taking a cab and asking for directions. It didn't give her any sense of comfort or security except for the fact that it was cold and empty, and the little blonde in the awkward stage was barking at her. She searched before finding the dog food in the corner of the living room, took out a spoon and gave it a bowl, then squatted down and watched it wind down. Hua Xingye opens the door to see Su Guichen in a red pajama suit, lying on the dining table counting money and chewing something in her mouth. When he walked over, he found her eating a chili bar and oil dripping on a couple of bills that she had taken out and set aside individually. He rubbed his brow. Su Guichen, how old are you and still eating this? Su Guichen didn't raise her head. Her mouth was not stopping, and she was counting in her heart, until she finished counting a whole number. She raised her eyes. I didn't eat at night, and my mom didn't let me eat before. Hua Xingye hears her say this and stops saying anything, pulling back a stool to sit across from her. This dress is quite nice. Su Guichen sniffed in dark thought, not wanting to take his words, and continued counting money again. He looked at the table full of gift money. It's also from Chu Anqing, right? Two? How do you know? She was baffled. He rested one arm on the back of the chair and one arm casually on the table. I still prefer that white one. Su Guichen grabbed a bunch of red wallets and flung them at his face. Stinking hooligans. Hua Xingye smiles and picks up the red wrapping paper on the ground, taking one out of little golden hair's mouth in the process, and then knocks it on the head with the red wrapping paper to correct it for tearing up the house. He actually didn't drink much, but his brain was still relatively clear. Su Guichen looked at him. I don't like it here. Can we move back to the original one? Yes. He was his usual good-natured and doting self towards her. She smiled in satisfaction and shoved a couple of chili oil-stained bills from the table into his hand. For you to spend. Hua Xingye raised his nice eyebrows. This is to wrap me up tonight? It's too little. She gritted her teeth, not bothering to pay attention to the drunk across the room. And then as if reacting to something, where am I counting? How do I know? It's all your fault. Give me back my money. She angrily snatched the red tickets back from his hand again. Hua Xingye touched the oil rubbed on his fingers, skimmed his lips and took a napkin to wipe it clean. Then he stood up and picked Su Guichen up easily. Since you took my money, it's my turn to wrap you up. Her face flushed red with shame at his words and she reached out to cover his mouth when Hua Xingye kicked the door shut, shutting out the little blonde who was about to come in. As the two rolled on the bed, in a state of confusion, she could feel Hua Xingye reaching for something in the nightstand drawer. She wrestled with it for a moment and cut his hand off. Don't take that. After a long time, she felt Hua Xingye's body collapsing straight, and the two of them hugged each other, burning the night like fire. The third day after the wedding was New Year's Eve, and Xin Yuji was at home preparing the New Year's Eve dinner when she heard a knock on the door. She opened the door to see that it was an errand boy who was helping carry the contents of his hand to the foyer. Xin Yuji was confused and looked at the note in the bag. Happy New Year. I will take good care of her. Hope to take care of your health. Hua Xingye. Her mind was made up, and after thanking the master, she silently took her things inside. Su Guichen went back to the Yang family for New Year's Eve with Hua Xingye as usual like last year. Except that before going there, the two of them went to the Longshan cemetery in advance. Unlike 6 years ago, she no longer stood behind Hua Xingye, but knelt down with him and kowtowed 3 times to the person on the tombstone. Before leaving, Su Guichen whispered at the man on the black and white photo, "Don't worry, I will take good care of him." When they went down the mountain, the sky drifted with goosefeather snow, and the stairs were a bit slippery, so Su Guichen tightly tugged on Hua Xingye's hand, and the two of them slowly walked down the mountain. On New Year's Eve the servants in the house were on vacation, and Yu Shooting had to prepare another large family meal. However, with Su Guichen helping her this year, she didn't say anything on her lips, but inwardly she was very happy. Yang Yihuan was chirping away about school, who liked who, and who didn't. Su Guichen then listened attentively, sighing that time really flies, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Yihuan is about to graduate from college. Her love-hate relationship with Hua Xingye seemed like it was still yesterday, and she was glad that the two ended up together, or else she was afraid of a lifetime of regret. She helped Yu Shooting prepare all the vegetable ingredients and chopped the dumpling filling neatly with her hands and feet, then went with Hua Xingye to see her little nephew at Xian's house. Before the New Year's Eve dinner started, Su Guichen walked towards the TV alone, carrying a huge tablet. Hua Xingye laughed and helped her move along. More and more he realized that this little wife's brain was getting worse and worse since she got better. When the Spring Festival Gala began, Su Guichen sat on the floor. Hua Xingye helped her take a pillow under her buttocks, and put a panel of dumplings in front of her. Yu Shuting couldn't even watch the Spring Festival Gala, and as she was busy in the kitchen, she thought of Xin Yuji. Yang Yihuan and Yang Yian came over to help. I do not know what because of the fight. Flour flying everywhere. outside the gun. Su Guichen haters are stuck on the TV cannot hear what to say. Yang Qiu-rui has always been good-tempered, and does not intervene too much in the children's affairs. Su Guichen cannot persuade, also do not care, continue to bow his head to make dumplings. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Huo Xingye gave a kick to one of his siblings' asses before they quieted down. Before the dumplings are put into the pot, the custom of Yuqing is to set off the cannon. Su Guichen is a bit distressed shooting himself busy, to stay and help. She ended up being urged by the two of them to let her and the three siblings go out and set off firecrackers and have a good time together. Su Guichen only then before the dumplings down the pot out of the door. Yang Yian took the lighter and lit the firecrackers. The sound of the shock of the loud. She hastily covered her ears. Or fireworks are better. The family sat at the dinner table in a happy mood, and the two elders said a few words of blessing and ate while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Yang Yihuan held the cup with the juice. I hope I can be an ant this year. Huo Xingye, in a rare moment of hitting on her, raised his cup and clinked it with her. I borrowed your good advice. Su Guichen also picked up his glass of wine, his brain as if it was pumped. I'll try my best. If it doesn't work, that's not my business. Crowd, pft. Huo Xingye. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Yang Yihuan and Yang Yian volunteered to do the dishes for the red packets. Chapter 69, No One Can Forgive for You. Su Guichen had nothing to do for a while, and Huo Xingye greeted Yu shooting before taking her out. On New Year's Eve, Huo Xingye and Su Guichen drank and couldn't drive, and there was no one on the street, and all the stores were closed. As soon as the distant gunfire ceased, there was a deathly silence. The two of them were holding hands, and Su Guichen asked him, "Where are we going?" Huo Xingye looked ahead. "Take you home for a visit." When the doorbell rang again, Xin Yuji was completely at a loss as to who else it could be. It wasn't until she opened the door and saw that it was her daughter and son-in-law standing in the doorway. Only then did she panic and welcome the two men in. Su Guichen stared at the slippers he used to wear on his feet. His heart momentarily mixed. Four people sitting at the dining room table with nothing but the sound of guns and TV outside. Su Guichen took the lead in picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite of the dish into his own bowl before giving Huo Xingye a piece of spare ribs. It was only then that Su Wengang and Xin Yuji reacted and kept pouring food into the two people's bowls. Su Guichen had nothing to say and just ate her meal in a muffled manner, even though she was already very full. Huo Xingye reached out to touch her back and ate with her. After the meal, Xin Yuji puts the red envelope in Huo Xingye's hand as a sign of recognition and gratitude, but of course he doesn't need it. Su Guichen whisked him into his room and then hid in his room alone to wash the dishes. It was 1 a.m. And there was no way the two men could walk back after braving the snow for an hour. Huo Xingye looked around the room and surveyed the furnishings in Su Guichen's bedroom. Aside from books and awards, there were no entertainment facilities or small toys that a little girl should have. Everywhere it shows how boring her childhood was. Huo Xingye sat on the desk and pulled open the drawer to see the high math book placed separately inside, the one he taught her back then. He was bored in flipping through it when a piece of paper fell out of the pages and landed on the floor. He picked it up and later realized it was the steps he had written to solve the problem. There was also his name written on the back, and besides that, there was something about his eyes looking good and not being worthy of it. Some garbled words that she crossed out again. A few words put the heart of Su Guichen, who was still a little girl at the time, jumped off the page, and also made a strong effort to put a thorn in his heart. Huo Xingye stuffed the paper back into the book and closed the drawer, careful to maintain her self-respect. When Su Guichen finishes brushing the dishes and pushes the door in after washing up, Huo Xingye is already cleaned up and lying on his side on the bed, one hand propped up on his head, his but still pouting, and the other hand patting the bed to signal her to go over. She was so amused by this that she jumped into his arms. The sound of the cannons outside does not have the slightest intention of stopping. Su Guichen is still sullen. Huo Xingye is most afraid of her appearance. After all, the disease is just right. His hand gently rubbed her shoulder, and his voice seemed to carry penetrating power as well. Wife. Su Guichen was so comfortable that he was already fast asleep, and answered in a very low voice. No one is in a position to say forgive but you. I don't know if it was right to bring you back here, but I don't want you to have regrets. Su Guichen was tickled by his words and spray. If you don't sleep, you might not really be able to. On the afternoon of the first day of the new year, the two kick off their honeymoon. Huo Xingye sets the place in the U.S. He wants to find out how Su Guichen really lived during the 5 years he was absent from her life. Su Guichen also agreed. After all, in 5 years she was busy working and studying to cure her illness. She did not have time to enjoy the various attractions. Sitting on the airplane, the discomfort in his ears after takeoff gradually disappeared. Su Guichen looked at the layers of white clouds and birds outside. His state of mind in 6 years ago has been completely different. She hadn't slept well last night, and her entire body was in a daze as she leaned against Huo Xingye's body. It was still night when the plane landed, and the cold wind burrowed into Su Guichen's neck, and she shivered several times in a row as Hua Xingye put the scarf he had prepared in advance around her neck. Su Guichen stopped a cab, speaking a skilled and authentic American English, and reported the address to the driver as Hua Xingye watched her speak. Unable to look away, she whispered, "Why are you staring at me?" Hua Xingye pinched her hand. "Your own wife won't let you see?" And then pressed against her ear. "Just think you speak English very well. Next time you sleep you can try." Before he finishes speaking, Su Guichen slams an elbow into his stomach. "Mr. Hua, you're 5 years older than me. Overindulge. Beware of sudden death." He smiled as if nothing had happened as he listened, ignoring the driver's glances at the two of them in the rearview mirror. Su Guichen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings outside. "Actually, I'm in the United States, and I haven't taken a few cab rides." Hua Xingye was puzzled. "Didn't I give you $1,500 a month? That's dollars." She lowered her eyes. "I still have to take medication and see a doctor. And most of all, I want to save up to fly back to see you." The two arrive at the hotel they booked in advance. It's very close to Su Guichen's school. Hua Xingye drags his luggage and walks in front. Su Guichen excitedly points to a convenience store next to him. "That's where I used to work." Hua Xingye followed her line of sight to the side. "Tired?" Su Guichen shook his head. "It's good to be tired. Otherwise you can't sleep. I always have dreams where you and my mom alternate between appearing in my field of vision and collapsing in a pool of blood. And I often wake up in a cold sweat every time." Su Guichen, who has been in poor health since his depression got better, returned to the hotel and fell asleep after washing up. Hua Xingye stood on the balcony, looking out at the snow-covered sky, recalling what she had just said, that if she was still sick, he might not have known these things for the rest of his life. He looked back at the sleeping Su Guichen, then slowly and methodically unbuckled the robe strap. Su Guichen was tossed awake by Hua Xingye, hazily opening his eyes, feeling his body falling apart and aching. Hua Xingye crouched over her. "Still saying I can't?" Su Guichen snorted several times in anger. "Why are you so vindictive?" He took a bite out of her shoulder, his whole body looking lazy and completely at odds with the image of what he was doing right now. I don't know how long it took, but Su Guichen was tossed around by him and cried several times before she drifted off to sleep. She had been sleeping 7 hours a day, which was enough, but as a result, because of Hua Xingye, she only opened her tired eyes the next afternoon. The glass in the bathroom was covered with water mist, and there was also a gush of water. Su Guichen just stood up. The soreness coming from under her legs made her paralyzed on the bed again. Since the two people are not contraceptives, Hua Xingye is simply getting crazier and crazier. She lifted the quilt to look at the ambiguous traces of last night, and could not wait to rush into the bathroom to pull out his hair. Hua Xingye comes out with his wet hair on top, and it's kind of funny to see Su Guichen's gloomy face. Chapter 70, Growing Up is Not Easy to Cheat. Pervert. She lifted the covers and headed naked for the bathroom. "Heat sked. Who are you talking about? Little nerd." Su Guichen glared at him. "Whoever answers is a pervert." Hua Xingye didn't expect Su Guichen to take him around to taste the food. The United States, like China, is located in the northern hemisphere and it is the cold season. Su Guichen brought Hua Xingye to his school, and all along the way were students holding books and computers ready to go to the library, or else groups of 3 or 2 gathered to discuss problems. Hua Xingye's eyes kept sweeping around as if he was studying something. She looked at him and waved her hand in front of his face a couple times. "What are you looking at?" Hua Xingye grabbed her hand and smoothly interlocked his fingers. "Why didn't anyone hit on you?" Su Guichen snorted out a laugh. "Because Chinese and Americans have different aesthetics, I guess." Hua Xingye rolled his eyes. "It's not like I complimented you on your good looks." She was instantly speechless, feeling like she had made a fool of herself, hadn't she? "I'm telling the truth, and my college life is boring. Besides working on experiments in the lab, I'm participating in events to earn prizes, and then I'm working at a convenience store. Who would like someone so boring?" Lee Sung-nui. "He likes it." Hua Xingye had a jealous look on his face. "You can't say that. After all, you like it too." She caught the loophole between the words and countered with precision. Hua Xingye no longer cares about her. Simply can't talk to her. "I don't want to make a fool of myself." Seeing that he was honest, Su Guichen led him toward the playground, and the two sat in the spectator's seat, looking at the red rubber runway covered in thin snow. She leaned on Hua Xingye's shoulder. "Whenever I'm idle, I sit here and stare, remembering how you looked radiant on the runway in your white t-shirt back then." Hua Xingye supported his hands backward on the concrete floor beneath the upper row of seats with an impish face. "So he was already charmed by me at that time, right?" When Su Guichen heard this, he smiled and shook his head. He brought his arm back again, his gaze fixed on her. "So tell me when it is?" Hua Xingye was very curious inside, as if he was on the proactive side in the relationship between the two. so he really didn't know when exactly Su Guichen liked him. It was when you paid me back for the canto. She was a little embarrassed, pretending to be reserved. Ha, making me chase you for so long. He covered two moist eyes with the palm of one hand. Su Guichen saw that he actually cried because of this sentence and felt a bit unbelievable. Remembering that his hand had just touched the ground, he felt that it was a bit unhygienic and hurriedly yanked his hand down. We probably wouldn't have been apart for 5 years if we'd gotten together sooner, and you'd have more faith in me. He choked back a sob, tears wetting his lashes. She let out a soft laugh, knowing that these 5 years had been Huo Xingye's regret, that he lived in self-denial, feeling bad about himself, and that's why he was dumped. Su Guichen held one of his big hands tightly in one small hand, while the other hand touched his face. Will you hate me and my mom? Will, he answered very quickly, without half a moment's procrastination. But it's no use hating, and kinda hating myself. Maybe it really wasn't good enough for you to have the confidence to face it with me. No, but I'm more jealous of Li Sung Nio, who has been with you for 5 years. Su Guichen was speechless. In the end, his brain was alive, and he circled back to this. Didn't I say all? Before she could finish her words, Huo Xingye's kisses blocked her mouth, and he roughly kept biting her lower lip. Su Guichen wrapped his arms around his neck and kissed him back passionately, soothing his restlessness. We have many more 5 years. Huo Xingye thinks that since it's winter, there's no point in not going skiing, but Su Guichen vetoes his proposal. Thinks that if he wants to ski, Yuqing can also ski. There is no need to go so far, and have to rebuy the equipment and carry it back. He watched her outwardly fine-tuned, but inwardly it was actually because she was afraid, and without tearing her down, he promised that he would not go. Su Guichen, this person is extremely timid in good face. Obviously a lot of things have been scared inside, but the surface is still calm. Psychological quality is too hard. The two traveled to Hawaii after visiting Su Guichen's university. Su Guichen hated winter, so after arriving in Hawaii, the breeze blew her whole body into a much more refreshed state. She bought 2 head flowers from the store on the beach, one to hand to Huo Xingye and one to hold in her own hand. Huo Xingye understood and broke her head upright to wear it, and Su Guichen, with a black line on her face, rudely yanked it off, bringing down a lock of broken hair. He didn't know where her anger was coming from as she spoke slowly. Locally, this hairpin is to be worn on the left side to represent being married. He had to bring it back up and put it on her. How would I know if you didn't tell me? Su Guichen ignored him and took out the other hairpin in his hand to put it on his head. Huo Xingye hurriedly shook his head and grabbed her hand to stop her from this behavior. Su Guichen jumped onto his back, and he was afraid that she would lean back, so he had to hold her up with both hands, which she then seized the opportunity to put on. No picking, I'll be angry if you do. She wrapped her arms around his neck in a deadly threat. Huo Xingye helplessly acquiesces to her childish behavior. I've never heard of men wearing this as well. Why are you so hard to coax now? Su Guichen buried his face in his back, because it's not good to lie when you're grown up. Honey, it's worn on the left because it's near the heart. She kissed him on the cheek and stomped her legs shyly. Huo Xingye firmly carried her on his back. The breeze messed up Su Guichen's hair, blocking his vision and confusing his mind. The two of them play wildly until the evening. Su Guichen stepping on the beach with her bare feet, the loose and soft touch making her good mood rise to another level. Huo Xingye carrying her shoes and following behind her. There was a burst of barbecue aroma, and Su Guichen's stomach was a bit hungry. The American diet was very different from China's, and she hadn't had a good meal in days. It wasn't until she saw that the owner of the barbecue stand on the beach was a Chinese man that she exclaimed that she was finally getting her fill. She ordered a roasted leg of lamb, and the owner waved his hand straight up and told her that 2 people wouldn't be able to finish it. Su Guichen could only give up the leg of lamb and order something else. When he returned to the dining table, Su Guichen saw a white beauty with a hot body hitting on Huo Xingye. She pulled over a stool and sat to the side, the beautiful woman directly ignoring her presence and continuing to chat with Huo Xingye. He hadn't opened his mouth to answer. After all, he hadn't spoken a word of English in all the time he'd been in America, so she defaulted to the fact that he didn't know how to, mischievously trying to see how he'd handle it. Su Guichen waited and waited, sitting idly in a dining chair and hugging his shoulders as he watched the two across from him. Chapter 71, Always Be With Me. As if she wasn't afraid of being frustrated, the beautiful woman pointed to Huo Xingye's head and reminded him that men don't have to wear this here. He then remembered that he still had the headband that the little nerd had put on his head, and he skimmed it off, removing it with his hand before looking over at the pretty girl and pointing a finger at Su Guichen, and then answered her in fluent English. It's a coax to my wife. I'm married. The beautiful woman's face changed several colors at one point, and she left the dining room with a hurt look on her face. Su Guichen looked at him with a deceived face, wanting to hear how he would make it up. I didn't expect Huo Xingye to hit on me instead, Didn't you say that Chinese and Americans have different aesthetics? How come there are still people hitting on me? Su Guochen spread his hands. Maybe it's nighttime and she has bad eyes. She looked like she thought of something. They say when you enter a country, do as the Romans do. You wouldn't have been able to stick your nose in someone's face when you were studying in France, would you? Huo Xingye followed her example and spread his hands. Of course. Su Guochen stood up and stomped his feet angrily, going to the barbecue stand to get food. Huo Xingye looked at her back and rubbed his lips with his fingers. He realized that his little wife was really cute when she was jealous. Su Guochen is quiet and easygoing, so the honeymoon did not ask to go anywhere. Basically, she followed wherever Huo Xingye led her. Huo Xingye is busy at work and the month-long honeymoon trip is shortened to half a month. Before leaving, Su Guochen picks out gifts for her family and friends at the duty-free store. He was beside himself with honest company when the sudden ringing of the phone rang through the quiet store. Su Guochen pulled out the phone from his pants pocket, and it was an unfamiliar number. It wasn't long after she pressed the answer button that the cutlery she had just picked out in her hand suddenly fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. The moment Huo Xingye looked up at the sound, he saw the tearful little girl and panicked for a moment. In the course of traveling by carriage to a local hometown to give medical treatment, Li Changxiao was collided by an oncoming speeding wagon, overturned in a ditch, and his entire body was crushed to death by the wagon and the debris on the horse. Su Guochen didn't say a word from the time she got the call to tell Huo Xingye about the cause and effect in going to Tibet. The two flew back to the country and then changed planes, and Su Guochen looked out the window, still not saying a word. She had originally asked Huo Xingye to return directly to Yuqing to work, but with her in this state, Huo Xingye was not at ease at all and could only follow along. After getting off the plane, the high altitude and low air pressure directly let Su Guochen kneel on the ground. The two did not take the luggage. The luggage has long been in the transfer time. Let Li Yan take back to Yuqing. Huo Xingye helps her stand up and buys an oxygen tank at the airport. Su Guochen sucked in a few mouthfuls before she slowed down. Let's go to the hotel and get some rest. You can't do this. He laced her heartily. Su Guochen waved his hand away and stopped a private car that was pulling tourists to attractions on the outskirts of the airport. She leaned against him breathlessly. He's waiting for me. Huo Xingye understands the feelings of the two people, and after 5 years of working side by side to support each other in a foreign country, he naturally doesn't say much more. The car curved along the mountain road. I do not know how long to drive. Su Guochen came to the address given by the local villagers. Li Chengyu was placed in the yard of a hometown. Su Guochen lifted the white cloth, saw his pale face. Life has a clear plateau red. Lips are also relatively dry and cracked. She was calm and did not cry. Li Chengyu family conditions are favorable. Is the only son of the family? Parents heard the death of their only son after the news. Directly into the hospital. Simply cannot come to Tibet. The two old men had to entrust Su Guochen with the full responsibility of handling Li Qingyu's funeral. The old folks next to her spoke Tibetan, interspersed with unskilled Mandarin. Su Guochen listened to the clouds, and did not know who was calling her that day. It wasn't until the old township's mouth, which kept speaking Tibetan, translated from her name, that Su Guochen understood. After Li Changyang came to Tibet, he told her how to say her name in Tibetan. She was silent for a long time, bowed to the old folks, and took out a pile of money from her bag. Burn it for me in the urn. The native locals did not popularize this kind of burial, but nay, Su Guochen was generous and did not object to her handling of the situation. Su Guochen stayed up all night, and his fingers and lips were purple from altitude sickness. Huo Xingye's trip to Tibet was extraordinarily silent, and he didn't want to bother Su Guochen. When Su Guochen received Li Qingyu's urn from the old folks, he and Huo Xingye thanked them before leaving. She rented an age-old car and sat in the driver's seat pulling Huo Xingye, driving slowly the whole way, until they came to the foot of a mountain. Su Guochen turned off the engine and got out of the car, then followed the trail of the road upwards. This season, the snow and ice has not yet all melted. The mountain slopes under the snow has also sprung up the head of grass. White and green echo each other, but it is exceptionally harmonious. She struggled to climb into the top of the mountain, the wind whipping her face raw, and standing at the top she could see the Padala Palace in the distance, as well as herds of cows and sheep, and people herding cows. She opened the urn and grabbed out a handful of ashes with her hand, then let go, scattering them everywhere as the wind blew. Su Guochen's expression was gentle and reverent. What you said, I heard you, Li Sung Nui, live in the wind and be with me forever. She hadn't told anyone the meaning of her name, no matter if it was a mountain or a river, or a kuanpung or a mayfly. They were all just grains of sand in the vastness of time. In the end, they will all return to the bright starry sky. Li Changxiao kept repeating her name in Tibetan to the local villagers while she was dying. His last wish, she fulfilled. On the way down there was a little local girl walking towards her with 2 Highland Reds on her head and 2 bunches of colorful flowers in her hand. The little girl is a bit shy, but still stuffs the flowers into her and Hua Xingye's hands. Su Guichen squatted down. It's so beautiful. What's its name? Rosa Meadow. The girl replied sheepishly. Represents the desire for a better life, and is also called the Tibetan New Year flower. She stroked the little girl's head. Why did you give it to me? Hearing this, the little girl's little face suddenly became dejected. Because of Mr. Li. He saved my grandmother and gave us knowledge. He's the one who told us you existed, and he told us that if we ever get to see you, to give you Rosa Meadow. We've seen your pictures and you look just as good as you do in them. Su Guichen held back his tears and reached out to wipe the girl's tears clean. Be strong, you know? Be good at your studies so that Mr. Li will be happy. He's never coming back, is he? The girl sobbed. She hugged the girl. No, he will always live in our hearts. Su Guichen said goodbye to the girl, and along the way, one after another, received a lot of local children to send the Tibetan New Year's flowers. She packed it up and brought it back to Yucheng, along with Li Chunxiao's relics. Chapter 72, There are more important things. After Su Guichen returned to Yucheng to meet Li Chunxiao's parents, he locked himself in his room for a few days without eating or drinking. No matter how much Hua Xingye and Aunt Zhou try to persuade her, she doesn't open the door, and Hua Xingye has no way to carry Xin Zichuan here. The 6-month-old babbled at Su Guichen through the door, but she still didn't respond. She'd just been sitting in the single couch on the balcony, watching the sunrise and sunset, with Rosa Meadow on the small coffee table. When she came out of her room, Hua Xingye was sitting on a small stool in the doorway working, and Aunt Zhou had already gone to bed. Hua Xingye panicked when he saw her, scattering papers all over the place. Su Guichen bends down to pick it up with him, and Hua Xingye holds him in his arms. You're going to scare me to death. She rested her chin on his shoulder. Hungry. Su Guichen repeatedly assures Hua Xingye that he is fine before he reluctantly goes to work. After he left, Su Guichen helped Aunt Zhou clean up a bit, realizing more and more that he really didn't like the house. She got dressed to go out when Aunt Zhou stopped her. Miss, where are you going? She looked at Aunt Zhou and calmly told her. I'll go to the unit. You don't have to worry. Auntie Zhou looked at her state before nodding reassuringly. What do you want to eat tonight? Su Guichen smiled and said casually. She and Hua Xingye tastes are not quite the same. As long as the two people eat together at home, Auntie Zhou always does 3 of what she likes to eat. 3 of the dishes that Hua Xingye likes to eat, without prejudice. The People's Hospital was a bit far from her new home, so she walked 10 minutes from her neighborhood to the bus stop and backed up twice to get to the hospital. The medical director asked Su Guichen again and again if she was really well, and she patiently kept repeating and assuring herself that she was fine. The director was still unsure and told her to go to the psychiatric department for a checkup. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and medical malpractice was likely to occur. When Su Guichen took the examination report back to the medical office, he took a shortcut through the pediatrics department, and suddenly remembered Li Changxiao, and his entire face became a bit ugly. She looked at the fact that someone else had replaced Li Sungnim at his former workstation, and she took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. She had more important things to do. When she returned to the medical office, the director was no longer in the office, and she placed the test report in a neat and tidy manner on her desk before exiting the hospital and preparing to go home. Spring returns to the earth, the temperature rises very quickly. Wearing cotton clothes, Su Guichen felt that today's weather is exceptionally good. She did not want to go home. Lin Sangsang was at home watching the kids, and Daodu had just finished giving her a checkup at the hospital with a bunch of patients waiting behind her. She had to call Chu Wanqing, and as soon as the phone was picked up, she heard the cranky female voice over there cursing her in the local Yucheng dialect. Su Guichen rubbed his ears and spoke. "And Chang, it's me, coming out to play?" she inquired in a gentle outburst. "Okay, right away," Chu Wanqing replied with the same tenderness. Apparently she hadn't even looked at who was calling just now, and Su Guichen pursed her lips, finding it really interesting. This side just hung up the phone. The medical office informed her that she would officially start next Monday. Su Guichen replied politely to express her gratitude, and the medical director reminded her to take care of her health. Chu Wanqing dragged Su Guichen to the basement level of the mall to eat spicy hot pot. After eating, they were ready to go upstairs to the mall and watch a movie. 2 people ordered marijuana big and spicy and had a great time eating it. Su Guichen took a sip of water and took pictures to send to Hua Xingye. Chu Wanqing mocked her. "As for that, look so closely?" Su Guichen put down his cell phone and propped his hands on his cheeks on the desktop. "No, I'm afraid he'll worry about me and won't be able to work properly." Chu Wanqing's spicy lips turned red. "When the time comes, you'll just say it's what you want to eat. Don't say I brought you here." "Okay, got it." She trailed off, not getting on her bad side. "I've noticed you've changed, become more smoldering." Chu Wanqing stared at her, probing back and forth. Su Guichen smiled softly. Are you saying that I wasn't easy to get along with before? Or what? You think? She felt that Chu Anqing was right. Her previous self lived too much of a one-dimensional life. Her own path was planned, and she thought that she should go that way. But the older she got, the things she saw and the people she came in contact with were different. Su Guichen sighed. Li Changshao knows, right? Chu Anqing nodded. She went on to say, when I was a doctor in Tibet, I tumbled into a ditch with my wagon, and I lost my life. I just feel that one can't live one's life in a blur. I can't be a good daughter. I don't have a good family environment. At least I can choose to be a good wife. A good doctor. Chu Anqing was flabbergasted by what she said and could only follow with a nod of approval. After experiencing so many great storms, she found that Su Guichen had finally come to his senses. Su Guichen was made to laugh by her. When did you fall in love? You're already 27. Sang Sang's son is 6 months old. Chu Anqing pouted, her face full of disdain. You think it's spreading pancakes? So easy. The two men walked hand in hand, chattering their way to the mall on the ground like they were back in their carefree student days. Su Guichen was carefully selecting at a men's clothing store, with Chu Anqing giving advice from the side. Was Xingyi because of the work, so most of the clothes are formal wear, very few casual wear and so on. Even in winter is also down jacket underneath the set of formal wear. It's about to be the change of season, and Su Guichen wants to buy him a few sets of clothes, and realizes that it's too hard, harder than sewing up a patient. Chu Anqing couldn't stand the tangled look on her face and wanted to rush to the movie. You bought it all. If you really can't, buy the store too. Su Guichen was a bit speechless and poked her in the head, disliking her for her lack of patience. How can I have that much money? Chu Anqing snickered at her. You don't have any money. Haven't you inquired about what your husband does? That's a public company. Are you kidding me? Su Guichen rubbed her face a little awkwardly, except for the last time she bought something for Sang Sang and swiped Hua Xingye's card. The two had been married for over a year and it seemed like she hadn't spent any of his money. Chu Anqing reached out and poked her. No way? Don't tell me you don't even know how much money he makes? Don't married couples nowadays have the woman in charge of the money? Shouldn't he have given you a transfer of shares of some kind? Su Guichen pulled at her mouth. The more you say, the more outrageous it gets. I don't care how much money he has. I'm going to work soon. Chu Anqing hugged her shoulders, glanced at the label on the clothes, and sked several times. Dr. Su, 12,000 for a pair of pants. Tell me, how many pairs can you splurge on with the money in your card? She said, half calculating in her mind. A set. Su Guichen was confused by her, grabbed a set of clothes and went to the front desk to check out, after which the two of them went straight to the movie theater. Chapter 73, Boss Su. Mr. Su. After Su Guichen went home and opened the door, he found that Hua Xingye had just arrived home and was helping Auntie Zhou set up chopsticks and dishes in preparation for dinner. She hurriedly put her things down and went inside to wash her hands to join the two men. The gas stove was still frying the last of the dishes, and when Aunt Zhou turned around, the young couple had already helped to serve everything that needed to be served. Aunt Zhou smiled. The two people, although they are the children of wealthy families, but not at all petulant, rarely will trouble her. In addition to cooking 2 meals a day, walking the dog to clean up a little bit, there is almost nothing. New Year's Eve and festivals also send her gifts to give her a vacation. Hua Xingye sees that the meal isn't ready yet, and carries over the bag Su Guichen placed at the door. What did you buy? Su Guichen just reacted, excitedly opened the bag. Do you see if you like it? Hua Xingye took out the casual clothes she had bought for him and compared them up and down. The size was just right. The color he also liked. He took advantage of Su Guichen's lack of rest to sneak a glance at the price, then frowned. There was no record of spending on his card at all. She was using her own money. Hua Xingye took advantage of Aunt Zhou's inattention to pull over his wife and barfed into her mouth. Thank you, wife. It's so pretty. Su Guichen blushed at his immodesty and pushed him away to throw the clothes into the washing machine. Hua Xingye followed her ass. Did you have fun today? Happy. That spicy hot pot was super delicious. Su Guichen told him where he went today. Why haven't you bought some clothes? It's almost seasonal. He was concerned if she was commiserating, because the movie is about to start. Su Guichen was telling the truth. Because she didn't need to be so expensive to buy clothes, she could still afford it. At the dinner table, Su Guichen told the two people that he was going back to work at the hospital next Monday, and Hua Xingye was a little uneasy about her physical condition. Other than that, after all, it's not good to stay at home at such a young age, and it's good to work in a hospital where you can come into contact with different patients and talk to your co-workers in the meantime. Su Guichen saw him supporting himself and said to Hua Xingye, let's move back to our previous home. This place is too big. Auntie Zhou is inconvenient to clean up, and the decoration is also in cold colors. It doesn't look cozy, and most importantly, it's a bit far away from my unit and from your company. Hua Xingye saw that she was speaking with a clear and logical mind. and it looked like she was really well. And Li Chengyo's sudden death didn't cause her to have any accidents. He could only promise her that he would find a moving company to come to her door tomorrow. Spicy hot pot digests quickly, and with her requests being met by Huo Xingye, she eats a lot for her evening meal. Before going to bed at night, Huo Xingye went to the study to work, and in the meantime, he packed up his documents. Very important things. He was afraid that the moving company would lose them, and he packed them all himself personally. He finished cleaning up and went into the bathroom to take a shower. And in the meantime, he also glanced at Su Guichen, who was lying on the bed looking at his tablet. Su Guichen immediately to work. The heart is a little bottomless. Had to turn out the previous study materials and practical operations. Cases out to sea. Looking at it for a while, her thoughts drifted off somewhere. She remembered what Chu Wanqing had said in the afternoon. She really never seemed to have asked who was in charge of the family's money, including a year ago the wedding gift money. Su Guichen counted well into the bag put into the bedroom closet. The two people who did not say how to deal with. Although Huo Xingye tied a card to her cell phone, he was never too embarrassed to take it and just swipe it himself. He fiddled with his freshly washed hair and came out to see his little petite wife who was staring at the bed. He lifted the covers in Su Guichen's pajamas and deliberately rubbed his wet hair on her belly. Ryu. She angrily yanked his head to the ground before nimbly stretching her leg to kick his puckered ass again. What's on your mind? He reached out and took her cold hand in his, glanced at the air conditioning temperature, and looked for the remote control to turn it up 2 more degrees. When the little girl didn't say anything, he reached out to tickle her. Su Guichen laughed eastward and grabbed the hands of the culprits. How much money do you have? Huo Xingye obviously didn't expect her to suddenly ask this, and his entire body was stunned. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Su Guichen felt that it was too bad to ask. After all, he had never treated her badly. The whole person because of the question she just asked. Shyly, she slipped under the covers, revealing only a pair of eyes, peeking at him. I don't know. Huo Xingye realized why Su Guichen asked. He never seemed to give her security in this area. Oh, she completely covered herself in the covers, feeling a little less than happy. As a result, before going to bed the next night, Huo Xingye took a document, pen and sealing clay and sneaked into the nest. His cold feet cooled the drowsy Su Guichen with a jolt. Su Guichen flipped through the transfer of shares in front of him. Actually let Chu Wanqing said. But also really have. She asked knowingly. What for? Huo Xingye wraps her in his arms and lets Su Guichen take the pen he gave him at the beginning. And he takes her hand and writes down her name one stroke at a time. During this time Su Guichen struggled and fidgeted. And Huo Xingye pressed his chin against her head the old-fashioned way. Then made her press her handprint. Hello, Boss Su. He extended his hand to shake Su Guichen's. Su Guichen red-faced glanced at the transfer book. 20%. She was curious. This percentage. How is it divided? Huo Xingye kept rubbing his chin against her head. Qin Jiali is 20. Guizhou is 20. I'm 25. And the other shareholders total 35. Well, then why am I only 20%? She asked with a serious look on her face as she rubbed her chin. Huo Xingye? This isn't Stepford wife. This is pickpocket Su. Huo Xingye threw the papers and seal paste on the floor in a brainwave and took the fountain pen back from her and put it on the bedside. Rolling over on top of her. Su pickpocket, right? I'll show you what pickpocketing is. Saying that, he started to take off the pajamas on her body, and Su Guichen's mouth opened to scream in shock at his action. Huo Xingye bit her cheek and covered her mouth. No screaming, or I'll tie you up. She had to blink her big watery eyes quickly in agreement. She looked at her husband's hardened good looks, his sword-like eyebrows and his star-like eyes, tugged his hand away and kissed him on the eyes. The moment Huo Xingye came in, Su Guichen realized what it meant to ask for trouble. When it was over, Huo Xingye helped her clean up first, as usual. He had just laid down on the bed when Su Guichen rolled over and pressed in to come, his head laying on his chest. Just cuddle and sleep. Huo Xingye answered yes and used his foot to hook up the quilt that had fallen off the side of the bed to cover her body. Only after hearing her steady breathing did Huo Xingye hold her and roll her onto the bed. He rubbed his chest, which ached from the pressure, and got up to pour a glass of water on the kitchen counter. Chapter 74, Health is a Matter of Life and Death. Su Guichen finally moved back to his previous home before he officially started work. Early Monday morning, Huo Xingye drove her to her unit to work, and when she returned to her workstation she saw her badge on the table, which should have been brought over by Li Lin's help. She knocked on the door to the director's office, and Lu Huiwen lifted her head from the desk where she had been reading her chart. Lu Huiwen, who is over 50 years old, and Su Guichen have not seen each other for half a year, and he looks much older. Su Guichen and Li Chengyao were the last 2 students in his life, and the age difference was much more. The 2 were less than 20 years old, and they followed him in a foreign country to conduct experiments in the laboratory. and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he regarded the two of them as children. Lu Huiwen has not married until now. Most of his life has been dedicated to the cause of medicine. Li Chengyo's sudden death almost did not let him slow down, and the hospital asked for half a month's leave. Sit down. He held up his glasses and spoke slowly. Su Guichen sniffed and walked up to sit beside him. Teacher, feeling better? Lu Huiwen smiled, full of kindness. It's my turn to ask you this. I'm fine, she replied respectfully. Lu Huiwen looked past Su Guichen to the door. If you don't want to be a doctor, don't delay here. Go do what you like. Although you and Shangshao are technically skilled, but they value their feelings too much and are too obsessive. Otherwise the two of you wouldn't have suffered so much. I always say, you two have to fight for it. Maybe you will be wrong. To be able to fight for the rest of your life in your position is already contributing to the cause of medicine. Gaichen Ah. Being in the emergency department requires you to have specialized knowledge, strong physical strength, excellent skills, and accurate judgment. And it's not something that can be achieved by your passion and your dream of walking the path that Sungnim has walked for him. Su Guichen listened to the teacher's words, her throat like something choked. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a long time, she stood up to memorize the declaration of the doctor. Health is dependent on, life is entrusted. I volunteer to devote myself to medicine. Love the motherland, loyal to the people, abide by medical ethics, respect for teachers and discipline, hard work, tireless, excellence, comprehensive development. I am determined to do my utmost to get rid of human diseases and pains, to help the perfection of health, to safeguard the holiness and honor of the medical art, to save the dead and help the wounded, to spare no effort and pursue persistently, and to strive for the development of the cause of medicine and health in the motherland and for the physical and mental health of mankind for the rest of my life. Without another word, she bowed deeply to Lu Huiwen and turned to the emergency room. Lu Huiwen looked at her resilient back and revealed a pleased smile. Su Guichen returned to his office, and after reading the whiteboard on the wall with the new week's work plan, he sat back in his seat to read the patient's charts and labs. Her co-worker Zhang Miao gave her a can of coffee. Here, it still has the familiar flavor. You're finally back. We're exhausted. Su Guichen had breakfast in the morning, to prevent the first day of work without spirit, or open the coffee to pour down. I know. I will give you a shift. Several colleagues in the office to reassign the work and patients. Su Guichen with a medical record book after checking the room. The doctor's orders have not yet been down. Come to ask about the condition of the labs are swarming. Su Guichen was just about to sit down when Li Lin knocked on the door again to tell her that the director was looking for her for a consultation, and that from the time she arrived at the hospital at 7:30 a.m. until she got off work at 5:30 p.m. her legs were no longer her own. The night shift colleagues have something to do. Late to come, we are anxious to go home. Su Guichen can only volunteer to go to the emergency room to go to the duty for him. Huo Xingye waited for half a day at the entrance of the emergency building and didn't see her come out. Li Lin ran to him with her bag on her back in a jog. Brother-in-law, Dr. Su is on call for someone else. Go to the emergency room and look for her. There's a lounge inside. Huo Xingye listened to her words and gave her a slight nod of thanks. He had just walked up to the door of the emergency surgery clinic when he smelled the odor of booze and unpleasant verbal abuse, and his little wife just sat calmly in her chair, looking over the left hand of the drunken man in front of her with gloves on. The man was still cursing because of the pain, and Su Guichen looked at him with a calm face. I see that you didn't drink much, or else you shouldn't be able to feel the pain. The man's family members were beside themselves with apologies while urging the man to shut up. She stood up and walked straight in the direction of the treatment room, passing Huo Xingye in the doorway and smiling at him. Man lying on the bed without the slightest convergence, the more cursed the more difficult to hear. Su Guichen anesthesia before, holding tweezers clamped cotton pressed hard, the man wailed in pain. Su Guichen finished stitching him up and said to the family, the tendon is broken. I've stitched it up. Come over 2 weeks later to remove the stitches. I'll prescribe you a tetanus. Tie it up and then go. Some people will swell. That is, microcirculation disorders. 6 weeks later it will be fine. The family rushed to thank her, and not long after they left, co-workers rushed over. Su Guichen took off his white coat and washed his hands at the sink before saying goodbye to his co-workers. Just as she walked out of the office, she saw Huo Xingye waiting for her on a stool in the hall. Okay, Dr. Su. He touched her head. Tired? It's all a minor problem. She raised her head, a little proud. What happened to that man just now? He wondered. Got drunk and punched the mirror in a fight with my wife. It's okay. No wife beating. Su Guichen remembers Lu Huiwen's teaching that a good emergency medicine doctor also needs a good physique. So in the morning before Huo Xingye woke up, she had already gotten up to go for a run. When she came back, she also brought breakfast along with her. Aunt Joe poured the purchased breakfast into a bowl and was a bit embarrassed. This is all supposed to be my business. How can I let you do it? Su Guichin patted her shoulder. It's fine, Aunt Joe. From now on I'll go out for a run every day. So you won't have to do it in the morning. Huo Xingye was brushing his teeth in the bathroom of his bedroom, listening to what she said, and for a moment he couldn't react. It was only a day's work. Why was he like a chicken blood? A few weeks in a row. Su Guichin wolfed down the meal. To run to the hospital. Cannot catch people during the day. The night bed on the night shift. Not to mention the time. Huo Xingye glanced at the watch on his hand. It was only less than 7 o'clock, and the hospital went to work at 8. I'll walk you. No need. Su Guichin. Ha? I said I'll send you. Huo Xingye's tone is unkind, and Su Guichin realizes with the benefit of hindsight that he might be angry, and doesn't know where his anger comes from. Oh. She stood honestly and waited for him to get dressed. 2 people sitting in the car. Huo Xingye seems to be extremely patient, driving especially slow, overtaking one after another on the road. Su Guichin tugged at his sleeve. You hurry up slightly. Huo Xingye slaps her paw away and concentrates on looking ahead. Not long after he reminds, you're married. You can't act like a workaholic. Chapter 75, Falling in the Tur. Hearing him say that, Su Guichin felt a bit incomprehensible. It had only been a few days of work, and it wasn't like she hadn't worked before. I'm just trying to show my worth. She voiced her retort. No one is denying your value, but you can't just rush towards the unit every day like you're pumped up. Huo Xingye's face was ugly. Su Guichin laughed back in anger. I was never the birdie one. I have the right to do what I like to do. What about me? Am I not working properly? Did I neglect you? But what about you? He choked her back. The atmosphere in the car was a little tense. Home unit is very close, even if the drive is slow, but also to the Su Guichin lazy, and he argued. With all the strength of his body slammed the door, wearing high heels, thumping head into the emergency building without looking back. Colleagues one after another into the office found that her face is not generally poor. A few days ago she took an intern. See her like this is even more atmosphere, do not dare to come out. Su Guichin bought 2 cans of coffee from the vending machine, gulped them down in front of the students, threw the empty bottles into the trash, and rushed him to the resuscitation room. The interns shook their heads in disbelief. What a woman of war. Due to the mix-up with Huo Xingye, she didn't want to go home at all in the evening. She was supposed to get off work at 5 o'clock, and she'd be lucky to finish her day's work at 7 o'clock. She went back to her office and plopped down on the heel of her computer and kept messing around with the discharge records, which the medical office was still in a hurry to get. Huo Xingye was also angry and slept directly in the office, leaving only sister-in-law Zhou alone in the large home. Su Guichin called home and learned that someone also did not come home. Angry, directly released Zhou's sister-in-law a week's vacation. 4 days on end. There wasn't even a phone call between the two. On this day, Su Guichin was sitting in the clinic, and before the end of the day, a patient who had fallen into a dry toilet in the countryside and suffocated came in. A peculiar odor permeated the entire emergency department, and patients and families screamed. Colleagues looked at Su Guichin with a sympathetic face, and Su Guichin, in the spirit of professionalism, kept deleting the idea of his wanting to resign in his mind. Su Guichin asked her colleagues to open the windows of the emergency room to maintain ventilation, while she reacted quickly to cut the patient's clothes with scissors. After cutting open only to find that the patient is incontinent, she hurriedly greeted Li Lin, arranged for endotracheal intubation, given stimulants, until the patient is out of life-threatening danger. Su Guichin is not officially off duty. Standing at the hospital gates, it was already dark, and she smelled her own stench, and didn't want to take the bus to disgust the other passengers, nor dare one take the path alone, but ignore the stares of passers-by and frankly take the main road home. Huo Xingye smelled the smell of when he got home. He thought the toilet had exploded and ran to the communal bathroom only to realize it was the clothes in the dirty clothes basket at the door. He didn't reach out to pick it up and look at it, but judging by the fabric it should be Su Guichin's. He cocked his head. Was this a change of career to pulling? Su Guichin finished soaking in the bathroom, and then washed his body with body wash several times. The moment he came out, he almost vomited again from the clothes at the door. She lifted her foot to flatten the mouth of the dirty clothes basket and looked up to see Huo Xingye leaning on the sofa and pinching his nose as he looked at her. She remembered the fight between the two and didn't want to talk to him at all. But someone didn't, and purposely came to provoke her. Dr. Su, did you fall into a cesspool? Su Guichin glared angrily. She wanted to go back to your whole family fell into the cesspit. Searching for half a day to think that this sentence is flawed, she chose to shut up. Huo Xingye looked at the angry little petite wife, the anger of the past few days dissipating at this moment. Su Guichin couldn't have the clothes, and she kicked the dirty clothes basket to the foyer in her slippers. Huo Xingye touched his nose and kindly reminded, if you don't throw it out, The house will still smell like this. Su Guichen is a little tired. Just finished rescuing a patient, not to mention. Came back to take a bath several times. Her whole body smells good and does not want to move at all. She could have counted on Huo Xingyi, but remembering that the two had gone toe-to-toe the other day, she stubbornly shut up, not wanting to beg him, as if Huo Xingyi was also ironclad. He didn't intend to care about this matter, and instead sat on the sofa and turned on the TV, pretending to watch the news. Su Guichen just won't give in, kicking at the dirty clothes basket and going inside to change his clothes in preparation for going downstairs. At least she thinks she's right, so she'll never bow down. The spring winds were no different than in the books before the demons came. She wrapped herself up tightly, still had a bag over her hand ready to go and throw her clothes away. Then he saw Huo Xingye coming back from outside, and the dirty clothes basket on the floor was gone, obviously thrown away by him. Feeling like such a big person she was being teased by him, she kicked him unmercifully in the knee. The force was so strong that Huo Xingye almost fell to his knees on the spot. "Hey, you're really a white-eyed wolf, are you?" Su Guichen began to take off the clothes he had just put on downwards. "Who let you fool me?" She throws her clothes on the sofa in a pissed-off manner. Huo Xingyi watches her childish actions and laughs while rubbing his legs. He's proud enough, but his wife is even more proud than him. Huo Xingye takes off her shoes and walks into the bathroom to wash her hands. The aroma of the shower gel she just used for her bath still lingering in the bathroom. He kept soaping, washing extremely seriously, and when he came out, Su Guichen followed his actions just now and sat on the sofa to watch TV. Huo Xingyi picks up the clothes she threw all over the sofa and hangs them back in the closet, and Su Guichen looks at his back and snickers. After seeing him come out, her mouth pouted again. Huo Xingye pinched her two crevice nests as he held her on his lap and sat across his legs. The sofa was a bit narrow, and Su Guichen's long legs had nowhere to rest in this position, so she could only wrap her arms around his neck to maintain her balance. He nipped her ear. "Still mad?" Unexpected silence. "Come on, tell me why." There's that extremely seductive bass again. Su Guichen twisted his head to not look at him. "Because you don't support me." "Not supporting you in what?" He felt a little ridiculous. "Not supportive," she replied seriously, her pretty eyes glowing in the dim TV light. "Meh, I moved back to this place without supporting your work? No support for your work and I carpool every day?" He had a point. Su Guichen was crestfallen by what he said, but then he didn't die. "You're mean to me." "Yes, you're just mean to me," she repeated again. Huo Xingye touched his forehead and let out a light laugh. "I haven't hit you yet." With that, he shouldered her up and snapped at her ass several times. Su Guichen was a little weightless. The whole person kept moving around. Most importantly, she felt a little embarrassed. 26 years old. She would still be beaten. The part that was beaten was still the buttocks. Chapter 76. Both are adults and can understand and tolerate each other after such a small episode. Su Guichen is slowly falling in love with her profession and is trying her best not to neglect her family while juggling her work. But the emergency department is just a less desirable department, with low pay, long hours, and more closely scheduled night shifts than other departments. The patients are also a mixed bag, not to mention being exhausted after a long day's work. There is also the possibility of being scolded by patients pointing their noses at them. This is a common occurrence. In addition to the hospital, Su Guichen found himself running the police station then home diligently. Often in the middle of the night, there are fights to the hospital. She called the medical office. The medical office perfunctory notification of the next day to work again. "I had to call the police at the same time as I was busy. And the next day I had to go to the police station after the night shift to make a statement." Su Guichen also enjoy it. The emergency department almost all kinds of patients. She is like solving puzzles every day to determine the condition. Even if other specialties do not like emergency doctors, think emergency medicine is not professional, she always smile and do not refute. Her co-workers love her and think she is not as cold as she was before. She has a good mindset and is in good shape. Professional ability is also there. Lu Huaiwen always hints that the head of her thoracic surgery department is trying to pry her away, and he's eager for Su Guichen to go over there and make it big, but she makes it clear that she's quite happy with her current state. Running back and forth to the clinic resuscitation room made her feel needed. When Su Guichen is on the night shift, Huo Xingye will accompany her in the clinic if she catches a weekend break. When there are many people he works in the lounge inside the clinic. When there are fewer people he sits in the desk opposite Su Guichen and watches the fun. After coming like this a few times, he could also appreciate Su Guichen's hard work. April 29th, Su Guichen on the night shift. Daytime normal rest. Labor Day holiday 3 days. She did not duty. There weren't many patients at night. Not too tired. So on the morning of the 30th, after she went home and slept in, she planned to take her lunch to Huo Xingye's company to see and then eat together. After all, both of them were usually quite busy with their work, and most of the time it was Huo Xingye who accommodated her. and on the rare occasions when she was off, she thought about accompanying him to work in the office, and then going to the supermarket together in the evening to shop and buy something to take home. When she came to the first floor lobby, the receptionist saw her and greeted her warmly. She smiled and waved to the receptionist before walking to the elevator room. This elevator room was usually only taken by people on the board of directors, and before it was about to close she rushed over to it and called out, "Please wait." A large hand suddenly reached out from inside and helped her block the elevator from closing. Su Guichen thought it would be Guizhou or Chin Jelly, but did not expect to meet a pair of gloomy eyes. She roughly swept the person in front of her. A pair of peach blossom eyes in a suit. The whole person's looks on the feminine side. She's simple, and even though her work environment has allowed her to see the world, she's still used to evaluating a person's goodness or badness based on first impressions. This man in front of her, she disliked, very much disliked, because this elevator were only for company executives. Su Guichen still politely nodded to him to thank him. She kind of regretted it. If she could, she would have preferred not to have been in such a hurry earlier and waited for the next trip. Next to the man stood a person dressed in a very fashionable woman, looking somewhat familiar. It is the Shin Group's daughter, Shun Lu. Apparently Shun Lu also recognized her and stared at her intently. Su Guichen was a bit embarrassed. If he hadn't stopped Hua Xingye's car in the first place, maybe Shun Lu and him would have really gotten married. She got on the elevator and realized that the three people went to the same floor. After the elevator opened, Su Guichen carried a lunchbox insulation bag, took the lead and stepped out of the elevator. A little bit of fleeing that posture. Nie Zhiqian looked at Su Guichen's back and raised his eyebrows at Shin Lu next to him. No wonder Hua Xingye abandoned you and chose her. TSK. Shin Lu snorted coldly and stepped out of the elevator. Same to each other. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen how Nie Zhiqian stared at other people's wives, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Shin Lu had seen Su Guichen's appearance in the newspaper in the news, but what he didn't expect was that she herself was much better looking than in the newspaper. She didn't wear a single brand name all over her body, but the whole person's temperament and state was something that many women couldn't compare with. Su Guichen greeted Li Yan and went straight into Hua Xingye's office. Hua Xingye was reading the contract on his desk when he felt the door open, bringing a gust of wind that blew up a corner of the contract. He had a bit of a cold and his nose was stuffy, and when he looked up, he saw Su Guichen, carrying his lunchbox towards him. Su Guichen set the lunch he brought on the coffee table next to the sofa. Then he came over to massage his head. "How is it? Is the cold getting better?" He tilted his head back, enjoying the moment of comfort, and spoke with a thick nasal tone. "No, my eyes hurt from my blocked nose." When Su Guichen heard him say that, he looked towards the cold medicine on his table. "The medicine you're taking isn't the right one. You've got a wind-cold cold." Hua Xingyi softly hummed and stopped answering. It was really hard. She rubbed his acupressure points, trying to see if she could get a little ventilation in a few moments. "It's not that warm yet, and you're underdressed. Not even a jacket." Hua Xingye silently listens to his little wife's lesson, his eyes still a little moist from the cold. A knock came from the doorway, sounding a little harsh. Su Guichen quickly put his hand down and ran to sit on the sofa. The person outside the door obviously had little patience, and didn't wait for Hua Xingye to say enter before pushing the door in himself. Then Su Guichen saw the man he had just met in the elevator. Seeing the relationship between him and Hua Xingye, some swords were drawn, and the man glanced at Su Guichen, his smile revealing some playfulness. Su Guichen, on the other hand, accepted his scrutiny graciously and without fear. Nie Zhiqian didn't expect her to look at him so openly and was a bit surprised. Then he discussed the construction of the old city with Hua Xingye. Su Guichen felt a little surprised. 6 years, the old city actually has not been remodeled. The last time I went to find Dabeo, it was still dark. Feeling that she couldn't finish for a moment, she snapped the lid back on the table. When Nie Zhiqian sees her movements, he stops talking about work and turns the conversation around. "Mr. Hua, I didn't even have time to attend your wedding, so I always need to have a meal, right? I haven't had lunch yet." Hua Xingye sat on a stool, looking wan. "Next time, I have a heavy cold. It's not good to infect Xiaonia." Nie Zhiqian didn't force himself and nodded. "I wonder when I'll have the chance to taste Mrs. Hua's handiwork?" He stared at her, the longing in his eyes undisguised. Su Guichen was looked at by him with a burst of annoyance. "The last time Xingye ate the meal I made and went to the hospital in the middle of the night to check for food poisoning. I think it's better not to wreak havoc on Mr. Nie." Chapter 77, Food Poisoning. Nie Zhiqian didn't expect her to refuse so decisively, and with such a reason. He was still undeterred. "I heard that you work at the First People's Hospital, so I'll have to trouble you for a favor if something happens then." Su Guichen didn't want to waste more time with him, lowering his head to fiddle with the napkin box on the table. "We're in an emergency. Most of us are missing arms and legs. It's better to take care of your body. But if something happens, it's our duty to talk about the trouble. Nie Zhiqian was about to say something else when Su Guichen hurriedly interrupted him. We're about to eat. The expulsion order was given. So Nie Zhiqian had no choice but to shake his head and leave. Huo Xingye watched him close the door before getting up from the chair and walking over to her. Pinching her nose, eloquent, she reopened her lunchbox and poured food into his bowl. Huo Xingye unlocked his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves twice. Hey, taste my wife's cooking. Can it be poisoned? Su Guichen was amused by his heave-ho. Who is he? Huo Xingye's cheeks are stuffed and bulging as he mumbles a reply. The son of one of the company's major shareholders. Taking over for him to work. She let out an oh-so-quiet sigh and took a piece of ribs. Why hasn't the old town been remodeled in 6 years? And yet the demolition was so early. Her voice was muffled, and Huo Xingye naturally knew what she was upset about. And if the demolition had been done later, the two might not have had to be separated for 5 years. He swallowed the rice in his mouth and patiently explained. Because the land used to be Uncle Yang's. I was just working for him, and now that I have money, I just bought it back before discussing the remodeling with the shareholders. Su Guichen let out another oh. So what are you going to build? Huo Xingye gave her a look. Confidential. She snorted, indicating that she didn't care to know. And when the two were done eating, she finished clearing the table and headed out to get his medication again. When she came back, Huo Xingye was lying on the sofa looking very uncomfortable. And Su Guichen half kneeled in front of him. How are you? If you can't, go get in 4. Huo Xingye leaned in next to her ear and said softly. Help, Dr. Su, I have food poisoning. She realized then that he was joking with her, mocking what she had just said. Su Guichen slapped his butt and poured a cup of warm water for him to get up and take the medicine. In the work area outside the office, the employees under Huo Xingye were all busy working while he lay motionless on the sofa. Su Guichen is serious about her work. Naturally she can't stand to see him like this, lightly kicking his leather shoes several times. Get to work, Mr. Hua. Huo Xingye grinned slightly when he heard her say this, and not knowing where to find a blanket, he simply covered his body along with his head, his voice coming out from underneath the blanket. You do it. Now you have the most shares. I'm working for you. Su Guichen couldn't believe that he could actually say such words, but nay how she called Huo Xingye. He was like a dead pig not getting up. She sat on her butt in the boss chair in anger, looking at the piles of documents and reading them with a hard head. If she had known it was like this, she might as well have worked overtime at the office. Smart as Su Guichen, coupled with the usual Huo Xingye's influence, she nibbled on one word at a time, and it wasn't too difficult. When Li Yan knocked on the door and came in, his jaw dropped in shock at the sight of Su Guichen sitting at his desk. Then he saw Huo Xingye, who was lying on the sofa with his head covered and pretending to sleep, and he called out to him, Boss. Huo Xingye took out one of his own fingers and pointed to Su Guichen on the desk, meaning that there was something to say to her. Li Yan had to throw another pile of papers on the table, and Su Guichen's face completely drooped. Li Yan cannot bear it in his heart, and he feels that it is a great opportunity. Sister-in-law. No, Boss Su, it's the end of the month. ISN. It meaning. When Su Guichen heard Li Yan call her that, the corners of her mouth followed and twitched several times. Inwardly indignant, she grumbled, Go buy what you want to eat. Go on the bill of the one lying on the sofa. Li Yan clapped his hands happily. On his way out the door he heard Huo Xingye's voice coming slowly from behind him. Deduct it from your salary. Li Yan sniffed and instantly collapsed, wailing and screaming out of the office. Su Guichen stifled a smile and did not speak. Seriously reading the documents. Can read and understand thrown to one side. Cannot read and understand thrown to the other side. The entire office is frighteningly quiet. Aside from the sound of her flipping papers, it was the sound of Huo Xingye's steady breathing. Suddenly she thought that would be fine. At least he'd get some rest. As night falls, when she finally finishes all her work, she feels that it's really hard for Huo Xingye to work so hard and still love her so much on a regular basis. She opened the door to her office and yelled out, Off duty! Get off work! Happy Labor Day to all! Huo Xingye was woken up by cheering, and just as he opened his misty eyes, Su Guichen pressed up and kissed him. Feeling like his nose was quite a bit more ventilated from his sleep, he motioned for Su Guichen to get up from the position of lying on top of him, and then followed suit by standing up and stretching himself. Before the two of them left the office, Huo Xingye glanced at the documents on the table, all of which had been organized by Su Guichen. Su Guichen turned off the lights in his office, and in the meantime, he put the medicine he bought at noon in his bag, and the two of them went downstairs hand in hand. Not far away in the Porsche, Nie Zhiqian looked ahead at the two people strolling down the street hand in hand and gripped the steering wheel tightly. Shen Lu spoke out and sneered. What's there to see? People are legally married. Nie Zhiqian inclined his head to look at her. Don't look at her to look at you? If you were as good looking as her, Would Hua Xingye marry her? Shenlu was disliked by his sentence. Half a day could not open his mouth. Obviously his own looks and family life is not bad. Why choose her not to choose yourself? She could not figure it out. Nie Zhiqian spoke again. Anyway, the two of us working together is just a matter of getting what we want. After the two of us get married, the equity in our hands will directly exceed Hua Xingye's. At that time, even if he's high and mighty, the remodeling of the old city center must be left to me. Shenlu was struck by what he had just said and didn't want to pay attention to his words, her eyes also staring at the two people who were walking further and further away. Hua Xingye accompanied Su Guichen to the supermarket. Aunt Zhou will be on vacation tomorrow, and the two of them will have 3 days off, so they can go to Yang's house to rub their hands on the day of Labor Day, and the remaining 2 days are still on her own. Su Guichen in the fresh food area, picking and choosing some Hua Xingye loved to eat. He stood in the living supplies area pushing the car and waiting for her, because Su Guichen is afraid of the fresh food area is cold. He has just suffered a little bit. Don't cold aggravate again. When checking out, Su Guichen's eyes drifted to the side of the birth control products shelves, secretly calculating in his mind. Obviously no contraception has been half a year. Why his stomach did not move at all. Chapter 78, Those Unknown Deep Feelings. She was a bit bereft. Is it bad for her body to take medication over the years? But the test results are fine. Or else she will go back for a checkup after the start of work. Hua Xingye looked at her expression, wonderful as a movie, and didn't need to guess what she was thinking. He took out his cell phone to check out, and as he pushed the card out, Hua Xingye carried the bag in one hand and wrapped his arm around Su Guichen's waist. I'll just try harder. When Su Guichen heard her say that, her face reddened like a boiled shrimp. She looked around and realized that there was no one. She took a deep breath, then slammed an elbow into the culprit. Nonsense. Hit you. Hua Xingye rubbed his stomach and laughed as he watched the shy one walk away as fast as she could. Su Guichen is afraid of being alone, especially on holidays, when she is not on duty and has no place to go. After she came back from Yang's house, she started to find something to do for herself. It was about to be a new season and she rummaged through her closet to find her old clothes. Many were taken from home and mailed back from the US. Hua Xingye leaned against the checkroom and pointed at a certain piece of clothing. Isn't this what you wore during your sophomore year? Still have it? Su Guichen followed his gesture and looked over, then picked it up and folded it. I can't wear it. I'll look for the door of the recycled clothes in a while. Hua Xingye shook his head in helplessness. If you directly bag it and throw it next to the trash can, someone will pick it up. He was a bit puzzled by the fact that both of them worked, but Su Guichen was not generally frugal, and was not picky about what he ate or wore. And she's not clingy. She always supports whatever he does and never asks why, even if she's curious sometimes. If he doesn't want to talk about it, she doesn't bother asking more. One of the only times she'd ever been out of line, by and large, was that snowy night when she'd frantically stopped his car. She was also very restrained. Unlike the other girls who cried and fussed, she was always quiet, like flowing water, and silently accompanied him. Hua Xingye always wondered what Su Guichen really liked when he had nothing to do. It seemed that after all she had been through, her favorite thing was to live each day in peace. Hua Xingye sees that she's serious about cleaning up and is a bit bored himself, so he leads Golden Hair out for a walk. When she entered the neighborhood, she found Su Guichen in front of the door of another building with a yard on the first floor, dragging behind her the delivery cartons and mineral water bottles she had saved in the hallway. Little Golden Hair excitedly sees her and tugs Hua Xingye forward, and before long an old man comes out of the courtyard, and Su Guichen is talking to him with a smile on his lips. Then the old man took out money into her hand. Su Guichen hastily refused. Before leaving also took the small persimmons planted in front of the yard. A can. Hua Xingye stood behind her and shouted her name. It was only the beginning of May. Su Guichen wore a 7-minute sleeve on top, and there was a lot of dust rubbed on it. She turned her head at the sound to see a man and a dog waiting for her. Su Guichen walked over to take the leash, and Hua Xingye took off his jacket to cover her. It'll get dirty. She tried to struggle. Hua Xingye wrapped her whole body in his arms. What are you doing? Su Guichen took out a handful of greenish persimmons and put them in his hand. There's some scraps at home. Bring them over to this scrap-picking grandpa. She put a persimmon in her mouth, her mouth tingling with astringency. Those who live in this neighborhood are certainly not short of money, and the elderly should have nothing to do to pass the time. Hua Xingye glanced down at his wife. Greedy for money but not mercenary. Don't run around in the future. It's almost dark and you don't have a phone. I'm not a kid anymore. She felt her pockets, and sure enough, she didn't have her phone or her keys. Hua Xingye held her. She held the dog, and walked back. Back on the road Hua Xingye thought of the wedding years ago to see Su Guichen's grandparents. As if there are more than 3 months have not seen. The two of them ate dinner, and Su Guichen couldn't be bothered to clean up the study again. and ended up flipping through the bottom layer underneath the desk to find Hua Xingye's photo album. Su Guichen saw Hua Xingye brushing the dishes, secretly opened and flipped through. When he was a child, Hua Xingye was quirky, unlike now looks not too good to get along with the appearance. The only thing that remains the same is the eyes. They are still as good as ever. Since the age of 8, he seems to have been hanging out with Gui Zhou, Chen Jeli and Xin Shuyang. In all the graduation photos from elementary school to college, the 4 of them were together, except for Xin Shuyang, who attended college abroad. The most recent one is a college graduation group photo, and at that time, she was only a senior. Hua Xingye in his university days was not much different from now. Su Guichen secretly sighed in his heart. All 31 years old, actually still so tender. Graduate school graduation photo. Su Guichen saw Shunlu. She is a little heart not taste. After all, that was the time she was trying to save up to fly back and sneak into his graduation. She thought the two had known each other just before they got engaged, but she didn't realize that they had known each other for so long. Hearing the sound of dishes being brushed in the kitchen that hadn't stopped yet, Su Guichen silently flipped backward and then saw himself when he took the graduation picture in college. The photo is a bit blurry and taken at a tricky angle, so it's obviously a sneak peek. A little shocked, she continues to scroll through, and then she sees a selfie of Hua Xingye, and very far behind him stands her and a classmate chatting. On the back of the photo, it also says the date of her college graduation as well as Su Guichen. Happy graduation. She almost didn't tense up. He wanted her back at that point, didn't he? I heard Lin Sangsang say that the year before she graduated happened to be the year Hua Xingye broke away from Yang Group and came out to go solo, and at that time no one trusted him, thinking that if he left Yang, he was nothing. As a result, in less than a year, Hua Xingye became the newest member of Yuqing's business community. She rubbed the photo of him. At that time she was very depressed. The whole person was haggard. But the Hua Xingye in the photo, compared to her ever. It turns out that those unknown deep feelings are hidden in the ears by those who have the heart. The sound of water stopping. She hastily shoved the album back into the drawer and slumped down on the desk to fake sleep. The sound of footsteps from far and near. Step by step as if they were going to step into their hearts. Su Guichen buried his face in the crook of his arm, not even daring to breathe. Hua Xingye walked up to her and saw that Cat and Mouse was playing on his office computer. He bit his lip. Such a big guy. And all day long it was either Cat and Mouse or crayons. The table was a mess, and not at all as nice as it sounded at the dinner table. Packing up and telling him that it would be cleaned up, Hua Xingye carried her back to the bed and realized that she still had tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Was this a nightmare? He reached down and ticked away her tears, patting her bottom gently, soothing her like a child. Chapter 79. Dogs are the most popular. It took a while before he went back to the den to organize and take care of things at work. Su Guichen opened his eyes the next day to sit up from the bed. Last night he actually really was Hua Xingye shot asleep. What a loser. She inclined her head to Hua Xingye, who was still asleep, and prepared to get out of bed to pack up and go for a run. Just as she lifted a corner of the covers, she was pinned to the bed, his sleepy eyes and voice husky at the nape of her neck. Movement? She gave a for a reply. Take me one, he said and reached down to tug on her nightgown. Su Guichen's teeth itched with anger. The exercise I said and the exercise you said are not the same thing. For his part, as if he could read minds. Morning exercise, and exercise too. Again. He trailed off. Didn't I say I was going to try? This tossing and turning. Su Guichen again rose only after 3 pulls of sunrise. Vacations always go by faster than workdays. The two of them went back to their hectic work schedule. Su Guichen today on the night shift. Before the shift, she felt a little upset stomach, went to the bathroom and found that, indeed, it was the one that came. She pulled the spare tampon out of her bag, then went back to the emergency surgery clinic, poured herself a cup of hot water, and took a painkiller. The emergency department was as busy as ever, and Su Guichen was busy until 2 o'clock in the night, when the number of patients gradually decreased. She sat in the lounge eating the snacks and fruits Auntie Cho had packed for her. She had to replenish her energy. She didn't believe that tonight was going to be such a slow night. I'm in a bit of a bad mood, and my stomach is still aching from the painkillers. She had just laid down when she heard the nurse on duty calling her name. When he went out, he saw a fairly impressive face. It was Nia Jiqian, Dr. Su. He was bitten by a dog. The nurse on duty spoke up to warn. Su Guichen nodded and sat down at his desk, not even looking at Nia Jiqian. Where's the bite? Let me take a look. Nia Jiqian sniffed and rolled up the pant leg of his left leg, revealing the bloody wound. He was just depressed mood led to a bit of insomnia. Want to run at night to relieve the pressure? Did not expect from the bushes out of a wild dog, to his legs a tear. Su Guichen followed his movements and glanced down at the wound. Bitten and untreated. She turned her head and used the computer to open some tools for clearing the wound, letting Nie Ziqian use his cell phone to pay the bill, and she couldn't bear to see him limping to the pharmacy to get the medicine, with no one around to help him. There weren't many patients right now, so Su Guichen called out to him, and she told him to wait for her in the processing room across from the clinic before taking Nie Ziqian's cell phone and going to the pharmacy to scan the code and pick up the medication. Wearing medical gloves, Su Guichen kept rinsing him with saline, and then pushed out the wound and the dirty blood around it. Throughout the entire process, Nie Ziqian didn't utter a single word, and as she turned her head to glance at him, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. It's so tolerable. Anyone else would have been wailing. Su Guichen repeated the hand movements for 20 minutes or so, then sterilized him with iodophor. She took off her gloves, picked up the bag from the seat next to him and handed it to him. In here is the rabies vaccine. Take it to the 4-room and finish tying it up. Keep it in observation for half an hour and then you can leave. Come back in 7 days, and don't lose the chart in the bag. Nie Ziqian rolled the wound that was going to fall down, and then looked up at Su Guichen who was wearing a white coat in front of him. A few days ago, I said I was bothering Dr. Su. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Su Guichen didn't want to pick up his slack, and the pain coming from her stomach made her unconsciously reach out and cover her belly. Is Dr. Su not feeling well? He smiled a bit wickedly, stinging her eyes a bit. In a spirit of responsibility she urged, get the needle. Nie Ziqian suddenly moved forward. His entire face came up to Su Guichen's face, just a few centimeters away, about to touch. You and Mr. Hua have been married for a year and a half. Mr. Hua is not small anymore. Why hasn't this belly of yours moved yet? You too. Su Guichen was enraged, the fire of anger suddenly flaring up to the top of her head. She took a step back. Her eyes were uncontrollable dislike. She hated the idea of any man other than Hua Xingye and her family being so close to her. There was no expected anger, and Nie Ziqian was a bit elusive. She stared back at Nie Ziqian's peach blossom eyes and suddenly laughed out softly. Little mister. Yeah. I suddenly feel that dogs really are the most versatile. Nie Ziqian obviously didn't react and spoke up to ask. What? Ha! She laughed louder, turning her back on his head and leaving without explanation. It was a long time before he remorsefully slapped his head in fear, so she was laughing at him. Nie Ziqian grunted lightly, dragging his limping left leg towards the 4-room. Su Guichen had no sleep at all, sitting at her workstation with a warm water bag in her arms, and the nurse on duty came in to chat with her. Dr. Su, you're so charming, and that man was interested in you at first glance. Su Guichen tapped the keyboard. I'm not blind to that point. She wasn't in the mood to gossip with her coworker. The whole thing didn't feel too good, both physically and mentally. She rushed at her coworker and opened her mouth. It's Mr. Lu's shift tomorrow morning. If you don't write up your medical records, watch out for him deducting money from you in the morning when he's checking on your room. The entire emergency department, and even the entire People's Hospital, who does not know how strict Lu Huiwen, obviously the most out of the department. The welfare treatment is not high, but the punishment is the most ruthless. Like a doctor's high salary, the penalty is not so bad. The nurse's salary is really cannot afford to be fined. The little nurse poked her tongue out at her and went back to the nurse's desk in a huff. Su Guichen saw her leave and breathed a sigh of relief himself. What is this called? This is. She recalled that firestorm between Hua Xingye and Nie Ziqian in the office that day, when she had just changed the medicine and her own hands were heavy as hell to clean the wound. But he didn't say a word. The fact that he was still able to out and out flirt with her after it was over meant that he wasn't a good person at all. After Su Guichen finished his night shift, he took a day and a night off before going back to work. After Hua Xingye returns, he realizes that she didn't come out to pick him up as usual, and he asks Aunt Zhou to find out what's going on. He opened the door to his room and saw Su Guichen with a head exposed all over his body, looking at him with his eyes open. Uncomfortable? He attached one hand to her stomach to warm her. She nodded. Su Guichen is sensitive and insecure, and has a thin skin and depression, so she is more concerned about every move around the people she cares about, and there's a willingness to worry and imagine something messed up, which Hua Xingye knows well, which is why he gives her equity when she asks him how much he makes in a month. But there was nothing he could do about this whimsy thing. Husband. Does Nie Ziqian work seriously at the company? Hua Xingye didn't expect her to ask this question and didn't answer her positively. After all, Nie Ziqian was in the company, and did go toe-to-toe with him, making small moves. Chapter 80, Don't like me, like you? He also didn't know how to explain to Su Guichen that the reason why the two people didn't deal with each other was entirely due to the fact that the buildings to be added to the old town were different. Hua Xingye tenderly touches her face. Get up and eat. He didn't think twice about why Su Guichen asked this, and just took it to mean that she was lying around with no fun and was imagining things on her own. Su Guichen grabbed his hand. Don't want to go out. You bring it in. Good. He patted her hand, obeying her words. On Friday, Huoxingye soft-pedals Su Guichen before she agrees to accompany him to a charity gala. When he came home to pick her up, Su Guichen was still unhurriedly soaking her feet at home, and the whole house was filled with the choking odor of Chinese medicine. She sat on the sofa with her feet in the foot-soak bucket, holding the herbal medicine that Auntie Jo had warmed up for her in her hand. Frowning. What about your practice at home? He looked at the scene before him. Su Guichen made up his mind and finished the herbal soup in his hand with a mouthful of boredom. His bitter features twisted together. I have cold hands and feet. It's not like you don't know. Huoxingye recalls that she is heat intolerant regardless of spring, summer, fall, or winter, which has a lot to do with the fact that she has an irregular work schedule and her parents didn't take care of her when she was a child. Huoxingye looks at her still in her loungewear and urges her to hurry up. She was still slow. If he was mad at her for not taking her, then so much the better. She was exposed to people from all walks of life on a daily basis, but that was because of her job. The rest of the time she really didn't bother to socialize. But Huoxingye just seemed determined to take her. And Su Guichen had no choice but to come out of the foot-soaking bucket and go inside to change her clothes. She fiddled with the high-fashion gowns that Li Yan had sent her in the morning. Either too revealing or too cumbersome. None of them looked good to her. Su Guichen stepped on the stool and took out the Chongsamya shooting had given her from the top of the closet. The long, slightly curly hair is then tied into a low ponytail with a red cord. Looking poised and graceful, the two arrived at the venue and got off the bus. And the surrounding reporters swarmed around, shooting at the two non-stop. After all, this was the first time the wife of the Wood group had appeared in front of the public. Su Guichen reached out and half-covered her eyes to shield her from the discomfort caused by the flashing lights, while her other hand sat on Huoxingye's arm. The venue is dressed up in a fresh and elegant way, which makes people very comfortable. The main reason why Su Guichen can come is because the designer of the venue is Lin Sangsang. Since Lin Sangsang had given birth to Zichuan, the two of them didn't see each other as much as they used to, so they could take this opportunity to chat. Huoxingye and her at the red carpet to accept the media interview. Su Guichen did not participate in this kind of occasion, but the ability to fool people is not in the words. To answer the question is very generous and decent. Huoxingye tilted his head to the side and snickered, and when he realized that the reporter was filming him, he clenched his right hand into a fist and covered his mouth and coughed gently. Entering the venue, Su Guichen saw Lin Sangsang, who was directing the scene. In order to facilitate the fact that she hadn't changed her dress yet, Su Guichen said a word to Huoxingye and walked behind Lin Sangsang and patted her on the back. All right, designer Lin, she teased. Lin Sangsang turned her head to see that it was Su Guichen reaching out to hug her shoulders and pamper her. How's Zichuan doing these days? I haven't even had time to visit him. Good enough. I'll carry him to see you someday. The two didn't chat for a few moments before Lin Sangsang was called away by a staff member to proofread the position of the lights in the arena. Su Guichen looked toward Huoxingye, who was not far away talking and laughing with the others, and could only find a corner sofa to sit down in boredom. Shenlu's eyes hadn't left Su Guichen from the moment she entered. Seeing who knows how many hitchhikers she had sent away, Shenlu walked up with a not-so-small step. She took 2 glasses of red wine from the waiter and walked over to Su Guichen's side. Shadows enveloped Su Guichen. She looked up to see Shenlu, who was dressed very gorgeously, and the dress on her body, at a glance, was worth a lot of money. Shenlu surveyed Su Guichen, wearing a cheongsam with a concave figure. Mrs. Hua. Hello again. She stood up with a sniff and bowed her head slightly. Hello, Ms. Shen. Shenlu did not expect her to be so polite. Compared to his own little mind, it was dwarfed. Mrs. Hua's dress is very nice. I wonder which designer it came from. Shenlu handed her a glass of red wine. Su Guichen didn't really like this kind of occasion. Racking her brain to communicate with people, she took the wine glass. It's a wedding gift from my mother-in-law. Shenlu was slightly stunned. Is that so? I thought she wouldn't like a small-minded girl like you. With hindsight, Su Guichen realized that the girl in front of her wasn't here to nag her at all, but to pick on her. It was her own overthinking. Then Miss Shen is thinking that my mother-in-law would like your kind? Shenlu completely did not anticipate that she would be so articulate and quick-thinking, and for a moment she could not say anything. You. Su Guichen didn't bother to talk to her much, placing his glass of wine on the round table in front of the sofa, his voice not too loud and not too small. Then she clapped her hands and left directly from Shenlu's side as if she had taken something dirty. Shenlu couldn't be angry that she couldn't speak to her and was being ignored, and this place was the most remote part of the venue, so she held her red wine glass, tilted her arm inward, and the red wine poured directly onto her own chest before throwing the glass onto the floor. She exclaimed, Aya, Mrs. Hua, what are you doing? The venue is crowded. Heard the sound of the two people look in the direction of this situation. is Su Guichen splashed Shenlu all over the red wine. Anyone present who has a bit of social status knows that Hua Xingye was supposed to be engaged to Shenlu, but for some reason he married Su Guichen, whose origins are unknown. Su Guichen held her forehead and looked helpless. How could she not imagine that $1,000 girl would do something so vulgar? She looked at the red wine stains on the white dress on Shenlu's chest and her eyelids jumped. Hua Xingye rushed to the sound. Surrounded by a lot of people watching one after another, he put his arm around Su Guichen, and did not speak for a long time. She took his hand and rubbed her fingertips against the back of his hand, signaling that she wasn't hurt. Shenlu bites that Su Guichen has no power and no influence, but is just a wild girl who flew up to the branch, and cannot set off any big waves. Shenlu was even more certain that no one at the scene would speak for her, and when the time came, she forced Su Guichen to apologize. When Lin Sangsang came out from the lounge to change her dress, she saw a bunch of people surrounding the venue hall, and she hurriedly walked up on her tiptoes to look at the crowded place. In addition to being the designer of the venue, she was also the person in charge of the gala, and it was impossible for her, as the daughter-in-law of the Xin family, to let the Xin family lose face as the organizer of the charity gala. Lin Sangsang pushed through the crowd and saw the three people standing in the center. She walked up to check Shenlu's condition. Chapter 81, Just a Lesson Learned. I'm really sorry, Ms. Shin. I can't believe something like this happened. I'll adjust the surveillance now. Lin Songsong's tone was all embarrassed. Surveillance? Shenlu obviously didn't expect that at this time. The Xin family's eldest daughter-in-law would come forward to speak and also request to adjust the surveillance. Shenlu's eyes unnaturally swept around. Sure enough, he found the surveillance in the most inconspicuous corner. Her face was a flash of red and a flash of white. If she really adjusted the surveillance and the people saw her operating so stupidly, wouldn't that be a disgrace to Shin Group? She was a little nervous and her speech wasn't very fluent. Forget, it's not just a dress. Lin Sangsang accompanied her with a smile. How can this be? This way my father-in-law will blame me for not treating my guests well. Not far away, Xin Shuyan looked at his wife, babbling without blushing. In his heart, he slandered. Your eunuch will not blame you for treating your guests poorly. At most, he will peel my skin. Shenlu became more and more unnatural, and maintained her composure on her face. I said forget it. I was careless and bumped into Mrs. Hua. It has nothing to do with her. Lin Sangsang touched her chin. This way, look at it. I can't afford to offend either side. Mrs. Hua has suffered this kind of aggravation, and Mr. Hua is unwilling to do so. Lin Songsong's stance was forcing Shenlu to apologize to Su Guichen. Su Guichen buried her head in Hua Xingye's embrace, laughing as her shoulders kept shaking, and it seemed to everyone else in the arena that they thought she was aggrieved. Hua Xingye secretly pinched his wife's hand. The feeling that Su Guichen was so able to fool around was all learned from Lin Sangsang. He sighed, his voice resounding. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. I'm sure Miss Shin was just careless, but there's one thing I want to tell Miss Shin. I wouldn't have been engaged to you in the first place even if it wasn't for my wife. And in case you don't understand, my wife doesn't have a very good temper, and if she did want to spill your drink, it wouldn't be on your clothes, but on your head. I can't help it, though, because I'm afraid of the inside. He pulled Su Guichen away from this venue and turned around to go to the auction floor, leaving the crowd sighing in place. Shenlu looked at the dispersed guests and was so angry that she kept stomping her feet in place. Auction in progress. Su Guichen and Hua Xingye sat next to each other hand in hand, and she inclined her head and asked, Aren't you creating rumors about me? Where am I bad-tempered? Hua Xingye bit her earlobe when no one was looking. Where are you good-tempered? In bed? Su Guichen was dumbfounded and retracted his head to ignore him. The next auction item is a calligraphy master's pioneering work. Shenlu's father likes it. She is bound to win. But Hua Xingye is like singing against her. No matter how much Shenlu bids, Hua Xingye always shoots a little higher than her, and keeps letting Su Guichen next to her raise her card. Su Guichen's hand rose and fell following Hua Xingye's words. She couldn't restrain herself. Aren't you deliberately antagonizing her? Hua Xingye played with her other hand and didn't answer. $500,000 of calligraphy finally sold for $8 million and fell into the hands of Shenlu. The auctioneer on the stage held a microphone and was impassioned, spitting and thanking Shenlu, praising her for her beauty and kindness, and for bringing new hope to the children in the poor mountainous areas. Shenlu sat down on the stage, her entire body dumbfounded. This was clearly being set up by Hua Xingye. After the charity party ended, Shenlu ran into Hua Xingye at the door of the women's restroom, and Su Guichen had already gotten into the car ahead of time. Hua Xingye clips a cigarette between two fingers and lowers his eyes in a careless manner. Seeing Shenlu who comes out, he opens his mouth to tease. Ms. Shin is indeed rich and generous. I simply admire it. Then I'll wish Boss Shin blessings like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. It's true that a daughter is still more thoughtful. Shenlu shook off the water on her hands and clenched her back teeth. Hua Xingye, don't go too far. I at least accompanied you for 5 years. You don't have to treat me like this. Hua Xingye threw the cigarette he hadn't taken a drag onto the ground and stamped it out with his foot. Don't talk as if we're very familiar. You're the one who's stalking me. And I don't think you're annoying yet. This $8 million is just a lesson. Next time if you dare to bully my wife again, you and Shin Group will be finished. Hua Xingye stared at Shenlu expressionlessly, as if he could cut her into 1,000 pieces with his eyes. Shenlu held on to the marble doorframe, almost unsteady, and when she came out, she saw Lin Sangsang and Su Guichen standing in front of the car in front of the doorway, playing around. Xian Shuyang, the heir of Hongda Pharmaceutical, was still stroking Su Guichen's head, looking incredibly close. She then realized that there was no such thing as flying up to the branch and becoming a phoenix. People were already phoenixes. No wonder Lin Sangsang stood out to speak for Su Guichen. So she was an aunt and sister-in-law. Shenlu clenched his fists. His expression twisted as he stared at the few people not far away. She liked Hua Xingye from the first time she saw him, and although he was as cold to her as a block of ice that couldn't be melted, at least he didn't have any other women around him. It wasn't until Hua Xingye and Su Guichen got their license that she realized she was just a dowry for someone else. Nie Zhiqian came from behind her and draped his suit jacket over Shenlu. Under his eyes was a suppressed scoff. Things were getting interesting. He'd just gone to the surveillance room to pull up the monitor, and unsurprisingly, that monitor just happened to be broken. Su Guichen went home and took off her high heels and lay on the sofa without moving. A trip to a charity gala was more tiring than a difficult surgery. If she had known that today was going to be so exciting, she would have said anything to stay home and watch TV instead of wading through this mess. Hua Xingye picks up her messy high heels and places them in the shoe cabinet at the foyer. Turning into the shower, Su Guichen realizes that he hasn't been in a good mood since he went to the bathroom at the end of the party. The way back did not say a word. Su Guichen lying on the sofa, but also afraid of damage to the cheongsam, while changing clothes, while thinking back to the party, where he did not do well. Hua Xingye washes quickly and comes out to find Su Guichen stepping on a stool and putting the cheongsam on top of the cabinet. He carried her down and then easily placed the cheongsam in the cabinet. Seeing this, Su Guichen moved the stool back to the small coffee table on the balcony, then pounced on Hua Xingye, who was sitting on the bed. One side of the straps of the halter dress fell at her shoulder, and she lay on top of Hua Xingye. Why aren't you happy? He reached down and touched the invisible zipper at her ribs, pulling it up and down back and forth in a farcical manner. Su Guichen cupped his face with both hands. I didn't perform well? Disgraced you? Hua Xingye kissed her forehead. No, I'm the one who made you suffer. Su Guichen thought of Sangsang when she heard this, and snorted out a laugh. No Sangsang is very good. Today is without you. Sangsang won't let me be aggravated. Hua Xingye thought of Lin Sangsang's good mouth and followed the joy out of it. Chapter 82, Waiting for your return. What are you smiling about? She was a little confused. Obviously she had just been so upset. Hua Xingye stroked her hair and couldn't stop laughing. I was thinking, Xian Shuyang droops such a long donkey's face every day that anyone who looks at him feels like he owes him millions. Who can talk about who at home between the two of them? After a long period of silence, it was Su Guichen who hugged the quilt and laughed with tears coming out of his eyes. The middle of June in Yucheng was cloudy and rainy, and it rained off and on for as long as 10 days. Su Guichen sat in the car and touched her arm. As if there were a lot of small bumps on her body because of the humidity, she reached out and kept scratching. Hua Xingye drove her to work, eyes glancing at her from time to time. When he arrived at the door of the emergency department building, he pulled Su Guichen, who was about to get off the bus, and still handed her an umbrella. She took her hand and pushed. Just run 2 steps. Hua Xingye frowned, pulling her arm insistently to keep her from getting out of the car. Su Guichen is like a child who hasn't grown up, going out without a key, without a phone, and without an umbrella in the rain. Be good. I'll pick you up after work and we'll go back to the countryside to see our grandparents. He knew that she was filial, and that her grandparents far away in the countryside were her only concern. Su Guichen's eyes instantly lit up, grabbing his arm and asking, really? Hua Xingye closed his eyes for a moment and smiled gently. Really? She hugged him excitedly and stamped on the right side of his face. Thank you, husband. Satisfied, he watched Su Guichen obediently carry his umbrella into the building, glanced at the wristwatch on his hand, and started the car to go back to his own company. The rain outside continued to fall non-stop, and for fear of traffic jams on the road, Hua Xingye sent her to the unit half an hour earlier. She let her colleague on the night shift go home early and poured herself a glass of water. Looking out as she drank, there wasn't even a sun. The sky looked like it was leaking. She mused darkly. It's been raining for so long that even the emergency department, which doesn't have a moment to spare, Doesn't seem to have many patients. Su Guichen glanced at the calendar board on her desk. Today after work is the weekend. Can go back to see grandparents? She wore high heels feet under the desk step excitedly. She counted the days. Her relatives were coming soon, and set a reminder in her memo to buy tampons. At 8 o'clock, Su Guichen moved his muscles and bones, greeted his colleagues who came to work one after another, and went to the emergency surgery department. Once the mind is in anticipation, time passes incredibly slowly. It was hard to get through to work in the afternoon, but Lu Huiwen came to her in a flurry of wind, as if there was something particularly urgent. Su Guichen watched his teacher arrive and busily stood up from his chair. Lu Huiwen looked at her. Gaichen. Yicheng was severely affected by landslides and mudslides due to exceptionally heavy rains, and hospitals all over the country sent medical personnel to rush to help. The leaders above just finished a meeting. In this situation it is definitely our emergency department that has the most medical care out. I'll apply with the above. This time you will lead the support for Yicheng. Su Guichen glanced at the hospital compound with pouring rain. Teacher, this is what I should do, but isn't it a bit unqualified for me to take the lead? Her concerns weren't in question. It wasn't like the emergency department alone was going. It was the entire hospital sending people from every department. She's not senior enough to be the leader. Lu Huiwen patted her shoulder. You can do it. Su Guichen looked at her teacher who believed in her so much, and then remembered Li Changshao. If he was there he definitely wouldn't be dragging his feet as much as she was. When do we leave? She asked solemnly. 3 o'clock. Meet at the bus in front of the hospital. Lu Huiwen flipped through the duty roster in his hand, ready to replan. Before telling her, I have to go inform the rest of the department. You take advantage of the fact that there aren't many patients at this time to call your home. Su Guichen watched Lu Huiwen leave, sat on his butt on a stool, picked up the landline on the table, and called Aunt Zhou, asking her to pack a few simple clothes to help her get to the hospital. The call to Huo Xingye was delayed. He will definitely be heartbroken. For her, the exclusive ringtone of her cell phone rang in the pocket of her white lab coat, and she sighed, a blessing in disguise. Husband. When Huo Xingye heard that sweet and greasy husband on the other end of the phone, he felt that something big was wrong. Originally he had only seen on the news about the heavy rain in Yicheng and the rush of assistance from all over the world. He wanted to call and ask who they were sending from their unit, but the call made his heart go cold. With several coughs, can I not go? Su Guichen's nose was sore. No. There was a long silence on the other side of the phone. Neither one spoke, and after a while he spoke. I'll wait for you to come home. Good. Before getting on the bus, Su Guichen received the luggage that Aunt Zhou had hurriedly sent. Auntie Zhou was like an old mom, constantly instructing Su Guichen to be safe. Su Guichen hurriedly promises and asks her to help take good care of Huo Xingye. Before the car started, Su Guichen sat at the front and saw Huo Xingye's car drive into the hospital, and she was embarrassed to tell the driver to stop for a moment and rush out of the car. Huo Xingye sends Su Guichen's favorite lion doll into her arms and kisses her forehead. I'm not a kid anymore. She tugged at the doll with her head down, blushing. Be safe. Huo Xingye didn't want to delay everyone and watched Su Guichen get into the car. Su Guichen returned to the car, and the group of colleagues in the car kept joking with her. She sat down next to Daodu. After all, psychological construction after a disaster is also very important, so the psychology department sent Daodu along. Several rescue vehicles from Yicheng arrived at the disaster area near the end of the night. Su Guichen sat at the very front of the bus and saw it most clearly. It was much more serious than she had previously thought. She picked up her walkie-talkie and instructed her colleagues to work together and have a stable mindset at the rescue site. Finally she bowed deeply to the group. Be safe. Open the car door. Su Guichen was the first to step out of the car, and it didn't take long for his clothes to get wet from the rain. She had underestimated the seriousness of the disaster. It is natural that the hospital colleagues' own medical qualities and qualifications need not be mentioned. All stood at their posts in their own organized way. This is not in good surgical condition. It's all makeshift sheds. And when you go in, the water is up to your knees. Hundreds of tiny insects and moths surrounded the dim bulb, and the wounded were still being sent this way. Yicheng's medical personnel were instantly surrounded by people. Su Guichen see this situation is not at all. Directly called Li Lin, led her back to the bus to bring a loudspeaker. There were too many patients and too few medics, and Lillian took back the speakers to record a loop as she had been instructed to do, dealing with emergency situations first and giving the minimum necessary treatment. Chapter 83, Don't Recognize? Su Guichen just gave a patient to stop the bleeding fixed bandage, and hastily and a few colleagues together to pick up the medical equipment. It was dawn and no one had even taken a sip of water. She called a few doctors in infectious diseases and infections to go to the more practical areas of the disaster and the gathering of the victims. After a natural disaster of this magnitude, there was bound to be an outbreak. Su Guochen had never been involved in disaster relief before. She was actually very apprehensive inside and didn't have much of a bottom. She kept forcing herself to calm down. The medical teams from all over the world that came to Yicheng's aid, one after another, arrived, and the work was not so stressful. In the evening, the sky is still drizzling. Su Guochen sat in front of the shed in the rain and chewed instant noodles. The phone will only occasionally have a signal. Simply turned off. Before she left, she had already told Huo Xingye about this possibility of her cell phone not having a signal, but she was still worried that he wouldn't be able to trust himself. Early the next morning, volunteers came by to inform of the possibility of flooding in the last few days. Su Guochen is bandaging the patient. The family next to the non-stop crying, not far from the reporter to come over to interview. The scene was chaotic and she suddenly shouted at the family member to stop crying or else she would interfere with her work. This makeshift medical relief hut is set up on a mid-level hill, and as far as the eye can see, the entire mountainous area of Yicheng is in shambles. Su Guochen, covered in mud, stood on the downhill side of the mountain, unable to say what he felt in his heart. The cries for help from Li Lin and Zhang Miao came from her ears, and she rushed over to a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. She lay on the stretcher wailing in pain, her pants already soiled with amniotic fluid and blood, and her legs and arms still had various degrees of injury. Zhang Miao sounded anxious. She was fine just now. It should be an emergency labor. When Su Guochen heard Zhang Miao say this, he put on gloves and touched the bottom of the woman in labor, and the head of the fetus was already coming out, so he hurriedly instructed the volunteers to put down the stretcher, and bothered them to run up to call for someone, then yelled at the remaining two, "Close off." Li Lin and Zhang Miao stood still, not reacting for a moment. "Come on, close off. It's too late," she yelled loudly again. The two hurriedly took off their outside white coats. Su Guochen glanced up the hill. The maternity department should be coming down soon. She didn't have any midwifery tools on hand, so Su Guochen took off the pants of the woman in labor and asked Li Lin and Zhang Miao to take clothes to cover them. "Don't be afraid. Trust me. Breathe normally. Don't hold your breath. Someone will be here soon." She reassured the mother to check the situation while anxiously waiting for obstetrics to come for support. When the rescue team rushed over, Su Guochen was using his white coat to clean the amniotic fluid from the baby's mouth and nose. After the heavy rain, the whole city of Yicheng is cold and damp. Su Guochen used Li Lin and Zhang Miao's white coat to wrap the baby to prevent heat loss. The incident was sudden, and several obstetricians came, not all of them from Yicheng First People's Hospital. Su Guochen methodically elaborated on the situation with the professionals as the obstetrician knelt down to check the pregnant woman's postpartum status and then cut the umbilical cord of the fetus. She looked at the fetus and the woman in labor were all right. Her whole body slid to sit on the floor in fear. The more she thought about it, the more she was afraid. She was gambling with her future. Su Guochen squatted on the ground with a pie in his mouth and his legs crossed. The whole person looked not at all professional, and was out of place with the white coat on his body. The rain that lasted for days finally stopped, and the sky is slowly clearing. Su Guochen just pulled back a child and a puppy in the place where the flood was about to be released, and was scared out of his wits. Her lips were a little dry and cracked, and there was dirt all over her face and body as she mechanically chewed on what was in her mouth. Unable to swallow, and with no energy to eat, she pulled back her pant legs, which were white with floodwater below the belly, itching and hurting. The pain in her belly was coming for the umpteenth time in as many days. She couldn't even count. The flood had soaked her great-aunt. She giggled as she thought. A co-worker inside greeted her as she went into the shed for an ultrasound. There weren't many patients at this time of year, and took the time to help her out. Su Guochen waved his hand repeatedly, not wanting to take up his colleague's rest time. Her co-workers repeatedly greeted her as she went inside, so she couldn't be bothered to squirm, stuffing the last piece of pie into her mouth, scratching her itchy ankle, and diving headfirst into the shed. Su Guochen lay on the bed, the leather bed icy. She shivered several times. She didn't purposely hold in her urine, and her co-worker's hand was a little too hard, pressing her uncomfortably. After a while, a co-worker said in surprise, "Dr. Su, you're pregnant." Su Guochen lay on the bed, momentarily being shocked speechless. Her co-worker helped her up. "There are fetal hearts and buds." She broke free of her co-worker's hand, leaning over the screen to look. She hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to take a picture, only to realize that it had been turned off for several days and was soaked by the floodwaters that she couldn't open it anymore. The co-worker seemed to have read her mind. "You've been here for more than 10 days. This child is just running around with you. Your destiny is deep. You've been yelling about your stomach hurting every day and you're about to get your period. So I thought you were having an irregular period. Quickly report to your leader to go back early. My co-worker is an older sister who is nearly 40 years old, and I look at such a young doctor who works so earnestly, and I admire her from the bottom of my heart." Su Guochen sat back on the edge of the bed and reached out to touch her belly, still in disbelief. Sister Wang, what day is it? She asked. The colleague looked up and thought hard. Coming here for so many days, busy without a black day and night. I don't know, but definitely the end of June. At the end of June, she was secretly happy in her heart that Hua Xingye's birthday was coming soon. She went out of the shed to find Doubta to borrow a phone, found a place with a decent signal, and called Hua Xingye. Called several times and there was no answer. Su Guochen was a little disappointed, but on second thought, she wasn't planning to go back early, so it was better not to tell him. After the rain stopped, all kinds of natural disasters slowly disappeared, and the next priority was reconstruction after the disaster. Medical teams that are farther away from Yicheng have left the area, and Yicheng is close to Yicheng, and received a notice from above. There is also a need for disaster relief here to help rebuild the area. The number of patients is gradually decreasing, and Su Guochen performs with several psychologists to the children in the disaster area in his spare time. The younger and stronger ones would carry the supplies and the senior ones would take over the patients in the shed. When Su Guochen came out of the medical base, he saw Hua Xingye, who he hadn't seen for most of the month, carrying supplies. Don't recognize it? He rubbed his nose, a little uncomfortable with her stare. Su Guochen ran over to him and fell into his arms and cried bitterly, chattering about what he had seen. The more Hua Xingye listened, the uglier his face became. Scared? I'm scared. I'm afraid of failing my teacher. I'm afraid I won't see you again. That water is past my waist. Su Guochen cries incoherently. Hua Xingye keeps touching her head. Calling and not answering is what scares me. Ooh! She cried louder. It's all soaked up. I've seen about 200 patients in 24 hours. Hua Xingye doesn't mind wiping her nose with his hand and laughs. You're still counting? Chapter 84, You're going to be a father. Su Guochen wiped her tears while holding Hua Xingye's t-shirt. How could you come in? Hua Xingye touched her cheeks. Her pretty face was still stained with mud, and the whole person had lost a large circle of weight. The phone call didn't pick up, so I had to rely on donations of relief supplies to mix in. Seeing you is still really expensive. I'll be back in a couple days. Are you leaving in a little while? Hua Xingye puts his own forehead against hers and looks at Su Guochen earnestly, as if he wants to carve her into his mind. I'll wait for you to go home together. She took his hand and stroked it back and forth reluctantly. I have to go back to the hospital with the medical team. Su Guochen had just gotten pregnant not long ago, and her work was so intense that her entire body was a bit depressed. She says hello to her co-workers and sends Hua Xingye away. Sister Wang saw that it didn't take long for Su Guochen to come back, and joked, I thought you went back with your husband. Su Guochen snapped, how can that be? Always making fun of me. Sister Wang leaned on the backrest of the seat. Oops, I should be going back soon. My son probably misses me. I'm so tired these days. I haven't done a venipuncture on a patient in almost 20 years. Su Guochen touched her aching little tummy. It should be a normal reaction of early pregnancy. When Director Liu taught me abroad in the past, he told me that girls in the medical department are made to be boys and boys are made to be livestock. And it was only when I came to the disaster area that I realized that I could also be livestock. Sister Wang was amused by her words and laughed. Su Guochen thought back to the past few days in the disaster area. What he did not do in place. It is estimated that back to the hospital to write a summary of the work. A week after Hua Xingye returned to Yucheng, Su Guochen also got on the bus back to his unit. She slept fitfully against Doubta's shoulder, who was so short that he could only put a shirt over his shoulder, and the two of them rested arm in arm leaning against each other. Almost entering the hospital gates, Doubta woke her up early. Su Guochen rubbed her sore neck. It hurts. Doubta squeezed her shoulders for her. Sleeping like this is no better than being comfortable in bed. Su Guochen looked at Doubta with one eye open and closed, and said badly, no, it's clearly you who are short. A certain small man was speechless for a moment, and Su Guochen laughed as he hugged Doubta. After returning to the hospital for a wrap-up meeting, the hospital leadership gave everyone who had sped to Yicheng a week's vacation. Su Guochen returned home, startling Aunt Jo who was cleaning. She chatted casually with Aunt Jo and prepared to go inside to take a shower and sleep. She soaked in the warm bath water, sighing tersely in comfort. With mosquito bites all over her body that she didn't dare to medicate or scratch right now, Su Guochen lay on the long-lost big bed and fell asleep in a short while, and when he opened his eyes again, the sky was already completely dark, and the heavy curtains had already blocked the lights outside tightly. She felt like her throat was going to go up in smoke, and there was a cave-in at her side. With Hua Xingye's hand still resting on the small of her back, Su Guochen gently removed his hand and prepared to get out of bed to pour a glass of water, and just as she moved, Hua Xingye rolled over and pressed up, reaching out to turn on the lamp next to him, his two hands supporting each side of her shoulders. The sudden light shook both of them, and his tone was laced with exhaustion. What for? Su Guichen's voice was hoarse and incomparable. I want to drink water. Huo Xingye touches her head to make sure she's not feverish and then glances at the watch on the wall. It's only 3:30. I'll go pour it for you. Su Guichen followed his ass out of the room, took the water he poured and gulped it down. Not too cold and not too hot, just right. What are you following down here for? Hungry. Su Guichen. Who drank the water? His voice returned to the way it was before. She opened the refrigerator to look for food, and Huo Xingye was right there with her. Su Guichen was inexplicably a little nervous. Obviously both of them were incredibly looking forward to this child. How is it that now that she has it, she still doesn't know how to say it to him? Should I find a formal occasion to say it? Or should I just say it as sparsely as I do now? Huo Xingye looked at her staring at the refrigerator and waved his hand in front of her. Nothing you want to eat? I'm pregnant. She blurted out subconsciously. Huo Xingye paused for a moment, and then reached out in front of her and shook his hand twice. This is the disaster relief tired out sleepwalking syndrome? Su Guichen snapped and slapped Huo Xingye's hand away. You're going to be a father. Deadly silence. Su Guichen suddenly exploded, turned his head to look at the culprit. Rain so many days is under your head? Huo Xingye still cannot believe it, and even his voice began to tremble in this silent night. What did you say? Su Guichen holds a bottle of yogurt in one hand, while the other pulls Huo Xingye's hand and places it on her stomach. Here, I said, you're going to be a father. The light from the open refrigerator shone on Su Guichen's body. It wasn't that he hadn't thought that the two would have a child soon, but he hadn't expected it to be in this scenario, and for her to inform him in such a flat tone. How long? It's almost 9 weeks. She felt Huo Xingye's warm palm rubbing her stomach. Huo Xingye was a bit overwhelmed. So you're taking him to work in the disaster area? I only just realized it. Su Guichen secretly grumbled in his heart. The last time she was in the disaster area she probably already knew she was pregnant and didn't tell her. He gritted his teeth. You're good. Su Guichen had a bit of weakness and guilt. She grabbed his hand and kept rubbing her stomach, her mouth mimicking the little baby talking. Daddy, don't be angry. I'm fine now. Oh, give you a touch. Huo Xingye didn't dare to imagine that there was a child in her stomach that had both of their bloodlines and would later call them mom and dad. Su Guichen drank a bottle of yogurt and ate an apple. After rinsing her mouth, she fell back to sleep, and was more drowsy in the early stages of her pregnancy. Huo Xingye tucked her in, but he himself was wide awake. He stood on the balcony of the living room smoking a cigarette. 6 years ago it was the same season. Su Guichen lying on the windowsill asked him why none of the 10,000 lights were lit for her. 6 years later the two finally have a home and a child of their own. Neither he nor Su Guichen grew up in an intact family, although he inwardly looks forward to having a child. He just wants the kid to have a happy and complete family to make up for his mom and dad's regrets when they were kids. When Su Guichen woke up in the morning and went to the dining room for breakfast, she saw Huo Xingye, who was sitting on a dining chair and eating breakfast slowly and methodically. If she remembered correctly, it was 9:30. Why aren't you at work? Why aren't you at work? Our hospital is giving me a week's vacation. Then I'll give myself a vacation. Chapter 85, I see you want to vomit. Huo Xingye moves the things he has to deal with in the morning to the afternoon and prepares to take Su Guichen to the hospital for a checkup after breakfast. Before leaving the house, Su Guichen rummaged through the shoe cabinet to find a pair of sneakers. He hooked his lips behind him and smiled, still self-conscious. Seeing that she hadn't taken any socks, he folded back into the bedroom and found her a pair of thin socks. Su Guichen sat at the entrance hall, looking disheveled. Huo Xingye half squatted to help her put on her socks. July in Yucheng was the hottest time of the year, so she wore only a pair of shorts on the lower half of her body, and her legs still showed the marks of mosquito bites from her time in the disaster area, which were dense and a bit appalling. She mischievously kicked him in the face with her foot, and Huo Xingye feigned anger and scared her several times before tickling her foot before putting her socks back on. Huo Xingye gets the pregnancy test report and sees the words early intrauterine pregnancy written on it, and has mixed feelings inside. Su Guichen had never seen him in this silly manner and found it particularly hilarious. He wanted to take out his cell phone to take a picture, only to realize that he had forgotten to buy a cell phone. He hugged her at the hospital gates. Thanks, Can. Su Guichen wraps his arms back around him. The hospital is full of patients, and after the two of them have finished taking the examination report, Huo Xingye already has to go back to work. He pulled her to go back to the office with him. Su Guichen didn't want to go. She was very sleepy. Her chest was like a stone. She couldn't get her breath. Huo Xingye even coaxed her to the company, and the inner room of the office had a bed set up at some point. He instructed Li Yan to help buy a new cell phone and send it to the office. Su Guichen took the tablet and randomly found a TV series to play, and with a pillow between his legs, he began to huff and puff. Huo Xingye looked at her sleeping face, inwardly sighed how so cute. Back a day and a night. Just woke up 5 or 6 hours and sleepy again. He carefully closed the door outside and began to work seriously. Su Guichen home rest days. In addition to sleep is nausea. The whole person is spiritless. She woke up to find Aunt Jo is sitting on the sofa while watching TV and knitting sweater. When she woke up, she went to the kitchen to get the pre-cut fruits. Su Guichen curiously sat by the sofa and looked at the clothes that Auntie Jo was knitting. It looked like it was a child's sweater, with 2 sleeves left to be knitted. For me? Su Guichen's voice was translucent, laced with a hint of expectation. Aunt Jo put the fruit in front of her and said with a smile, "Yes, it's idle anyway, and I don't know if it's a boy or a girl can only knit white." Su Guichen felt that he couldn't always sleep like this at home. "You teach me." When Huo Xingye came home, he saw Su Guichen sitting next to the sofa drumming up wool, a bit downcast. "What for?" He took off his shoes and walked over to her. She removed the knitting mistakes and started over. The front end of a ball of wool being removed and knitted and removed as she went back and forth. And there wasn't much wool left. Su Guichen then finally realized that he was not the material, or a scalpel is cooler. She was a bit frustrated and didn't want to talk to Huo Xingye next to her. Huo Xingye sat next to her. "Why don't you say anything?" He called Daodu in the afternoon. And Daodu told him that people with a history of depression would have a chance of relapsing when they got pregnant, and that her family should be there to care for her, and that his heart was destined to hang in the air for the entire pregnancy. Su Guichen glanced at him. "I see you want to vomit." Huo Xingye stared at her face, the tip of her nose and a mosquito bite mark, flushed with pink. Su Guichen looks white, and also shows small. He almost took her as a child to raise. Listening to her say so, almost did not back in the air. He took advantage of the fact that Auntie Cho was in the bathroom doing laundry, and with a little bit of force, he carried her to sit on his lap. Su Guichen's foot stepped on his stomach, and Huo Xingye pulled down her head and took a bite at her neck. Even her breath was hot. "Calling you a little white wolf. You really live up to that nickname, don't you?" He swept his lips lightly over her face. The lemon flavor that usually gave her a solid sense of security really made her sick to her stomach this time. She raised his hand to cover her mouth and began to dry heave. Only then did Huo Xingye realize that she wasn't teasing him, and hurriedly used his other hand to smooth her back, and after she raised her head, although there was nothing in his hand, the little girl's entire face was white with tears. It didn't take long for him to revel in the joy of being a father before it was broken by Su Guichen's severe pregnancy sickness, and she noticed that her little wife, who had begun to have quirks, liked to spend time in her study, often with a book clasped to her nose, and she was crazy about the smell of a new book. Su Guichen threw all of Huo Xingye's toiletries from the master bedroom into the storage room, replacing them with her favorite scent. After the vacation, Su Guichen has to go back to work at the hospital, and Huo Xingye knows that he can't stop her, so he can only tell her again and again that she must be safe. The department where Su Guichen worked was not destined to be idle, nor would she be allowed to do much less work just because she was pregnant. She had severe pregnancy sickness and wore 2 layers of masks every day at work and still threw up. There were not many people in the clinic at the end of the day, so Su Guichen opened the rest of the windows to ventilate the room and took off the mask in the meantime. The next thing he saw was Lin Sang carrying Zichuan into the clinic in a windy manner. Can, quickly look at Zichuan." Lin Sang was on the verge of crying out in her anxiety. After Su Guichen saw the mother and son, she hugged Zichuan. "Fever. You have to go to the pediatrics. Why did you come to me? I can't find the place. The fever is 40 degrees. Lin Sang panicked. Only the emergency department was the best place to look. So high. It might be an emergency rash. Where's my brother? Su Guichen put her mask back on. It was already time to get off work. She hugged Zichuan and led Lin Sang towards the women's and children's building. Lin Sang explained to her, "Traffic is jammed at this time of the day, and it's still on the road." Xin Zichuan was in Su Guichen's arms, obediently not crying or fussing. Su Guichen gently patted the child in his arms while teaching Lin Sang to use her cell phone to register. By the time we got to the pediatrics department, the entire clinic was packed with people outside. Su Guichen told the nurse in the clinic to let the doctor prescribe fever-reducing medicine in advance, and instructed Lin Sang to go downstairs to pay for the medicine. 2 women with a child. One of them is also a pregnant woman. Su Guichen hugged for a while, tired of waist pain. Xin Zichuan was so comfortable that he wanted to sleep, but since his fever hadn't gone down yet, Su Guichen had to put him down and drag him back and forth through the corridor. Less than a year old, with a wobbly gait and a temperament that is rather like Lin Sang. He has a superb personality and loves to laugh. Unlike that big ice cube Xin Shuyang, Lin Sang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time Zichuan had gotten sick and gave her a fright. It was only half an hour later that Xin Shuyang hurried to the hospital, with Huo Xingye behind him. The hospital was so big that he bent around looking for it without finding it, and ran into his best buddy who was picking up his wife. Chapter 86, I missed you so much. Huo Xingye takes Zichuan from Su Guichen, bends down and picks him up while lifting him high, teasing the little kid with a laugh. Come, auntie, take a look. Why are you so smiley? Much cuter than your dad. Xin Shu Yang. Su Guichen twisted the flesh around Huo Xingye's waist. Don't say it even if it's the truth. It'll teach the kids. He doesn't understand. He won't know when he grows up without me having to say it. Huo Xingye teases Xin Zichuan in his arms. 4 people with children to see the doctor. Has been 8 o'clock. Xin Shuyang, even if you can no longer see the mouth Huo Xingye, at least still heartbroken, his sister followed, running up and down, ready to take them to eat. Su Guichen waved her hand to refuse. She didn't have much of an appetite right now and just wanted to go home and lie down. She fiddled with Xin Zichuan's little hand and said to Lin Sangsang, "It'll be fine when the rash sends out. Get a feeder and take your medicine on time." Su Guichen sits in the co-pilot and sighs. Zichuan is so cute. His personality is like Sangsang. Huo Xingye held her hand. In the future, our daughter will definitely be cuter than him. She laughed and patted his hand. How do you know it's a daughter? Huo Xingye started the car and stopped talking. And after arriving home, Auntie Zhou was still waiting for the two to eat. And the moment the pot lid was lifted, Su Guichen's stomach turned over. Lying on the toilet in a fit of vomiting, Huo Xingye patted her back. Don't push so hard. Cough your throat out. Su Guichen wiped the shocked out tears before realizing that there were bits of blood on the toilet bowl. She plops down on the sofa, and Aunt Zhou's cut up fruits are on the floor. Huo Xingye watched as she couldn't eat, and followed suit with no appetite himself. Auntie Zhou went into her room after cleaning up the dishes to make room for the younger two. Huo Xingye knows that she likes to be quiet, but ever since Su Guichen became pregnant, she's been hanging on to a bit of fruit all day and can't eat anything else. He thought about whether to find her a nutritionist, or a sister-in-law, but was afraid that with the sudden addition of another person in the house, she would need to readjust. Su Guichen used his hands to peel the fruit plate away, the glass and tile rubbing together to create an ear-piercing sound, causing Huo Xingye to return to his senses again. Had enough? He took the fruit plate to the coffee table and turned his head to stroke her slightly curly hair again, full of affection. Su Guichen got up from the sofa, he let him lie down on the sofa, and then he himself lay on top of him again, and kept rubbing his neck with his nose, like a cat. And Huo Xingye realizes that the little girl is cold in nature, but since becoming pregnant has become willing to cling to him, and he enjoys the warmth. Will this crush him? He asked his question in a hushed voice. Su Guichen knew what he was asking. His face was still turned to the TV, watching Crayon Shinchan, but his hand kept touching his newly grown stubble. It's still an embryo. He touched her waist and kissed the top of her head. So naughty then? Not letting mommy eat properly? Su Guichen scowled at him. Like you. Can I get someone to stay with you? Make 3 meals a day and then go. He was still uneasy. What about Auntie Cho? She looked up at him. Auntie Cho was still here, doing your laundry and cleaning up the house. I don't want it. She got up off of him and went into her room. Su Guichen's mood was suddenly bad when she said it wasn't good. She wasn't quite willing to trust and accept a new person because of the family environment she grew up in. Only willing to draw a blank and keep her own acreage. It takes her a long time to digest the sudden addition of someone else. Huo Xingye knew that she was angry and didn't go in to coax her the first time, but also turned toward the balcony to make a phone call. After Su Guichen came home from work, she saw her grandparents who came here from the countryside, and she almost burst into tears. Huo Xingye raised his eyebrows as if inviting credit, and Su Guichen rushed forward and hugged him. Thank you, husband. Grandma touched her thin face. Gu, how did Maiken become so thin? Suffered a lot. What do you want to eat? Dumplings. I haven't had dumplings in a long time. She shook her grandmother's age-spotted hands, happy as could be. After chatting with the two old men for a few moments, Su Guichen got a little tired and moved a stool to the kitchen to watch his grandfather chopping stuffing. Seeing that the little girl was no longer wilting, Huo Xingye greeted the two old men and Mrs. Zhou and was going back to the company to work overtime. After a long day of driving, there's still a lot of things that the company hasn't had time to take care of. Su Guichen felt that he was going overboard, wanting his grandparents to stay with him again, and wanting him to stay with him all the time. She reluctantly toppled Huo Xingye's head and escorted him out of the unit door. The arrival of the grandparents really let Su Guichen's spirit a lot. Rice, although not much, but at least it is able to eat and then vomit. Huo Xingye has been working overtime at the company for several days because he doesn't have to worry about his wife not eating well. Su Guichen missed him a little, and while she was off work on Friday, she spoke to the old man at home and came downstairs to his company. Just after stepping into the company's front door, he saw Nie Ziqian, who was talking and laughing with the receptionist. The receptionist greeted her with a smile, and then Su Guichen saw Nie Ziqian casting a playful gaze. She disliked the look in his eyes, like a hungry wolf. she chose to ignore him, smiled at the lady at the front desk, and turned to go up the stairs. Hua Xingye is still buried in front of the desk. The same shareholders, why he worked overtime for a few days in a row and did not go home. She inwardly fought for her husband. Hua Xingye looks up to see his own ill-faced aunt, and rushes to stand up to greet her. Su Guichen burrowed into his arms and pampered him. Kiss. He obediently kissed her brow. Why are you here all of a sudden? Last time I asked you to grade papers, didn't you say you'd never come back? Come to catch an adulterer. See why you don't come home? She joked. Hua Xingye locked the door to his office and picked the little girl up and placed her on his desk. So did you catch it? Su Guichen was thoughtful. No, but I won't give up. Hua Xingye was amused by her serious tone, and gentle kisses began to fall on her face and neck. He turned off the main light in the office in passing as he locked the door, and the moonlight outside shone lovingly and gently on the two people in the office. Su Guichen hugged him, putting his entire body weight on him. I missed you so much. You were all lazy and didn't come back to see me. I'm not being lazy, it's just that I'm relieved to have someone to take care of you, and I don't call you every day? He hugged her and patiently explained. Su Guichen is sleepy. Hua Xingye can only temporarily put down his work to accompany her to lie on the bed and take a nap. When the little girl had just rushed to him and said she missed him, he couldn't wait to rip his heart out for her. He placed his hand on her still flat belly, not daring to imagine that this body carried the blood and bones of two people. Life, it's amazing. Chapter 87. Summer is coming to an end. The wind is still hot. Su Guichen smoothly through the early stages of pregnancy. Pregnancy vomiting is not too strong. The two old people think of the countryside vegetable garden, stuff both fridges full of the two kids' favorite buns and dumplings ahead of time, and teach Auntie Cho in the process. Su Guichen began to sit in the passenger side and cry after sending the old couple into the station. Hua Xingye hugged her and kept comforting her. We'll pick them up again in the winter. She took out a tissue and wiped her nose clean, then looked out the window, clearly in a bad mood. He scratched her chin and looked at his hand that had been slapped off as he started the car and drove toward Old Town, passing by the tree where Debeo was buried. Su Guichen's small face that had just cleared up turned very frustrated again. The tree was just like Hua Xingye said. With its flourishing branches, it looked very delightful. The car was parked between Su Guichen's former home and the big tree, so he didn't have to walk too far wherever he was going. This month Su Guichen was taken care of by his grandparents and his complexion was very good, and his face began to round out. Hua Xingye pointed at the place where Su Guichen used to live, and his mouth kept talking about his plans. She looked upward as the former residence became a Ferris wheel rising out of the ground, and the rides around it were in their first stages of modeling. Su Guichen covered his mouth incredulously. You built a playground? Why would you build a playground? She just doesn't know any better. But she knows that this is the right place to build a commercial street and residential buildings. Hua Xingye hugged her from behind her. Wanted you to grow up again. For me to protect you. What? She couldn't believe her ears. I say always be my little girl. Don't be afraid. Su Guichen took her hand and hit Hua Xingye, and her tears followed the crackling fall, and the mood that had just calmed down well was messy again. He always had a knack for saying a few words to make himself cry for him. A few kids came out of nowhere around the playground playing and chasing and running around. Su Guichen leaned in Hua Xingye's arms. The gloom of having just left her grandparents swept away, probably because she had become a mother, and a soft light emanated from her entire body. Hua Xingye pressed his face against hers. In the future, our children, too, will come here to play. Su Guichen was 3 months pregnant and all indicators were normal before Hua Xingye told Yu Shooting and the others about his wife's pregnancy. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but within 2 days, Su Guichen was a bit overwhelmed. Su Guichen, who was originally high and happy in his room teasing his little nephew, ended up being chased by his aunt and uncle to feed him soup. Su Guichen could not avoid, so he hid behind the crib and did not reach out to pick it up, and there were only 3 people in the house, grandparents and aunts and uncles, or a group of people. Auntie forced her into a corner. Hurry up, it'll get cold in a minute. That's what happened to Sang Sang back in the day. Su Guichen wrinkled a delicate little face. Auntie lied. She was almost 6 months pregnant before she moved in with the family. My aunt almost missed it. Then you drink it for her. Su Guichen profoundly realized what is called a thin arm cannot twist the big leg. Holding a bowl of soup, a mouthful of drink all. The first time to know that the soup can still drink for people. Lin Sang Sang is in the studio. Xin Shu Yang is in the company. A beautiful Saturday. Su Guichen is upstairs teasing his little nephew. The more he looks at it, the more he likes it. Hua Xingye drove from the company to the listening mountain villa and greeted his aunt and uncle, making small talk as he took off his shoes. Auntie looked at this nephew and son-in-law. How she looked at him. Not to mention the fact that she had watched him grow up since she was a child. This temperament alone is 1,000 times better than my son's. Unlike that bastard. who has a cold face every day. She once suspected that the Xin family would be extinct by Xin Shuyang's generation, but at least Lin Sangsang didn't dislike him and gave her a grandson. Hua Xingye went upstairs and saw that the door to the room was left open, and in the autumn afternoon, Su Guichen was sleeping sweetly on the bed with his arm around Xin Zichuan. He quietly entered the room, drew a layer of gauze curtains to block out the sunlight, and took a thin blanket to cover his aunt and nephew. He came out just in time to run into Sims Ting coming out of his lunch break, and laced the old man up for a game of chess in the backyard. "It's tough this time of year, isn't it?" Sinistine asked his grandson-in-law in front of him as he stared at the game of chess. Hua Xingye did not dare to be ambiguous for a moment, fearing that a single lapse of concentration would result in a total loss. "Fortunately, the sweetness is as good as the sweetness." The old man laughed. "Our Xin family produces lovebirds. She is like her mother. Her obsession is too deep. This child, Can, has had a hard life. At least when I met you, I was quite relieved." Hua Xingyi saw that the time had come. "General, Grandpa, you lost. I'm not like her father." Xin Sighting heard the satisfactory answer and laughed out loud. "How are you and that brat Xin Shuyang the same? You don't know to give in to me." He bowed his head humbly. "Winning Grandpa is so hard. You have to think halfway through every step." Su Guichen noisily drank a Coke before going to bed at night, and these carbonated drinks in the house had long been thrown out by Hua Xingye. He thought it was not good for her to drink too much while pregnant, but she was as good as a ghost tonight, and would not stop until she drank into her mouth. And seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, he had to put on his clothes and go downstairs to buy it, and hurry back to let her relieve her cravings for sleep. Su Guichen and Hua Xingye come back from the hospital's maternity checkup, and run into Xin Yuzi and Su Wengang, who they haven't seen for a long time. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Hua Xingye parked the car on the side of the road, and Su Guichen sat in the passenger side looking at the two couples standing on the side of the road for a long time before pressing the window. The two men had developed quite a bit of gray hair at their temples, and as she looked at them both, it turned out that they were in their 50s as well. After hesitating for a long time, she opened the door and slowly got out of the car. Hua Xingye closed the window and didn't go down, giving the once family of three some time. The autumn wind was chilly. Xin Yuji stood and thought for half a day before she gathered the courage to pin her daughter's broken hair from her forehead behind her head. The moment the cold fingertips touched Su Guichen's face, Su Guichen was still subconsciously shivering and dodging. It was the truest reaction and fear of the heart, and Xin Yuji almost couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at her daughter's slightly bulging belly and reached out to touch it. Inside the belly was her grandson. If she hadn't been hurt in the first place, perhaps she and her husband would have been living with their grandchildren right away. Su Guichen froze in place, not knowing how to react. Remembering that her mother would rarely be this intimate with her after she turned 7, she looked up at Su Wengang, who was standing next to her with red eyes. She noticed that her father never dared to look her in the eye, and even the occasional meeting of eyes was filled with apology. Su Wengang really hated himself, hated his cowardice and inaction, and tore a good family apart. None of the three people spoke, just stood on the side of the road blowing in the wind. Su Guichen was afraid of the cold, and took the lead in breaking the quiet atmosphere. "Yes?" The voice that came out was unusually raspy, and even she couldn't believe it. Xin Yuji then thought about what she was here for. She took out a document and a craft paper bag from her bag. Chapter 88, this time it's really goodbye. The tone was one of pleasing and gentleness that could be heard. "This is 15% of your grandpa's company that mom transferred to you." Xin Yuji panicked and rummaged through her bag to find a pen. Fearing that her daughter wouldn't want it, "Consider it as me giving it to the child in your belly." In her mind, she was still thinking about the wording, how to persuade Su Guichen to sign, but she didn't expect the latter to sharply take over the pen and sign his name. The stone in Xin Yuji's heart finally fell to the ground. She followed up by handing her the craft paper bag. "Inside this is $250,000, originally intended for your wedding as a dowry, and now it's also." Su Guichen stiffly stretched out his hand to receive the money. Tears kept swirling in his eyes, stubbornly not letting it fall. She hates it? She hated it so much that she was going to die. 24 years of suffering, all thanks to the woman who was supposed to be closest to her. Does she love it? Of course she loved. Otherwise she wouldn't have suffered for so many years. Even in her midnight dreams she wished that Xin Yuji could hug her who was once so helpless. Should she forgive? She didn't know. All she had to do was look at these two and she would be reminded of the bad old days. Xin Yuji didn't dare to ask her own daughter to call her a mother again. Wiping her tears and said to her with a smile, "Mom retired. I thought that my grandparents are getting older. Your father and I will go back to the countryside tomorrow. Go back to spend more time with the two old people, and probably won't go back to Yuqing in the future." Su Guichen was like a fish in his throat, turning his head to Su Wengang. "Don't drink. Your body is drinking bad. Stay with you more. She still couldn't say the word mom. Spend more time with her and the grandparents. Then after a half-hearted pause he looked at Xin Yuji. Don't always get angry. The countryside is nice. You'll like it. We got it. Hurry back. It's windy outside. Sanuchi covered her mouth with one hand and repelled her with the other. Su Guichen looked like he thought of something. He went back to the car and took out the four-dimensional ultrasound that had just been taken at the hospital and put it into Xin Yuji's hand, and then sat back in the passenger seat. In her rearview mirror, she saw Xin Yuji holding the first picture of her grandson's life, crouching on the ground and crying uncontrollably. Su Guichen lowered her head and sobbed in a small voice. She touched her stomach. This time it was really goodbye. Back home Su Guichen did not have much spirit. Aunt Jo was squatting on the floor to open the courier. Express skins piled up all over the entire entrance hall. She had no place to put her feet. Auntie Jo saw that the two had returned and even helped to clear a path out. Su Guichen sat on the shoe-changing stool. Huo Xingye helped her take off her shoes. She had just cried and her nose was still blocked. Auntie Jo, what's all this? Auntie Jo replied to her as she collected the trash. This is what Mr. instructed me to help unpack for your dress. Su Guichen bends down and picks up a piece to look through, only to realize that it's a maternity dress. She turns back to Huo Xingye and says, what's the point of buying so many? It's such a waste. I have enough loose clothes to wear. Huo Xingye knows that the little girl is used to saving, and now sometimes at home she still wears the clothes she went to college in. He can only find another way. I'm afraid you'll strangle my daughter. Su Guichen cut a sound, holding the share transfer book and paper bag into the house. Obviously only pregnant more than 5 months. She did not even check whether it is a man or a woman. As a result, someone every day next to her nagging. The left sentence of his daughter, right sentence of his daughter. She was now desperately hoping for a son to come out and slap him in the face. Su Guichen took off her jacket and hung it on the hanger while sitting on the bed in her bedroom. She was slightly showing, so she crossed her legs to make herself comfortable. She didn't know how long she would have to save up this money. She was a bit confused after every time she saw Xin Yuji. Huo Xingye followed Aunt Jo to pack up her things, throwing the dismantled clothes into the washing machine to wash and dry so that Su Guichen could wear them to work tomorrow. He knew she was in a bad mood and wasn't going to bother her. In the middle of the night, Huo Xingye realized in a haze that Su Guichen, who was supposed to be lying beside him, had disappeared, and he suddenly lost all sleep and broke out in a cold sweat. He got up and out of bed in a hurry and opened the bedroom door to find a petite figure rummaging for something by the refrigerator. What are you doing? He stared at Su Guichen's two bulging cheeks in an unkind tone. Su Guichen didn't know what she had done to piss him off again, but she didn't want to ask and lowered her head to continue eating what was in her hand. Huo Xingye saw that she did not care about him, turned his head to look at the trash can at his feet. A pile of bags. You ate all of these? He was in a bit of disbelief. She sounded aggravated. I'm so hungry I can't sleep. Huo Xingye's eyelids jumped straight up. He was scared to death when he was up in the middle of the night lying in front of the refrigerator eating like a ghost. Next time you're hungry yell for me and I'll get up and cook for you. Huo Xingye simply cannot bear to blame her. The little girl pregnant 5 months simply a catty did not grow, but also has been pregnant vomiting, suffered a lot of crime. Considering Su Guichen's health, the hospital no longer allowed Su Guichen to sit in the clinic, so she could basically act like a civil servant and commute to work on time. After coming out of the hospital, she didn't see Huo Xingye's car, which was usually parked at the emergency building long ago. She was a little surprised, and on second thought, thinking that she might have been delayed in a meeting, she bought 2 pounds of strawberries from the fruit store outside the hospital. This season's strawberries are ridiculously expensive. Su Guichen's stomach cravings still tempted her to pay. I've been eating everything like a hungry ghost lately, and it's a completely different state than I was in before the first 3 months. She stopped a cab to Huo Xingye's company. Just as she entered the floor where Huo Xingye worked, Li Yan stopped her with a sharp eye. Su Guichen was still a little confused, holding up the strawberries she had just bought and asking Li Yan if she could help her wash them. Not that she was delicate, but because the water was so cold that it made her want to pee. Li Yan hurriedly agreed, taking the strawberries and stumbling over them, saying to her sister-in-law, why don't you accompany me? Su Guichen. She could kind of see that from the time she came up to this floor. Li Yan had stammered for half a day with the purpose of stopping her from going in. Su Guichen charged towards the innermost office like a bull, and Li Yan didn't dare to reach out and stop him. The moment she pressed the door she saw Shenlu's pearly face. The 2 men in the office both froze at the sight of the visitor. Su Guichen stood in the doorway, showing a hint of helplessness. Huo Xingye was frank and open, breaking Shenlu's hand on his arm to let her out. Shenlu still does not die, pulling him to cry even more fiercely. This scene is as if Huo Xingye is a negative man to abandon her heartlessly. He kicked down the office chair next to him, and the commotion was so loud that the staff in the office area outside were startled to stand up frequently to look inside. Su Guichen was also startled by the sudden sound, while Li Yin covered his head and thought, I'm afraid that this month's bonus will go down the drain. He really couldn't figure out why the rightful owner, up until now, hadn't said a word. Chapter 89, Ask him if he agrees. Shenlu was so frightened by the furious Huo Xingye that she stopped crying and had to dry her tears and leave the office. Before she left she also glanced at Su Guichen who was standing by the door and bumped her with not too much force. Su Guichen was a bit confused. What was this all about? Himself and Huo Xingye have been married for 2 years. There's no need for her to hate herself so much. Huo Xingye saw Shenlu left. Su Guichen still standing in place. Thought she was angry. Hurriedly walked up. Slammed the door with a bang. Shocked Li Yan outside for a moment almost soul. He suspected that he had gone out without a calendar and had received 2 great gods within an hour. Still holding the strawberries Su Guichen had just handed her. He hoofed it again to wash them, inwardly praying that he would be safe from work today. The little child in Su Guichen's stomach was frantically waving its fists inside, as if it was venting its dissatisfaction at the originator of the noise. Her belly ached from the kick, and Woody found his way to the couch and sat down, showing no interest in the annual drama the two had just put on. In Huo Xingye's eyes, however, it's not the same thing, and he kind of realizes what Su Guichen meant when he joked with him about catching an adulterer in bed more than 2 months ago. He pulled over the office chair he'd kicked over and sat next to her, intent on explaining himself to her. Shinlu's family's company had some problems, and she came to me hoping I could help her through it. Hearing this, Su Guichen hit the nail on the head, hitting the head of the problem. So you guys are still very familiar with each other. Why else would she be looking for you? We went to high school together in college, except she graduated college and went overseas. His eyebrows shot up and he told it like it was. Then, in the 5 years I was away, it was her who accompanied you, right? Su Guichen touched the restless little child in her stomach, soothing it one by one, remembering Shenlu on Huo Xingye's graduate school graduation photo, and her heart was flooded with acid. He took her hand. Yeah, but we're nothing. She's the one who keeps pestering me. She listened as he said something that sounded a bit like something a scumbag would say. So are you going to help her? The vast majority of the company's money went to building the playground in Old Town, and there's nothing left over to help her. Shenlu's teary-eyed look surfaced in her mind, and in the end she didn't say anything. It wasn't that she didn't trust Huo Xingye, but she was always terrified inside because of this incident, and she didn't want anyone to break the peaceful life she was living now. Shenlu looked at her with eyes that were clearly tinged with hate, and as to where the hate came from, she couldn't quite guess. Huo Xingye stroked her stomach. Are you angry? Su Guichen shook her head. This point is not enough for her to get angry. Even if she doesn't trust Shenlu, she is still trusting enough to trust Huo Xingye. You just got angry so scary. It scared him. Huo Xingye got down from the chair and half-kneeled in front of her, his hands caressing. I'm sorry for scaring my baby. Su Guichen was amused by him and reached out to stroke his hair. After being delayed by Shenlu, Huo Xingye not only didn't go to pick up Su Guichen from work, he still had a ton of work left to do. Su Guichen took the strawberries that Li Yan had washed, and even gave him 5 of them in passing when he thanked him, before getting into his bed in the office room to lie down and watch a movie. Li Yan saw the boss who still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and thought that it was really a thing of the past. No matter what, he had kept his bonus this month. He secretly prayed and swore that he would definitely only look up to Su Guichen in the future. Aunt Jo has 2 days of vacation every month. Su Guichen cannot smell the smell of fumes, and the two are back from dinner at Yang's house. She was watching TV. Huo Xingye came out from the shower and put his arm around her to watch it with her. Still crayon Shinchan. Su Guichen sat cross-legged on the sofa, and between her legs there was also a fruit plate that Yu Shooting had brought back for her. One washed crystal clear and incomparably fresh. Huo Xingye watched her watching intently. He reached for a strawberry and threw it into his mouth, and when he tried to take a second one, the back of his hand went numb from her slap. She'd become particularly protective of her food since she'd stopped having pregnancy sickness, and he glanced at the little golden fur lying at his feet, wondering if the two had swapped souls. Su Guichen ate her fill and threw the food container into the kitchen sink, washing her hands in the process, and when she came back holding the lion doll, she saw Huo Xingye hogging her place. She had to lie on the other end of the couch and put her feet on his stomach to keep warm. A pair of feet kept moving back and forth until they kicked a certain part, and she heard Huo Xingye hiss twice before giving 2 slaps to her feet, his voice dark and hoarse as he asked, "Kick where?" Su Guichen silently withdrew her feet and placed them inside the sofa. Huo Xingye stood up and pressed her underneath his body, his but still pouting for fear of crushing the cub in her stomach. Huo Xingye trembled as he reached his hand into her clothes, the slightly cool fingertips instantly stirring up goosebumps all over Su Guichen. She covered her stomach and looked at him with a harmless look on her face. You ask him if he agrees? When he heard this, his tongue pushed against his teeth. He knew that Su Guichen's health was not good, and it was even more difficult to carry a child in his stomach, and the placenta position was still low. He retaliated by very roughly nibbling Su Guichen several times before rolling off of her. Sleep. Su Guichen snorted with laughter. I want to eat. Didn't you just eat it? Huo Xingye's wail came from the room. Su Guichen lay on the couch and laughed even louder. And then he heard someone come out of his room again and binged in the kitchen. What Su Guichen didn't expect was that Shenlu would take advantage of Su Guichen's lunch break at the hospital and that Huo Xingye didn't come to accompany her for lunch to find her. At 12 noon, Su Guichen sat in the office to eat lunch. She didn't go to the cafeteria because there were too many people and she would be nauseous if she smelled it, so she had to ask her colleague to call a meal for her. When the knock on the door sounded, Su Guichen habitually lowered his head and said, "It's break time." Oh. The knocking on the door continued, and Su Guichen could only raise his head from his medical records to see Shenlu standing alone in the doorway. She didn't say anything, just a slight pause, and Shenlu went into the office on her own and pulled over the chair at the opposite workstation and sat down. Su Guichen took a bite of his meal. Something wrong? Shenlu wrapped her arms around her shoulders and strutted. This is what the Grand President's wife eats. She really didn't know what Shenlu came over here for. The house was in a mess and she still came to point at her. Or what? Kill a dragon? Shenlu could see that Su Guichen had always been hostile to strangers, and without talking about politeness, he could only go straight to the point. I came to beg you to help me save the Shen family's family. Su Guichen was completely dumbfounded. She didn't figure out why Shenlu thought she would help her. On what grounds? But I knew you'd come back. Xingye listens to you. It's just a matter of your word. Even though Shenlu was no longer willing to admit it, she was still clear about the weight of Su Guichen in Huo Xingye's heart. Su Guichen was deeply irritated by what she called her husband. She was a bit depressed. I'm a doctor, not a savior. I have no right to interfere in his company's affairs, and I don't want to intervene. Sorry Ms. Shen, take your time. When Shenlu came out of the office, she couldn't talk about how disappointed she was. She didn't expect Su Guichen to repay her with kindness. After all, she didn't owe her anything, but even if there was little hope, she still had to try. But she didn't expect Su Guichen to choke on his words. On the long corridor of the hospital, Li Lin rubbed shoulders with Shenlu with her medical records. Standing outside the nurse's desk, Zhang Miao saw Li Lin. What are you doing? Lillian explained. I'm delivering medical records to Dr. Su. Zhang Miao stopped her. Give it to me, Dr. Su was already tired enough from being pregnant. I'll help her. Pregnant? Shenlu raised her narrow eyebrows. She never knew that Huo's group had a successor. She had just come face to face with Su Guichen, including in Huo Xingye's office a few days ago, and hadn't seen that she was pregnant. As she thought back, Su Guichen's complexion was indeed very good, and she had mellowed out quite a bit compared to seeing her a few months ago. Mostly, she couldn't see it because of the loose clothing she was wearing, hidden by her white coat. In the evening it was Li Yan who came to pick her up from work and took her home. Huo Xingye didn't know what he was busy with. Outside, the wind was howling and the whole sky was cloudy as if it was going to fall. Aunt Zhou won't be back until tomorrow, so Li Yan accompanied Su Guichen to the elevator and put the dinner he bought on the way home with him. Seeing Su Guichen sitting steadily on the sofa and eating, he piggybacked the garbage at the doorway before turning to leave to go back to the office to deal with his boss. Su Guichen is a bit baffled, as if Huo Xingye has always been careful since she got pregnant. Sure enough, not long after, outside the pouring rain as if the sky leaks, crackling sound smashed on the window pane. Su Guichen realized that it seems to be hail. She put down the spoon in her hand and went to the balcony to close the window. This was probably the last rain of the year. Any more should be snow. The balcony of the drying clothes have been wet. Electric lifting drying rod 2 days ago broke. Not yet find someone to repair. She cannot reach, only step on the stool to take down the clothes rethrow into the washing machine. Suddenly the entire brightly lit house was plunged into darkness, and as she looked out the window, the homes of the other residents in the neighborhood were also dark. The power went out. Su Guichen fumbled her way off the stool and put her clothes on the floor. Her own well-being was more important now. She could only sit back on the couch by feel. She was actually a little afraid of the dark. When she was little, Xin Yuji would lock her in a small dark room if she was in a bad mood and didn't beat her. So when she grew up, including now, she had to have light in the house as long as she was awake. And she had to turn on the TV show before she went to bed. The more she thought about it, the more fearful she became. And the little friend in her belly kept rolling around in the amniotic fluid. And she called over to Golden to snuggle, the phone tucked away in some corner. It wasn't long before the sound of keys turning came from the doorway. Huo Xingye had returned. He entered with his flashlight up to see Su Guichen cradling his dog with a panicked look on his face. He rushed forward and wrapped his arms around her. The property called to let them know the call would be coming in soon. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you home alone. Su Guichen wrapped her arms around his neck, itching to climb all over him. Hua Xingye shoved the flashlight into her hand and lifted her ass so that she was hanging onto his body, her protruding stomach still clinging to his abs. Scared, aren't you? He softly coaxed with a gentle outburst. A little, but I know you'll be back soon. She buried her face in his neck. Hua Xingye's heart once again melted into a puddle. He had never told her that he especially liked her unconditional trust in him. Coward, he uttered, mocking her. Su Guichen lifted his head up and shone a flashlight in his face, sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes, thinking he could scare him. This is the coward that saved your life. Hua Xingye kissed her cheeks. My kid is the best. He carried her all over the house until Su Guichen felt a little sore at the base of both legs, and he set her down and went inside to change into his pajamas. Su Guichen still held the flashlight and followed him. Have you been busy lately? A little. Why? He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his lean body. Even though she was used to it, she couldn't help but sigh. He had such a great body. Shenlu came to see me. Hua Xingye's hand undressing paused slightly. What did she do? She shook her head and leaned against the door. Nothing for nothing. She wants me to speak for her and help Shen get through this. He snorted at his words. Shenlu could indeed pinpoint his psyche. Will you help then? Why should I help? That's all your hard-earned money. Hua Xingye nodded in satisfaction as he listened to his wife's heartfelt, righteous indignation. 3 and then the phrase was heard. Your money is my money. Nie Zhiqian never expected that he would run into his dad in bed hanging out with his nominal fiancée. He blinked his somber eyes, looking full of concern, and instead closed the door and waited outside. He didn't really want to wait for an explanation of anything, either, and sat down in the living room to light a cigarette and watch it burn out a little. Somehow, he remembered Su Guichen's clear eyes that looked like they could purify everything. Shenlu walked to his side, and without harboring a trace of guilt, she gathered her messy pajamas and sat down on the sofa. Nie Zhiqian put the cigarette in his hand and pressed it out vigorously into the ashtray. You're not going to explain yourself? My fiancé. He bit the word fiancé very hard, as if he was deliberately shaming her for not keeping her word. Shenlu ran her hand through her hair, her tone full of ridicule. What do I have to explain? I'll follow whoever can help Shen. A double entendre. The implication is that it is actually mocking Nie Zhiqian's lack of real power in his hands, including the remodeling of the old city center. He also had no say in the matter. Hua Xingye simply did not follow his advice to modify the plan and remodel it into high-grade housing. Nie Zhiqian stood up and pinched Shenlu's neck to hold her down on the sofa, his eyes staring viciously at her. Do you think I just want that case in the old city center? I'm telling you, Shenlu, what I want is for Hua Xingye to lose his reputation and for the company to belong to me. Do you really think I care about you enough to come here and ask you? You got slept with by a sexual impotent and you're proud of it, aren't you? Nie Zhiqian fiercely shook off the hand pinching her neck, as if throwing away something dirty. After saying that, he left Nia residence with a big step, leaving Shenlu lying on the sofa, coughing madly, with snot and tears flowing out. She stared at the ground in indignation, full of aggression with nowhere to vent it. Chapter 91, I want you to stay with me. Hua Xingye seemed to be getting a little busy again, and didn't take weekends off. Su Guichen had nothing to do at home, so he said to Aunt Zhou and went out to find Chu Wanqing to play. Not only does Lin Sangsang have her own studio, but she also has to take care of her own children. And Daodo still looks like a nerd even though she's working. Only Chu Wanqing has no desire and opens a bar to mingle every day. Su Guichen sits at a cafe not far from Hua Xingye's company and waits for her, thinking that after the two of them chat, she can stop by the company to pick him up from work. Chu Wanqing's job is to not get up during the day and not sleep at night. Su Guichen has already gotten used to the matter of her being late and doesn't mind. She looked outside at the leaves rustling in the fall wind, and her thoughts drifted off to who knows where. Nie Zhiqian sat across from her at this very moment. He watched as Su Guichen wandered off, as if he had thought of something happy, and his mesmerized expression amused him as he laughed out softly. Su Guichen turned around to see those eyes that made her incomparably chilled. She was a bit annoyed. Mr. Nie, isn't this the wrong seat? Nie Zhiqian crossed his legs, his arms crossed on his lap, looking at her with a springy face. Isn't Ms. Su waiting for me? Su Guichen closed her eyes for a moment. She could hear that he called her Miss Su, not Mrs. Hua. Why should I wait for you? She didn't hide the disgust on her face at all. Nie Zhiqian coughed lightly. Then it's probably because I got the wrong idea. That's what he said, but he had no intention of getting up to vacate his seat. She took a sip of water. Mr. Nie likes my position? Nie Zhiqian lowered his leg and tilted his entire upper body in her direction. I like it. And you'll let? Su Guichen stepped back a bit. Big afternoon. You're afraid you didn't nap too much. I'm not your mom. Why? Her mouth was unforgiving and she choked back at him, watching the slow fire in his eyes without any fear. Hua Xingye barged into the cafe wearing a black trench coat, and saw his little petite wife and Nie Ziqian going toe-to-toe. As soon as he gathered Su Guichen in his arms, his good-looking eyes looked towards the sulking Nie Ziqian across the room. I didn't know that immorality as a character is actually inherited. All like to think about other people and things. Nie Ziqian stood up, his eyes moving away from Su Guichen's body, and with a cold smile, he headed out of the store without looking back. She tugged on Hua Xingye's sleeve. What are you guys talking about? Hua Xingye looked at Nie Ziqian's distant back, his face sullen. It's fine. Chu Wanqing arrived at the agreed place with Su Guichen in a tight run, and saw the young couple cuddling together. She touched Su Guichen's stomach. Hello, little friend. Hua Xingye slaps her paw away and starts lecturing. Day after day you don't do your job. You don't sleep at night and don't get up during the day. How old are you? You don't know how to find a date? Chu Wanqing rubs her ears that have been cocooned by the nagging. Knowing that Hua Xingye is close to Qin Jiali and treats her as if she were her own sister, she waves her hand indifferently. It's fine. I'll give all my money to this in your family's belly if I die. Hua Xingye, if you look in the mirror now, is sure to be able to see 3 black lines on his own brain. He was too lazy to educate her. I still have things to do in the company. You guys play. After you finish, you give her to me to send me to my office. Got it. Chu Wanqing rushed at him and casually saluted, hurriedly sending this great god away. Su Guichen couldn't help but look at the 2 people who were playing smart. Chu Wanqing obviously came running, taking Su Guichen's unfinished drink, drinking it all with a gulp. Hua Xingye gets up and washes up in the bathroom, and Su Guichen stands in the doorway squinting at him, looking like he's not awake. What are you doing up so early on a Sunday? He slurred as he brushed his teeth. She burrowed into his arms. I want you to stay with me. Hua Xingye was slightly stunned where he was. He felt a little guilty that his wife was pregnant and he was busy every day. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Guichen could only settle for the second best. Then can you take me to work? He wants to go. He wants to go with daddy. She rubbed her belly against his dangling hand. Hua Xingye shook the phone from his mouth, hung his toothbrush on the wall, and picked Su Guichen up and placed her on the edge of the sink. The cold quartz stone cooled her like a manicure, and Hua Xingye took a bath towel and patted it under her buttocks. Su Guichen still couldn't get on eye level with the upright Hua Xingye as she sat on top, wrapping her arms around his neck and not letting go. He applied lather to his chin in preparation for a shave. Not that he didn't want to take her or be home with her. The whole company is in the wind. A whole lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Busy as he is, Nie Ziqian was still thinking about her, and he didn't want the little girl to get involved in this strife. Su Guichen took the razor and earnestly helped him shave, until the last cut was shaved. Hua Xingye turned on the faucet and washed his chin haphazardly a few times, kissed her forehead. Good girl. Wait for me to come home from work. Su Guichen instantly felt like he had fallen into an infinite hell, and followed behind him all the way to a trot, and tears fell onto the back of his hand, his hand still holding the position of tugging on his hand. Hua Xingye felt the warm touch on his hand at the entrance hall and almost couldn't catch his breath. I'll be back early today. Good boy. What time? She asked, still restraining her emotions and trying to be as calm as possible. Earlier than usual. He was answered by the sound of Su Guichen flinging the bedroom door shut with force. Aunt Zhou sighed at him. Hua Xingye had to instruct Aunt Zhou to take care of her carefully at home, then went straight to the underground parking lot. Nie Ziqian was getting more and more pressed. If he didn't take care of these matters before Su Guichen gave birth, he was afraid that something big was going to happen. Su Guichen cried a lot in the morning, and in the afternoon, she realized that she had a cold. Her nose was blocked and she could only go to the pharmacy to buy a little Chinese medicine that pregnant women can take, and the effect was very slow. She sat on the floor with a cup of hot water in front of her as Aunt Zhou tried to let the heat wash away the blockage in her nose. She was already in a bad mood, and after catching a cold she was even more bereft. She looked up at the clock on the background wall of the living room. It was already 10 o'clock, and Hua Xingye hadn't come back yet. She actually kind of regretted playing games with him, and it wasn't like he was out fooling around. He was just fighting for the family, but she was pregnant and just wanted him to be there. Su Guichen could vaguely guess that Hua Xingye and Nie Ziqian hadn't had a good time because of the issue of remodeling the old town. She recalled what Hua Xingye had said about Nie Ziqian that day, and always felt that there was more going on than just the simple fact that the old town was being remodeled as well. But Hua Xingye was unwilling to speak, so she wouldn't ask, and when she could, she was sure he would be able to tell her everything. The most important thing in front of us is to be good and wait for him at home and have the baby properly. She had actually thought countless times that she hoped that the heavens would favor her and that the baby she gave birth to would preferably have eyes exactly like Hua Xingye's. Chapter 92, Toad. Hua Xingye arrives home at 1 in the morning, and he gently pushes open the bedroom door to find Su Guichen curled up under the warm light. with a maternity pillow pressed underneath her. She's always slept well, as well behaved as she is in person, with the air conditioner set at a high temperature. He looked at the humidifier and saw that it was out of water and carefully filled it up again. Then he took out the clothes he was going to wear tomorrow and went to the den to rest. Zhang Miao's family has something to do in the evening, said to be a family gathering, but in fact it is arranged for her to meet a blind date. So at night, she was supposed to be on duty, but Su Guichen volunteered to take over for her. What Su Guichen thought was that there was no point in going home anyway, so he might as well stay at the hospital. She waved goodbye to Zhang Miao, who was exceptionally well dressed today, and wished her success on her blind date. Then she sat down at the emergency clinic and waited for the patients to come in one after another. But the world is so small, and Yucheng is so big. She watched Shenlu lying on the hospital bed covering her stomach being pushed over with an extremely painful expression, and behind her was Nie Zhiqian. What's going on? She put on her gloves and mask and went up to check Shenlu's condition, asking the nurse on duty with her mouth. The little nurse was just here, was asked by her, so, do not know whether it is nervous or shy. Small face red stammering cannot say a reason. Su Guichen didn't count on her and glanced his eyes at Nie Zhiqian, who skimmed his mouth indifferently. Shenlu's state was not very convenient. She had to ask the little nurse to go to the office to call another doctor who was on duty in the ward area and push the bed to the consultation room inside. She helped Shenlu prepare to lie down on the gynecological surgery bed, during which Shenlu struggled vigorously and tried to drive her away. Su Guichen knew that she didn't want to let herself see her messy side. The ones on duty today are all male doctors except for me. It took all her strength to help Shenlu onto the bed and take off her pants to inspect them. It was only then that I realized that her bottom was full of sores and cruelty that words could hardly describe. Su Guichen held back his inner shock and nausea to treat her wounds, his movements careful and gentle. In addition to his lower body, he had injuries of varying degrees in the small of his back, his legs, and his chest. All are women, even if she no longer likes Shenlu. But Shenlu in the end provoked her compassion. Shenlu looked at her a bit dumbfounded, also not struggling hard, forced to endure the pain to cooperate with her diagnosis and medication. Do you need me to call the police? She associated it with Nie Zhiqian, who was waiting outside. Shenlu shook her head. The beads of sweat on her forehead fell in large drops. Su Guichen drew a piece of paper to help her wipe it off. Did he do that? She was referring to Nie Zhiqian. Shenlu still shook her head, and Su Guichen thought about how she didn't need to lie to herself. Called the nurse outside the door to Shenlu transferred to the gynecology department. External wounds are okay to deal with. Inside the wound is best to have a professional doctor to check it out. Hospitalization is unavoidable. She helped Shenlu to lift her pants and helped her to put on her shoes to send her out of the clinic. Nie Zhiqian still had a cold expression as he went up to assist her. Su Guichen returned to his chair and sat down. Remembering what had just happened was still shocking. She's a little strange. Shenlu clearly said that Nie Zhiqian didn't get it, but it was Nie Zhiqian who sent her here. The eccentricities of rich people. She really didn't understand. It had been a night, and there weren't many people in the clinic, but Su Guichen couldn't eat anything because of Shenlu. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after she waited for her co-workers to come to work one after another, she was ready to go home from work when Zhang Miao thanked her again. Su Guichen ate the soybean milk donuts she brought with her. Tasteless. How did the blind date turn out? Zhang Miao sniffed a bit shyly. It's okay, I quite like it. I just don't know what people mean. She looked at Zhang Miao and thought it was quite interesting. She had never been on a blind date either. Zhang Miao pounded her shoulder, looking at her lack of spirit. What's wrong? Nauseated last night? Zhang Miao felt a little guilty. She was already a little overjoyed to be asked to fill in for her, and then she encountered such an oddball patient. It's only been one night and half the hospital has spread the word. Su Guichen holding the donut's fingers are still flooded with grease. This kind of thing how to spread so fast. Zhang Miao plopped down next to her shoulder. So it's true? It's true that the battery fluid leaked and corroded the vagina? Su Guichen remembered last night and a chill ran down her spine. She nodded haphazardly, took a wet wipe to clean her hands, and could no longer swallow a bit of her breakfast. Take off your white coat, put on a thin cotton jacket and say hello and you're going home. From the office out of the emergency building there is not far from the distance. She wandered out. Shenlu and Nie Zhiqian is an unmarried couple relationship. Then in the end who got? She shook her head, secretly telling herself she had nothing to do with her. Don't think about what's there. Out of the front door, he saw Nie Zhiqian standing outside. Not seen for a night, he was already a bit bearded, with an inexplicable sense of dishevelment. She didn't want to greet him, keeping her head down and praying that he wouldn't see her. She really didn't want to make false pretenses with him anymore and try to make a fool of herself. Nay, Nie Zhiqian just didn't want to make things easy for him. And Su Guichen was just getting excited because he was about to rub shoulders with him. He then reached out to stop her. and Su Guichen put her bag on her chest to cover her not-so-presentable stomach. What is it? Nie Zhiqian's face did not reach the smile under his eyes. I'm here to thank Dr. Su for saving my fiancé. Can you honor me with a meal? Su Guichen lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. It's only less than 9 o'clock. I've already had breakfast. Healing the sick and saving people is my duty, nor do I need to be thanked. The hand remained in the same position as before. That's not very nice, is it? Although Su Guichen hadn't had several substantial encounters with him, he could sense that Nie Zhiqian was extremely gloomy as a person. Get out of the way. She slapped his hand away. I advise you to stay away from me. Nie Zhiqian touched the hand she had beaten with a cynical expression. What if I say no? Su Guichen is like a toad jumping on the body. Can't shake it off and can't catch it. People don't have a face. The world is invincible. She has nothing to say to this kind of person. Casually got into a cab in front of the hospital and left. Nie Zhiqian watched that clear back leaving, smiled and stroked his chin as he turned towards the maternity and childhood building. Xinlu's face on the hospital bed was bloodless, and there was a hanging bottle on his hand. Nie Zhiqian sat on the edge of the bed and watched the medicine fall drop by drop. How does it feel to be treated like a sex toy? Xinlu's other hand that wasn't pierced with needles clenched his fist tightly and didn't say a word. Nie Zhiqian touched her hand. Who are you to be angry? Without me, you're afraid you can barely afford to stay in the VIP ward. He laughed softly and continued. Nya Rohai, that old thing, is an iron rooster that doesn't give a dime? Huo Xingye, as long as he can take him to make money, he's the only one who looks up to him. Do you really think he'll shell out the money to help you save Shins? Xinlu, blame it on your lack of patience. If you're a little bit, when I replace Hua, maybe I'll actually be willing to marry you. Chapter 93, her name is Shiyan. Nie Zhiqian covered his nose, his eyes full of disgust. He mocked Xinlu for Shin's sake, actually stupidly became Nie Rohai's bed plaything. As a result, that old bastard actually perforated her vagina and poop came out of her vagina. And the whole ward was filled with a strange smell. He looked at his cuckolded fiancé with satisfaction, his face like a vat of dye. He had originally gotten what he wanted from Xinlu, and even now that Xin was down and out, their engagement had not yet been broken. Although he disliked Xinlu and didn't care who she slept with, he was still a bit diabolical inside. Nie Zhiqian went out of the door of the ward and heard Xinlu's cries from inside, laughing with an incomparably evil smile. The reconstruction of the old city. Huo Xingye in the end did not listen to his opinion. The funds for the project of remodeling the playground are in place one after another. He feels that Huo Xingye is really his natural enemy. Originally discussed with the shareholders in advance, but for no apparent reason they temporarily turned against him and posed him, and now the company has no place for him at all. The backstabbing was also discovered by Huo Xingye and the others. On what grounds? Why should Huo Xingye, a stepson, a yellow-haired kid from a small place, call the shots in Yu City, while he himself had to be subordinate? Nie Zhiqian suddenly thought of Su Guichen's heavily-like face, and his face twisted up with it. Xinlu in the hospital room lying on the bed snapping tears. She knows in her heart, Xin is finished. Nie Zhiqian is a sinister, cunning and eager person, not to mention that he can't succeed. Even if he could really succeed in pulling Huo Xingye down from the high platform, he wouldn't help her. She remembered the gentle Su Guichen on the operating table again, and thought that it would not be impossible to ask for her help again. Su Guichen returned home to find that Ancho had already gone grocery shopping. She had worked a night shift and was physically and mentally challenged. She petted the dog that was at the door and returned to the house to actually find that the bedroom curtains were drawn. And right after that she saw Huo Xingye lying on the bed asleep. By the faint light of her cell phone, she noticed the dark bruises under his eyes. So he should be exhausted. Su Guichen tiptoed into his pajamas, and just as he got under the covers, he fell into a warm embrace. Huo Xingye gently zaps her with his beard, making her giggle. She rested on his arm and it didn't take long for her to fall into a deep sleep. Huo Xingye opens his eyes to see Su Guichen's sleeping face resting on his arm. He slipped his other hand under the covers and stroked her slightly bulging stomach, and the little child inside moved a few times inside as if it had sensed it. This was the first time he felt fetal movement, and his bright eyes were filled with curiosity and shock. The angular face also softened in a flash. He murmured into his stomach, "Are you missing Daddy?" Huo Xingye, shameless. Su Guichen's hoarse voice came from above his head. The next thing she knew there was a pain in her ear and she tugged at his ear harder. "You're still coming back?" Huo Xingye pounced on her and kept tickling her with his chin. "Wife. Hard work." She snuggled into his arms and touched his hand on her stomach. "You haven't named him yet." "Name?" Huo Xingye frowned. He had been so busy lately with his feet hitting the back of his head that he really hadn't thought about it. Do you want him to take your last name?" She didn't expect him to be silent for so long but asked the question. "Never thought about it. Could have the next baby take my last name." He saw her smile sweetly and his mood followed. He kissed her hand. "I just want a child. Memory of his mother. By the three children often get anxious. A head too big. He and Yang Yihuan without exception. None of them let her worry. 3 days to the school run. Hisken was so well behaved and had lived the first half of his life so hard, and for the rest of his life, he just wanted to be together as a family. Huo Xingye stroked her head. You want to have 2 children with me? Ha! Su Guichen shyly bit his cheek and he ate the pain. I only want 1. 1 is enough. She touched his stomach. But what if it's not a daughter? I have a feeling it must be. Su Guichen laughed at him and struggled out of his arms to sit up without responding. Huo Xingye called out to her from behind him. Can. Shi Yen. Her name is Shi Yen. The river is clear and the sea is calm. I wish her a lifetime of peace. Tokoyan. Did you hear that? You have a super loving dad. She smiled and walked into the bathroom to wash up, one hand still touching her little friend who was burping in her stomach. At the dinner table, Su Guichen still told Huo Xingye about Shenlu. Huo Xingye was surprised but quickly accepted the fact that he probably guessed who it was. He had long heard that Niarohai was a sexual impotent, so he had strange sexual fetishes, and his female companions with him had not suffered much. The only thing he felt a little sorry for was Shenlu. It was a fact that he didn't like her, but after all, the two had been in the same class for 7 years. Shen's deficit is too great, and it's simply not something Huo Xingye can say he can help. Now that he had just finished dealing with the internal struggle, it was not easy for the company to stabilize. He and Guizhou, a few people, acquired the shares in Nia Zhiqian's hands and succeeded in driving him out of the company. It's the time of year when you're replanning the running of your company, and there's no time for anything else. With a mid-pregnant wife at home, the two resumed their previous lives, with Huo Xingye transporting Su Guichen to and from work on time and accompanying her to her maternity checkups. In their spare time the two go to Xian's or Yang's house to dine out. Su Guichen was immersed in this happy life and never thought that these days would be broken. She's already 6 months pregnant, and usually, no matter if she's in her unit or goes to Huo Xingye's company, she doesn't want others to see her pregnant to give her special care, so it's almost always worn loosely and most people can't tell she's pregnant. It's already November, and the early winter in Yuqing is still yellow, with no snow, but the wind is as strong as ever. Su Guichen stood in front of the unit, did not see Huo Xingye's car, can only neck to the cotton jacket shrink. He came to pick her up every day. The car heating are open especially enough. She is always lazy to wear not much. Thinking that there was some kind of delay, she pulled out the phone and told Huo Xingye that she had taken a taxi home alone. So don't worry, a cab happened to drive by the door. Su Guichen did not hesitate to get into the back seat of the car, and reported the address to the driver. She saw that the cabbie had wrapped himself up tightly and the car wasn't all that warm, and assumed it was just a way to save some gas money. She was too embarrassed to ask the driver to turn on the air conditioning and just rubbed her hands together to try to warm herself up. Driving fast along the way, Su Guichen fastened her seatbelt until she passed her own neighborhood and the driver didn't stop. Then she realized something was wrong. Panicked, she pulled out her cell phone with the intention of calling Huo Xingye, and the driver in front of her slammed his foot on the brakes and stopped at the side of the road, turning around and snatching her phone away as he continued to start the car and drive forward. Chapter 94, She's Pregnant. Su Guichen forced herself to calm down, and she kept taking deep breaths for the sake of the child in her stomach and Huo Xingye. People must have kidnapped her because she was useful, not necessarily to hurt her, and she wanted to maximize her life for her child. Huo Xingye and her phone were bundled with a locator, so as soon as Aunt Zhou realized she wasn't home on time, she would definitely call him. The cab driver was a bit surprised by her calmness, and with a dead pedal on the gas speeding along, he soon left U City. On the mountain road outside of town, the driver stopped the car and forcefully tied her hands in front of her body before dragging her out of the car. After getting off the bus, Su Guichen found that not far ahead, parked a SUV without a license plate. The driver's movements were very rude, making her shoulders and wrists hurt. You don't have to drag me. I can't run away. But if I get hurt, Huo Xingye won't let you go. You're just asking for money. Don't cause trouble. When the driver heard her say that, his hand didn't let go, but the force of pulling her did become less. Nia Zhiqian saw the silhouette that haunted him in his dreams, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and smiled at her. Su Guichen's guess was indeed correct. Apart from Nia Zhiqian, she and Huo Xingye didn't have a grudge against anyone else, but she didn't understand what kind of deep grudge could make a person like him come over and kidnap her. She turned around and got into the car. It was cold outside and she couldn't stand it with how thinly dressed she was. Nia Zhiqian knew that Su Guichen had always looked down on him and didn't take him seriously, and he didn't feel strange about her doing this. He said to the driver in front of him, "Where's her phone number?" In the passenger side of the cab. Nia Zhiqian nodded. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. She was a little too calm. He directed the driver of the other car to go to the place he had arranged in advance first, while he himself got into the driver's seat of the SUV, and he glanced at Su Guochen in the rearview mirror. Then start the car and turn around. Stepped on the gas, increased the horsepower, and slammed that cab straight down the hill, taking her phone with it. Su Guochen was thrown onto the back seat of the front seat of the car by the huge inertia, instantly becoming dizzy, and her stomach throbbed with pain, causing her to groan out. Nie Zhiqian was satisfied with Su Guochen's pained expression, his face grim, his tone icy. Do you really think everyone else is a little cutie? Who doesn't know that Huo Xingye treats you like a baby? I was already looking forward to the way he rushed down the hill along with the positioning, but it's a shame I couldn't see it for myself. Pervert. She cursed through gritted teeth. Nie Zhiqian was not amused and smiled back. Really? There will be even more perverted ones later. He started the car and drove all the way to the west, all the way to Su Guochen. Upside down can't help but dry heave. I don't know how long before the car stopped. Su Guochen's hands were tied, and Nie Zhiqian got her out of the car, and there were starry snowflakes outside. It's the first major snowfall of the year and the temperature seems to be several degrees lower again. Su Guochen's pale face has little expression, and she numbly enters an abandoned farmhouse with Nie Zhiqian, inwardly praying for Huo Xingye to find her quickly. He glanced back at Su Guochen, who was following behind him, as if she had been so unperturbed since the first time he met her. Nie Zhiqian was still gentle with her. At the very least he didn't push her around. She sat down on a wooden stool with her feet and surveyed the dilapidated hut. In addition to Nie Zhiqian and the driver she had just seen, she also saw Shenlu and two other men that she had seen only a short while ago. Shenlu stared at her. It was impossible to say what emotions were in her eyes, the pleasure of revenge or the guilt of enmity. Su Guochen didn't care. Her hands were still tied. Some places had already been rubbed through the skin, and the small thorns on top of the twine pierced her painfully and itchily. Very annoying. It was all minor, and she felt a vague pain in her stomach. She was not delicate, but she was in bad health. Even if she hadn't had a good foundation since she was a child, getting sick for so many years had almost emptied her body, and she had hardly done any heavy work during her pregnancy, whether at home or in the hospital. Su Guochen hungry want to vomit, hands unconsciously shaking. Outside has long been dark, cannot see half a bit of light, can only hear the whistling gale. The few people in the room went out, leaving only Su Guochen and Nie Zhiqian behind. He handed a piece of cake to her mouth, and Su Guochen glanced at him, still lowering her head to bite the cake, but he drew back his hand and she pounced. He laughed lowly, looking into Su Guochen's indignant eyes, reaching out to touch the face that he had long wanted to take for himself. No wonder. Huo Xingye is all swooning over you, even when you're angry. You look so good. She spat at him lightly and stopped looking him in the eye. He knew she had never loathed him. Nie Zhiqian played with her soft hair and put the cake back to her mouth. Eat it. Huo Xingye won't be able to come for a while. This is far away from Yucheng. She could only continue to lower her head and bite the cake in order to maintain her strength and the child in her belly. And Nie Zhiqian didn't tease her anymore. Instead, he watched quietly as Su Guochen chewed and swallowed, and he stroked her hair and ears with fascination, as if he was looking at his lover. He moved his mouth a little closer to hers, suddenly eager to taste what she really tasted like. Su Guochen looked at his face that was getting closer and closer, and in one bite, he spat the pie he had just bitten into his mouth, onto his face. Get lost, don't touch me. Nie Zhiqian wasn't annoyed, picking up an unopened bottle of mineral water on the ground and twisting the bottle open to feed her. Then he wiped away the water stains around her mouth. Be good. If you're obedient, I can loosen the rope for you after I call Huo Xingye. This side of Huo Xingye couldn't find Su Guochen. The whole thing went crazy, kept pacing around the office. He remembered that he and her cell phone bundled positioning. He trembled as he opened his cell phone and realized that Su Guochen's location had long since left Yucheng. Chen Jielie rushed to call the police. Huo Xingye was about to head out of town. Gu Yizhou hurriedly stopped him and waited for the police to go with him, fearing that he would drive alone on the road and have any problems. The group arrived at the scene in force and found the wreckage of the cab that had rolled down the hill. Ignoring the crowd, Huo Xingye and a few police officers walked down the rugged path with flashlights to the cab, only to realize that there was nothing inside. His entire body was off his feet, half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. He was afraid that there was Su Guochen's figure inside. At least, there was nothing in the car but a cell phone, so that proved she was safe for the time being. It took Gu Yizhou a great deal of effort to assist him back to the car. The rest of the police immediately took the current place as the center and spread around to look for. Huo Xingye's hands shook incessantly, even his face was bloodless white, and he took out his cell phone screensaver to show it to the police for easy identification. He leaned against the side of the car, his voice hoarse. She is pregnant. Please, you save her. Chapter 95, Can. Don't be afraid. He broke off and couldn't even say a complete sentence. Chen Jelly looked at him like this and forced him to help him sit back in the car, leaving Gu Izhou to deal with the police. Huo Xingye knew it was Nie Zhiqian, and the phone hadn't been working. The sun had risen in the east at some point, blushing with the color of a fish's belly. The snow on the ground has also fallen in thick layers, adding to the difficulty of the police's search. There is not even a surveillance around, and no one can be seen. Not far away you can still see the curling smoke. Huo Xingye sitting in the car has not been opened the heater. The breath that came out of his mouth was white, and his whole being felt like it had been crushed in an instant. When the phone rang out of his pants pocket just then, its contents long since tapped by the police, he numbly pulled out the phone. And unsurprisingly it was Nie Zhiqian calling. Tapped it several times and couldn't push that button. Gu Izhou helped to press answer. The signal is not good. The opposite side has been the sound of zipping current. There was a long silence before he could faintly hear Su Guichen whimpering on the other end of the phone. Huo Xingye's veins rippled on his clenched fists, his scarlet eyes staring dead ahead at the mountain road, but his tone was indescribably gentle. Don't be afraid. Su Guichen's mouth was wrapped in tape, so he couldn't speak at all, and could only keep making sounds from his throat, telling her in this way that he was still safe. Huo Xingye reputation outside, always calm and collected. Only in Su Guichen this, a slight error, let him messed up. Chen Jiali has always been calm, taking the phone in Huo Xingye's hand and negotiating with Nie Zhiqian. You don't have to be like this, as long as you let her go. All 3 of our shares will be transferred to you. Nie Zhiqian suddenly laughed out wildly over the phone. I've come this far, am I as simple as asking for shares? He didn't give a few people time to maneuver with him at all, and he chose to do this today with no intention of living at all. I want Huo Xingye to kneel before me. I want him to die before me. If the police arrive before Huo Xingye, then let Su Guichen be buried with me. He gave his address, followed by the sound of a phone on hold. Huo Xingye took his cell phone back from Chen Jiali, entered the address to locate it, and then whisked the 2 out of the car. Gu Izhou pressed his arm. I'll go with you. Huo Xingye started the engine, gulped, and licked his dry lips. You stay and explain the situation to the police. I'll go first. He glanced at where his navigation was and it was still a 4 or 5 hour drive from this current location. After Nie Zhiqian hung up the phone, he untied the rope that tied Su Guichen. She moved her wrists without looking at him with her eyes. She had to figure out how to get out on her own. Nie Zhiqian was a lunatic, and Huo Xingye would surely come first for her alone. If anything happened to him, what would be the point of her living? Nie Zhiqian pinched her chin. Don't even think about it. This place, there's no way to run out. Just wait with me obediently for him to come over. Su Guichen's mind was seen through, but she didn't panic. Shaking off his hand that was restraining her, she stood up from the small low stool and sat closer to the fire to warm herself. Although Nie Zhiqian liked her unadulterated beauty, he also hated the way he didn't put her in his eyes, as if he was certain that he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. He walked to her with a tight step and a sense of oppression, making up his mind that he had to go and disgust her. You're really good looking. I've liked you from the first moment I saw you, but you happen to be Huo Xingye's woman. He sized her up. Even in this environment, she still had the broken beauty of being colorful but not demonic, charming but not vulgar. Su Guichen sat on the ground, backing up on his hands and knees from his gaze, his face still calm and collected. You're such a pervert. You're still so young. You should have a great future ahead of you. Are you doing this to your parents? Parents? Nie Zhiqian became a bit manic hearing those 2 words. Where do I have any parents? Oh, you mean the sexually impotent one? How can you have a son when you're all sexually impotent? Your husband didn't tell you? It looks like it didn't. Then let me tell you. My mother's ex-husband is Yang Qiu-rui, okay? He's the one who dumped my mom. My mom couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide by lying on the tracks. I was just under 6 years old at the time. If Yang Qiu-rui hadn't disowned me, would I have been sent to an orphanage? Would I have been adopted by that old pervert Nyarohai? You mention parents to me? What qualifications do you have? Yang Qiu-rui deserves to die too. He treats even a stepson like his own, but he doesn't care about me. Huo Xingye deserves to die even more. He's the one who took away everything from me. He's just a brat from the countryside. On what grounds? Without him, maybe even you would be mine. Nie Zhiqian spoke faster and faster, getting more and more agitated, his eyes glaring as if he was going to eat Su Guichen alive in the next second. Su Guichen was still agitated by his words and couldn't react for a moment. What is this? Nie Zhiqian is Uncle Yang's son? No. She closed her eyes not to listen to his words. Nie Zhiqian did not have a little, not a bit like Uncle Yang. What do I hate most about Huo Xingye, you know? It's just annoying that he's obviously a bastard and still really thinks he's a young master. Ridiculous or not? Middle school, high school he actually treated me like a brother. Who is a brother to him? I can't wait to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Su Guichen. You're destined to die here today. The fault is that you're his baby bump. Originally I had nothing to lose. And now I'm just going to die and take you with me. Suddenly I don't want him to die. Won't he suffer more if I die with you? He deserves to suffer. To suffer what I suffered before. Ha! Su Guichen suddenly laughed with an arched eyebrow, which seemed especially crisp in this empty and broken house. Her one eye shone with a different light in front of the campfire, full of sarcasm. Su Guichen reached close to the fire to warm himself, but did not speak. What are you laughing at? His face twisted a little. I'm laughing at your stupidity. What else is there to laugh at? Nya Zhiqian, have you looked in the mirror? Look at your face. And your whole body. Where do you look like Uncle Yang? Have you ever thought that Uncle Yang is so naive that he can treat Huo Xingye, who is not his own, as if he were his own son, but he turns a blind eye to you, the so-called flesh and blood of your mouth, and strays away. I see, she said in a tone of voice, deliberately provoking him. Maybe you are the wild seed born by your mother and some wild man. Pop. Su Guichen covered the right side of his fiery face, still looking at the man in front of him with a sneer. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you? In a moment, I'll show Huo Xingye how you cried out under me in front of him. Chapter 96 Who owes who? Don't challenge my patience. He choked Su Guichen's neck, his arm gradually getting stronger. Su Guichen endured a powerful choking sensation, but his mouth was still unforgiving. What? Was I right? You're looking down on me too much. And you're looking down on Huo Xingye too much. Today if one of the two of us dies here, the other one will definitely not live alone. It's you who's ridiculous. Nya Zhiqian. 30 years of a good life, lived out by you as a joke. Su Guichen was betting that she actually didn't even know about this part of Uncle Yang's past, and she wasn't sure if Nya Zhiqian was really his son. She bet on Uncle Yang's character. So many years not to mention how good he is to Huo Xingye. Is that she occasionally back to Yang's home? The dinner table is also Uncle Yang ordered to give her to do her favorite dishes. Nya Zhiqian was not at all related to Yang Qiu-rui in terms of appearance and character. Nya Zhiqian loosened the hand that was pinching Su Guichen's neck, his fingertips constantly rubbing her face. Nothing you say now is going to help. I'll just wait for Huo Xingye to kneel in front of me. After all these years, I haven't learned any other tactics, but I've learned 10% of what it takes to abuse a woman. I can't wait to see the look on Huo Xingye's face. He patted the dust that had gotten on his clothes and locked Su Guichen in the house with a glance at her. There were also occasional murmurs from a few people in Nya Zhiqian's group coming from the doorway, which she couldn't quite hear. Shenlu did not know where to run. The windows are sealed. Only through the gap to see a little light. Just like Nya Zhiqian said, trying to get out was impossible, and she could only keep praying that Huo Xingye was foolish enough not to come alone. Waiting endlessly, Su Guichen is a bit disheartened. She and Huo Xingye probably can't escape the accident. She lay on the haystack in a daze, and it wasn't long before she heard someone pull up and close the car door. The sound of feet crunching on the snow on the ground. Every now and then a cramp came from her stomach and she couldn't stand up at all. Nya Zhiqian re-entered the hut again before Huo Xingye came in and tied Su Guichen's hands behind his back. He was still wearing the suit he'd worn in the office the day before. It was covered in creases. His hair was a bit disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. He called out softly to Kan, and Su Guichen smiled at him. Nya Zhiqian didn't want to see the two people flirting with each other. He held a knife in his hand, emitting a chilling silver white light in the gloomy room. The sharp knife slides from Su Guichen's face all the way to her stomach. Nya Zhiqian holds the tip of the knife to her stomach under her cotton jacket, his tone light and provocative. Mr. Hua, I still just found out that there's actually your seed in her stomach. I said, why are you so eager to get me killed? Every day at noon is not in the company, so it is all to accompany your pregnant stepford wife to go. Who do you think will die first when I go down with this knife? These two babies of yours? He stared viciously at Huo Xingye who was away from him. You dare. Huo Xingye's tears were right at his eyes, and he covered his heart as if he was going to die in the next second. Nya Zhiqian dragged Su Guichen up by her collar with one hand, holding a knife against her slender neck with the other. The knife was so sharp that it didn't take much force to press out a bloody mark. Su Guichen was pulled up by him with great force, her stomach hurting so much that she couldn't stand up straight at all, and her whole body was shaking. Huo Xingye was still calm on the surface, and his voice stayed as calm as possible. Say, what do you want? He understands Nya Zhiqian. It is not too much to say that he is an outlaw. The two people have different paths. 6 years of good friends in the end cannot help but go their separate ways. Nya Zhiqian licked his lips and smiled. Kneel down. Without the slightest hesitation, Huo Xingye fell straight to his knees with both legs, shaking up the dust around him, but his back remained straight as a pine. Su Guichen desperately shook her head. The teenager she remembered should be full of harshness. She was proud that even though she was born into an extremely poor family, Su Guichen valued her dignity more than her life sometimes. She's like a weed that grows when there's a breeze. She won't bow down to anyone except to Huo Xingye. And naturally she can't accept that he'd break his pride for her alive. Nie Ziqian pressed the knife harder against Su Guichen's neck. You know what? You lost because you were too sentimental. But what's the use? Huo Xingye's eyes stared deathly at the place where Su Guichen was bleeding. What's between a man shouldn't involve a woman. What's between us should be resolved between us. Settle it. How? You've thrown me out of the company. You've taken away everything that was mine. He hissed. Huo Xingye didn't dare to irritate him, fearing that he would directly wipe Su Guichen's neck if he got agitated. Ziqian, no one has taken away everything from you. At least for those years, I really took you as a brother. Stop farting. It's obvious you're the culprit. Otherwise I'd be a son to someone else? He snorted. Huo Xingye helplessly pulls out the DNA identification certificate from his pants pocket, confirming that he and Yang Qiu-rui are indeed unrelated. Nie Ziqian didn't believe it at all. Ever since he could remember, his mom kept telling him who his dad was and that it was his dad who abandoned them as a mother and son. Su Guichen finally couldn't take it and slid down a little bit. Huo Xingye stands up and is about to rush in her direction. And Nie Ziqian, who is immersed in grief, is still dead set on pulling Su Guichen, not caring about her condition at all. Then it's also your Yang family that owes me a life. Who really owes who? Your mother for wronging Uncle Yang in the first place. And you for causing the accident that almost got me killed on the highway in the second. You made a move on the company and kidnapped my wife. Do you still want to be obsessed? Huo Xingye didn't dare to act rashly, as if his entire body was going to be torn apart. He could only kneel on the ground again. Just how can you let her go? Shen Lu suddenly burst into the house. The police are here. Hurry up. Shen Lu, who was kept in the dark, still naively thought that Nie Ziqian kidnapped Su Guichen just for the equity in Huo Xingye's hands. But she didn't know that she was completely used and planned the kidnapping with Nie Ziqian. Drawing fire. Outside the house there was indeed the sound of a police car's siren and horn, telling those inside not to act rashly and to come out and surrender. Nie Ziqian looked at Huo Xingye with a resentful face. I said not to call the police. Are you deaf? Su Guichen knelt on the ground, bean-sized beads of sweat falling like rain. Huo Xingye stretches his hands in mid-air, trying to stabilize him. I'll be the hostage. You release her. The snipers outside the door were ready, and all three accomplices had been contained. Nie Ziqian has been stimulated to madness by that appraisal sheet, vowing to die with Su Guichen and make Huo Xingye suffer for the rest of his life. The moment he raised the knife, Su Guichen closed her eyes and felt that she should be finished. She just felt sorry for the child in her belly. Chapter 97, I never said I loved you. There came a gunshot that nearly shattered her organs as something crashed to the ground next to her. Then she fell into Huo Xingye's arms. It's okay. He untied the rope binding her, and Su Guichen didn't dare to look to the side. She could only force herself to look straight at Huo Xingye, and a single tear slid down her face and onto her clothes. She didn't even cry when she was kidnapped and terrorized, but because of the aftermath of the robbery, in Huo Xingye's arms, she couldn't stop crying. She wasn't afraid to die. She was afraid her star would live in darkness for the rest of her life. Huo Xingye looked at her pale face that still had a few not-so-small cuts from tree branches. I'm in so much pain, she moaned out as she held his arm. Huo Xingye wiped a tear from his eye. Where does it hurt? Tummy. Her whole body shrank into a ball. Tokoyan. Our Tokoyan. She feels a warm current flowing out of her lower body. And Huo Xingye looks at Su Guichen's pants, crimson with blood, and desperately begs the police to come and help. Su Guichen suddenly fell into a coma, unconscious. The medical team that came with the police car carried her to the ambulance. Yuqing is still 4 or 5 hours away. Can only find a local hospital nearby? Thankfully the medical standard is not too bad. Huo Xingye sat frozen at the door of the operating room, with Guizhou and Chen Jelly accompanying him. He didn't notify Xin Shuyang until this accident was over. When Xin Shuyang and Lin Sangsang hoofed it to the hospital, they saw Huo Xingye's hands full of dried blood. Xin Shuyang's words of reproach are suddenly swallowed back into his stomach. He pats Huo Xingye's shoulder for fear. Wash up and go. Don't her come out and see. She'll be scared. Huo Xingye lifted his lifeless eyes to look at him. Not long after drilling out of the restroom, the lights in the operating room went out. The crowd crowded up to ask about the situation, and the doctor took off his mask. The patient has a hypoplastic placenta and a preeclampsia. I've given her a cervical circlage and a magnesium sulfate shot first to keep the baby in the womb, and I'm afraid she won't be able to get out of bed for the next couple of months. She was in shock, and psychological counseling afterward is still necessary. Unsurprisingly, he'll be awake in a little while. Su Guichen lay lifeless on the hospital bed. The hand that was infused with fluids was cold, and his wrist was bruised by the rope, and he gently touched it with his hand. The wound on her neck had also been bandaged, and Huo Xingye could still see her slightly convex stomach through the covers. Almost. So close. He'd lost the two most important people in his life. Su Guichen only woke up the next morning. She slowly opened her eyes to see Huo Xingye lying on the side of the bed, his green stubble sprouting out. She rarely saw him in such a sorry state. She subconsciously touched her stomach and the bulge before she let out a long sigh of relief. When she thought of Nie Zhiqian, she had an uncontrollable feeling of fear. In the end, she and Nie Zhiqian were both people with the same unhappy family, only choosing to live in different ways. Huo Xingye was awakened by her subtle movements, and Su Guichen's eyes felt like they were holding water the moment she saw him looking at her. She opens her mouth but can't pronounce a syllable. Huo Xingye's hands and feet are busy wiping her tears, taking the bedside cup of water and putting a straw on it for her to drink. For a long time, he held her hand, and even if he didn't say a word, Su Guichen could feel his guilt. Her voice was still a little shaky and raspy. I don't think I've ever said I love you. Huo Xingye's tears fell on the back of her hand. There's no need to say it. In your eyes, I can see it. I'm so scared. She cried anyway. That suffocating feeling, she couldn't even think of not crying. What should I do? I don't seem to have been taking care of you. I'm sorry. He sat beside her, his head against hers. There was guilt in his voice. He had nothing to offer her in the 7th year of their acquaintance. Instead of knowing him, more of her suffering was brought on by him. You're going to stay with me. You're going to take me with you everywhere you go. She whimpered. Su Guichen is afraid of being alone. And for so many years it seems like she can't hold on to anything except the feeling that Huo Xingye is her own. She pointed to her stomach. Is he okay? It's okay, but you're not well enough to be in bed until you give birth. He wiped her tears. I don't want to move anyway. Her voice was muffled, and she lifted her head a little, but pulled at the wound and whimpered in pain. Cool, cover it. She pointed to the 4-tube, spooning with him to distract him from his guilt. If this time, you're not with me every day, I'm done with you. Petulant bag. He rubbed her nose and reached over to cover the 4-line. Huo Xingye, don't feel guilty. I'm scared but I know you'll be with me in life or death. You don't know that the very fact that you love me is enough to make me happy for the rest of my life. Because I love you too. He was stunned speechless by her words of love. Su Guichen has always been a very calm person. She would rather her tenderness are wasted and crushed in the years to prove, but also do not want to express. She still had the tiredness from the shock, and it didn't take long for her to fall back asleep as he covered the 4-tube with one hand and patted her bottom to soothe her. Only the sleeper was still very much unsettled, clutching one of his fingers tightly. Nie Zhiqian was killed on the spot. Huo Xingye is scared to think about it. If his knife was really faster than the gun at that time, he would really not have seen Su Guichen. Shenlu was also taken away by the police. The two came to this point today, more or less let the industry people sigh, become the talk of the town after dinner. Time washes everything away, and it wouldn't be long before they were completely forgotten. Huo Xingye no longer has time for anything else, and only works half a day every day, spending the rest of the time at home. Su Guichen was not at all what he expected. She couldn't stay. The progesterone made her sensitive, and she played a little tantrum every day. He understood her fully. No one wants to stay in bed all the time. This day Huo Xingye still arrives home at noon on time, and before he even enters the bedroom he hears Yu Shooting's voice coming from the room. Su Guichen's laying on her lap. Yu Shooting gently stroked her hair, massaging her scalp in the process. I heard Xingye say that you can't sleep well, so mom will tell you a story, okay? All three of them grew up listening to my stories when they were kids, and you're sure to fall asleep after one. Really? Su Guichen didn't believe it. She very much liked her mother-in-law touching her like this, just like a little baby likes its mother's embrace. Of course it's true. No child escapes my stories. Good. He listened to the occasional laughter coming from the room and the sound of his mother's storytelling, exactly as it had been when he was a child. After a while, the sound of the room faded, and Huo Xingye had long since changed into his loungewear and sat on the sofa reading a book. Chapter 98, should have a life of their own. Yu Shuting looked at Su Guichen's sleeping face and tiptoed to close the door. She sat next to Huo Xingye and patted his shoulder. Son, you've lost weight. He put the book on the coffee table, took his mother's hand, smiled, and said, I've always been like that. Every time you see me. Yu Shuting was a bit unable to bear it. Mom is ashamed of you. She should have taken you with her in the first place. You've been very understanding for so many years, but mom knows you're lonely inside. Huo Xingye looks at the few white hairs in her hair. My father is fine. Uncle Yang is fine. People have their own destiny. I'm already content now that I have Can. Well, Can is very nice. Mom, don't worry about me. You deserve your own life. You don't owe anyone anything. Still uneasy, Huo Xingye stood up and leaned over the doorway to see that Su Guichen was indeed sleeping soundly. He walked Yu Shuting downstairs and watched his mother get into the car, waving for him to hurry back. Huo Xingye watched the fading car disappear into the neighborhood before he returned to the door of the unit and pressed the elevator. He hadn't told anyone that when he first met Su Guichen, she was covered in bruises, covered in scars. She looked nothing like the mother he remembered. He just instantly remembered those bad memories from his childhood. But when the glance of walking passed, he heard a voice saying to him, "Huo Xingyi, look, it's her. Only she can complete your life." Su Guichen had just opened her eyes not long before Huo Xingyi came in from outside, holding a small glass of water. She took a sip before realizing it was Sprite and smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits. "So happy, huh?" He kissed the corner of her mouth. "Did you sleep well?" "Well, Mom told a story and I fell asleep in a daze and didn't remember what she was talking about." "How can you still act like a little kid when you're going to be a mom in a few months?" Su Guichen finished his drink and put the cup in his hand to get up to go to the restroom. After coming out of the toilet, she played the trick of not wanting to lie back on the bed and slink around. Huo Xingye's hair stood up in fear as he watched her stretching. It wasn't until he finally watched her change places and lay down on the couch that he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Guichen is wearing coral fleece pajamas and is still barefoot, and Huo Xingye goes inside to get her socks to put on. "Air conditioner higher, and I need a comforter." She motioned to him. "Good." He tuned out the crayons on the TV for her, his mouth obliging. "And would a little more drink be okay?" She was full of anticipation. There was a little starlight in her eyes. "Good." Then the sound of carbonated drinks being opened came out of the living room, and she lay on the couch laughing and happy, her feet swinging. Harsh winter. Silver. Su Guichen's stomach gradually grew. She stood up and found that she could no longer see her feet. She's been laid up at home for almost 2 months now and has gained a lot of weight. She can cook and do housework, but when she's married, she's the one who's always taken care of. Su Guichen was half lying on the sofa, touching the supplies for small children sent by Chu Wanqing and the few of them. It's kind of funny to think that the clothes everyone sends, including supplies, are all pink, as if she's actually pregnant with a daughter. She glanced up at the clock on the wall in the background of the television, which was already pointing toward 12. Huo Xingye hasn't come back yet. Shenlu was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and he went to visit her in prison. Shen's group is completely finished. Huo Xingye, after her consent, arranged a job for Shen's father. Although it is not as good as the previous life, but at least this life food and drink will not worry. You can wait for your daughter to get out of prison. Shenlu was only used by Nie Zhiqian. Su Guichen did not want to evaluate whether she was good or bad, as if it was a good deed for the child in the belly. It was snowing heavily outside, and he came through the door in a blizzard, bringing with him a blast of cool air. The edge of the couch washed over the doorway, and Su Guichen shivered at the coolness, putting his clothes aside and covering himself with a blanket. He'd promised to take her out for the day, and with her due in 2 months, 2 people might even become a luxury. Huo Xingye was behind her, and the sound of clanking kept reaching her ears, and she turned around to realize that he had gotten a wheelchair at the door. Su Guichen didn't want to bother with him. After all, she was already happy to be able to go out. It was cold outside, so Su Guichen only bought a bunch of sugar gourds and went into the mall. She wants to watch a movie, but Huo Xingyi thinks the sound will be too loud to shock the baby in her belly and refuses her. And Su Guichen thinks he has a point. There wasn't really much point in coming out. She hadn't been in her wheelchair long enough to feel back pain and lack of energy, so the two of them found a random restaurant at the mall and ate a meal before going home to bed. 3 o'clock in the morning. Su Guichen woke up leisurely. Just wanted to get up to go to the toilet when I heard a soft bang in the stomach, as if there is a warm current from the middle of the legs keep flowing out. After being a doctor for so long, she finally learned that when your water breaks, it makes a sound. She trembled as she shook the still sleeping Huo Xingye awake, her other hand reaching for the table lamp at the top of her head. The orange glow shook Huo Xingye's eyes as he squinted. Need to go to the bathroom? The amniotic fluid broke. Su Guichen was still calm as he lay flat on the bed. Huo Xingye, however, was instantly sobered by her words. Su Guichen is only 8 months pregnant, which means she was born prematurely. Huo Xingye picks up the phone at the top of the bed and dials 120 emergency, then reassures her not to be afraid, turns around and goes to the other room to wake up Auntie Zhou, and comes out to pack up the things he prepared in advance. I'll call Mom. Don't fight it. It's only after 3. I won't be able to give birth even if I go to the hospital. Let's talk about it in the morning. She presses Huo Xingye's cold hand. Good. He stroked her little face and got his clothes for her to put on. The heart is not bottom. Su Guichen's body is seriously overdrawn. Not as healthy as the surface. She has always been timid. Originally we all agreed to hospitalize her to accompany her once the due date arrived, but I didn't expect it to be so far in advance. After arriving at the hospital and completing the hospitalization procedures, Su Guichen was helped by a small nurse to go in for an internal examination. She was not willing to make specialization and was low-key, so Huo Xingye only helped her find an obstetrician and a monthly wife. It was nearing early morning, and Su Guichen told him to call in the morning before it was too late. Just as she caught her breath, the nurse helped her out again. A bead of sweat still on her head. Internal exams hurt. The amniotic fluid broke. The labor process is naturally fast. Huo Xingye looked at her lying on the bed with her hand on the railing. Her eyes were red with pain. He choked and called her little name. Su Guichen took advantage of the fact that the contractions were not so strong and reached out to stroke his brow. I'm fine. Don't be afraid. You'll soon be able to see our Shi Yan. Don't be frustrated of face. It wasn't long after relatives and friends arrived at the hospital one after another that Su Guichen was pushed into the delivery room before Huo Xingye pressed against her head. I'll wait for you outside. Chapter 99, Waiting for you to come home. Su Guichen pinched his face. Okay, you and Shi Yan wait for me. He kissed her forehead, tenderly and reverently. Time seemed to be cheating. Huo Xingye had never felt that time pass so slowly, as if it was longer than the 5 years the two had been apart. Yu Shuting is anxious in front of the delivery room. An Xin Shu Yang pats him on the shoulder for comfort. Huo Xingye pressed against the door of the maternity ward and could vaguely still hear the voices inside. His kin didn't say a word. He started to become a little irritated and wanted to go for a smoke, but was afraid that at this time, Su Guichen would come out. His heart was like falling in an ice hole. He knew that Su Guichen's health was not good, and the child was born prematurely. Whoever of the two, what problems occurred, it would be a devastating blow to him. Soon the nurse held out a ball. Girl, 1800 grams preterm had to be taken to pediatrics. Huo Xingye only gave his daughter a cursory glance. How is my wife? Still watching inside. The baby was not yet full term, and except for the unbearable contractions, Su Guichen gave birth to her without much effort. She felt her breathing getting slower and slower, the two feeling like they were fighting and getting heavier and heavier. Su Guichen felt so tired, the exhausted kind of tired. She just wanted to close her eyes and not think about anything. In a trance, she thought she heard someone calling out to her. Su Guichen thought of his childhood, of Xin Yuji and Su Wengang, thinking of that house in the old town. Lights and shadows crisscrossed, voices overlapped, and she couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. And then later on it was that rainy night when she broke up with Huo Xingye. Nia Jiqian held a knife to her stomach as she cried out. Lastly, there was a toddler doll with punchy braids milking her mom. The entrance to the ICU ward, even with its incandescent lights, feels eerie. Huo Xinghua leaned against the long corridor, where no one sat on the corridor benches. All of them bought plastic blankets outside and laid down on the ground to wait. Never know if the next moment when the nurse calls the family's name will tell you good or bad news. Huo Xingye has been outside the hospital room for 2 days, during which time the most he has heard is the sound of family members crying in pain as their loved ones pass away. A little numb, he scratched his green stubble and flipped through the photos and videos on his phone. It was Huo Shiyan. She was wearing the smallest size diaper that still looked extra large on her, and every breath she took seemed like a struggle. Huo Xingye could touch all of her head with one little thumb through the screen. Shiyan, tell me, what should I do? You should be like your mom. Tenacity. But she's also lazy. Don't leave me behind. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, family members have 20 minutes of visiting time. Huo Xingye is wearing a sterile suit and looking at Su Guichen, who is lying in a hospital bed with instruments everywhere. Little liar. He touched her hand, tears bearing the floor. No one would have thought that an 8-month preterm baby would cause Su Guichen to suffer postpartum hemorrhage, coagulation disorders, and direct shock. Obviously a few hours ago she had smiled and told him to wait for her. Su Guichen woke up 3 days later. She was released from the ICU the day before. What happened during this period is not known. She opened her eyes to the white ceiling and realized her arm was pinned down when her fingertips moved slightly. Half the curtains were drawn in the hospital room, and the sunlight from the other half had reached the door. She gently tilted her head to see Huo Xingye, who was lying on her arm. Huo Xingye is bearded, not at all spirited for his age, similar to a tramp. Su Guichen wasn't sure exactly how long he had been lying there, and the dreams he had were long and complicated, and his body ached all over. Huo Xingye was still lying on her arm, and she reached out with her other hand to touch his head. Blood was still seeping from the tape of the retention needle, which had dried up. He slowly woke up, incredulously looking at Su Guichen's pale face still covered in a smile. He kept quiet. She was the first to break the silence. Didn't I tell you to clean up and watch your little lover? The voice that answered her was that of a 31-year-old man crying out in pain. She reached up to reach his collar, almost without strength, and Huo Xingye followed her strength to rest his head on top of hers. Want a pro? Before she could finish her words, Huo Xingye's domineering and insecure kisses imprinted on her lips that were dry and cracked from the hemorrhaging. Thanks, Can. Su Guichen realized that something was dropping one after another on her face and flowing into her neck. She reached up and tenderly touched his face, wiping his tears clean. Old man. Shy. Where's our Tokoyan? she asked out softly. Hospitalized in pediatrics. Huo Xingye didn't want to hide it from her. Su Guochen is the doctor. And although she knew that Shi Yan was born with a congenital deficiency, she still cried when she heard this. Don't cry. She's just premature and will be with us soon. He comforted her. Su Guochen adjusted his posture. Did you take a picture? Huo Xingye wasn't going to let her see the look that Shi Yan was having a hard time with yet. I saw it. The eyes look like me. He knew what she wanted to hear. And when Su Guochen heard him say that, he murmured, that's really good. Su Guochen's body was weak, and it didn't take long for her to fall asleep again. Thinking of the child in her dreams, she didn't sleep too soundly. Huo Xingye took advantage of her sleeping to go to the pediatrics to see Shi Yan. And before he went, he washed his face and shaved in the washroom and changed into a new set of clothes. Even though he was calling the shots in the mall, he now had to whisper and plead with the nurse for his daughter to let him in to take a look. Across the incubator, he held out his little thumb, and the little baby's natural reaction made her grab her daddy. Huo Xingye's newly stabilized emotions almost tensed up again because of her actions. Mom and I will wait for you to come home. He called her by her maiden name to give her strength. Huo Xingye returns from hospitalization and finds Su Guochen missing. Without thinking, he ran towards the pediatrics department. Right in the neonatal room, she saw Su Guochen, who was still wearing a hospital gown with just a cardigan sweater over it. She covered her mouth and stared at Huo Shiyan sobbing uncontrollably. Huo Xingye, full of complaints at that moment, turned into an incomparable heartache. The hospital temperature is not high. He took off his down jacket to cover over, draped over her, and tightly embraced her. Still sitting in the month? Don't cry. It's not good for your eyes. Let's go home and pack up for Shi Yan and welcome her home. Huo Xingye realizes that since returning from the hospital, Su Guochen hasn't eaten much. After the hemorrhage, she had no milk at all. Several times he saw Su Guochen hiding in the house and crying secretly. He knew that she missed Shi Yan on the one hand, and on the other hand was out of the mother's self-reproach. Such a small baby, not even a mouthful of breast milk. Chapter 100, Getting Reacquainted. Huo Xingye carried a bowl of porridge into the bedroom, and it was already 1 in the afternoon. Su Guochen was lying on a lazy chair on her bedroom balcony, the winter afternoon sun shining on her body. It's almost New Year's. She looked at the tall buildings in the distance. It's already the 25th day of the Lunar New Year. And Huo Xingye scoops a spoonful of porridge and hands it to her mouth. Tomorrow, you can pick up Shi Yan and go home. Su Guochen swallowed a mouthful of porridge and coughed a little. Good. How come the later it gets, the harder it gets? Huo Xingye sees that she's cooperating and busily feeds her. You need to eat properly, or else you'll have poor resistance. Infect her if you get sick. Aha. On the day Huo Shiyan was discharged from the hospital, Huo Xingye first sent Su Guochen to the Young family. He didn't want so many people to go back and forth. Plus it was almost New Year's Eve, so he simply stayed at the Hearing Mountain Villa. Su Guochen sat on the sofa and kept picking at her fingers. She had a million expectations in her heart. It was too cold, and Yang Yihuan was so excited that she kept going in and out of the gate to see if Huo Xingye's car had returned. Then he went inside and held Su Guochen's hand to comfort her and take it easy. Su Guochen laughed instead. I see that you're more nervous than I am. Yang Yihuan jabbered and chatted with her, and time passed a little faster instead. It didn't take long for Huo Xingye to return, stepping through the wind and snow with Huo Shiyan in his hands. She turns her head and sees him smiling at her. Yang Yihuan rushed forward to hug her, but was stopped by Yu shooting. You sightless one. Let your sister-in-law hug her. Oh. Yang Yihuan was a bit discouraged. Huo Xingye took off his shoes, walked to the living room to look at Su Guochen, who was standing dumbfounded, and placed the little baby in her arms. So soft. Su Guochen shivered a little with excitement. This was the blood and bones of her and the person she loved most in her life. She gently lifts the quilt covering Huo Shiyan's face, and although still skinny, he's already gained a lot of weight and is sleeping sweetly in his swaddling clothes, not affected by the outside world in the slightest. Huo Xingye planned to carry her back to the nursery to sleep. Don't! Su Guochen's hand flinched back and he sat down on the couch. Let her hold it. The little kid will wake up hungry in a while. She won't be too tired. Yu Shooting spoke out to stop her son's movements. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Huo Shiyan to cry in Su Guochen's arms. The baby sister-in-law's hands and feet quickly finished the milk powder. The child's eyes gurgled as he sipped his milk and surveyed the world. Yang Yihuan reached out and held her little niece's hand. The eyes are exactly like my brother's. Ah, so pretty. Thank you for complimenting me. Huo Xingye patted his sister's head. Stop farting. I didn't compliment you. Yang Yihuan patted the head he had touched with a look of disgust. Huo Xingye doesn't bother with her. Can you at least give a red envelope? It's not like I'm making any money. Besides, my sister-in-law doesn't mind, right? Yang Yihuan lay on Su Guochen's back watching her little niece drink milk and pouting. Su Guichen smiles and gently shakes his head before seeing Yang Yihuan put a pair of gold bracelets on Huo Shiyan's hands. Yen Yen, live a long life. I like you so much. Huo Xingyi watched from the side without making a sound. The two people who had come out of a wrecked and broken family were finally complete in this moment. At the beginning of the new year, Huo Xingye finally becomes a father before the end of his 31st year, and Huo Shiyan hardens himself to change his birthday to a smaller one. Su Guichen thought that the days flew by after she got married, but she didn't realize that they went by even faster after she had a child. Before you know it, it's May again, and everything is coming back to life, and there's a sweet smell in the air. Before Su Guichen's maternity leave ended, University A ushered in another year of school celebrations. Huo Xingye, as an outstanding talent from U City, is once again invited to speak at the school celebration party. The last time was as a student representative, and it's been 7 years since then. He was distressed that Su Guichen was taking care of Huo Shiyan at home, not leaving the house every day and doing everything herself. He wanted to take her out for a spin, so he dragged her out of the house by force. Before leaving, he also looked at his daughter, who was lying on top of her childcare sister-in-law, and was reluctant to part with her. Huo Xingye raised his eyebrows in jealousy. Campus gardenia has already bloomed. The breeze blew, bringing a burst of floral fragrance. Su Guichen wore a white halter dress with a haze blue knit sweater over it. Still with long hair and excellent temperament. The school celebration party is still in the evening, but the day off, the road is not much people. Occasionally met a few students. Are on this pair of handsome men and beautiful women frequently side-eye. Huo Xingye is still in his suit, and when the occasional student recognizes him, he politely greets them. The two came to the latter classroom where Huo Xingye had gone to max when he was chasing Su Guichen. It has been refurbished 7 years on, and the desks are painted blue, not like the drab look they had at first. Su Guichen sat in the same place she sat in the beginning, and Huo Xingye half squatted beside her. Tired? He strokes her broken hair behind her ear. Giving birth to a child was too much of a loss and deficit for her, and when she was worried about Huo Shiyan, she didn't sleep well for almost the entire month. Su Guichen pressed his face against his palm and kept rubbing it. It's okay. In fact, the two were forced to break up after barely being in a relationship at all. It wasn't like they were in the same department, and there was a 5-year age difference. The memories from campus were pretty much forgotten. All that could be remembered was that Huo Xingye was busy as hell, but still kept chasing after her. Su Guichen is a little sad when she thinks about it. Compared to Huo Xingye, the security she gives him is very little. I've pretty much forgotten everything. The only thing I remember is that you made me cry by being a hooligan here. Su Guichen looked at him and smiled brightly. Huo Xingye was a bit embarrassed and kept a half-squatting position. For a long time he extended his hand. Hello, Huo Xingye from Finance Research 1. Get reacquainted. Su Guichen felt that he was a bit childish, but still reached out and pinched the front of a few of his fingers. My mom doesn't let me fall in love. Oh. Huo Xingye drew back his own hand, raised his head slightly and kissed her lips. His voice was still the same bass. Sexy and charming. Don't need to listen to mom. Listen to your husband and say you love me. Su Guichen was amused by his dominance, but still obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Huo Xingye, I love you so much. You're going to be in love with me for the rest of my life. There's a next life. Huo Xingye stood up and wrapped her around his waist. Before the party started, Huo Xingye arranged Su Guichen in the front row of the auditorium, and instructed her that it wouldn't take long, that he'd shoot at the first one, and that he could leave when he was done speaking. Su Guichen was still smiling and nodded at him. Watching him go on stage, his suit straightened and temperament extraordinary. All inside were proud of him. The lights hit him and thunderous applause rang out around him. He didn't prepare a speech. He just softly tried the microphone. Then he raised his head to see Su Guichen sitting in the front row of the audience. His hands clenched into fists in anticipation of his speech. Chapter 101, You Realize My Dreams. Good evening seniors, leaders and schoolmates. I'm Huo Xingye, a graduate of the finance department, and today I'm honored to be invited here to attend the University A celebration. Thank you teachers and seniors for your trust. Huo Xingye was gushing on stage. Su Guichen was smiling brightly off stage. She had never actually seen Huo Xingye like this. She didn't talk much herself, but he had just a little bit more to say compared to her. She drifted back to the night of the school festival 7 years ago, when Huo Xingye kissed her furiously and asked her if she wanted to fall in love. A turn of the eye actually all the past 7 years. That excellent teenager has long become able to give her shelter from the wind and rain of the sky tree. Lastly, I would like to thank U of A for allowing me to meet the love of my life while learning here. Su Guichen, I love you. Thank you for realizing my dream. She didn't expect him to confess to her in such a grand occasion, and her whole body froze in her seat. Applause rose behind her as she watched Huo Xingye bow at the stage and then stare at her with a burning gaze. a face that was clouded and unashamed. After a long time, Su Guochen lip-synced to him, "I love you too." After leaving the auditorium, the two bumped into Lin Sangsang and Xian Shuyang. Huo Xingye felt bad luck when he saw Xian Shuyang's dying look and changed into his great uncle. Xian Shuyang naturally knows what Huo Xingye is thinking, and he doesn't want to bother with him, inclining his head to ask Su Guochen, who is standing next to him, "Is Yen okay? Carry it to the house sometime, grandparents miss it." Su Guochen nodded. "Got it." Lin Sangsang grabbed her arm. "Let's eat together. I just saw Chen Jiali and the others outside. It's been a long time since they got together." Huo Xingye stepped in and refused. "No, next time." Lin Sangsang seemed to have suddenly remembered something and immediately released the two people. Xian Shuyan took his arm and bumped his wife, meaning to ask why. Lin Sangsang pulled back his arm. "If I remember correctly, 7 years ago today the two confirmed their relationship. They should have gone to celebrate." Huo Xingye pulled her to the wonton stand outside the school and familiarly ordered 2 bowls of wontons. He puts the suit on Su Guochen's body. Huo Xingye is nearly 20 centimeters taller than Su Guochen. The sleeves of the suit cover his entire hand. He carefully helps pull it up. Su Guochen looked at the high customized suit being made like this by him and felt that it was a bit of a waste. The wonton stall has also been replaced with new tables and chairs, and Huo Xingye no longer has to sit on a small stool with his legs curled up. 2 bowls of ravioli came out quickly, steaming in front of the two men, unable to see each other's faces. Su Guochen's mouth eagerly took a bite, and was spit back into the bowl when it was scalded. "Su Guochen, you're really..." Huo Xingye was made bitter by her actions. "How old are you?" She hemmed and hawed and giggled, casting her gaze into the distance, her eyes full of laughter. Huo Xingye sees that she's happy, so he doesn't bother with her. These days her energy is on Huo Shiyan, and the two of them rarely have any alone time. In all the years we've been together, you never seem to talk about your dreams." He blew on the ravioli in a seemingly offhand tone. Su Guochen stirred the bowl. "When I was little I was hoping that my parents wouldn't fight. Then they got used to it and I just wanted to be casual. Just don't hit me. And then when I grew up, I admitted to hitting me. It's not like I could die. Just wish I didn't have to be a mom like my mom. Now that my wish has come true, you're the one who got it for me. She has a home, a husband, and a lovely child in the large city of you." All of which Huo Xingye helped her realize. After the two ate the wontons and wandered around on the street, Su Guochen missed Huo Shiyan at home and yelled to go back. Huo Xingye pulled her into a hotel as if he hadn't heard her. Su Guochen kept making her way backward, a stance that lasted until she finished checking in at the hotel's front desk, and she was still heading out. He wrapped his arms around her and murmured in his ear, "This place is full of surveillance cameras. If you struggle anymore, someone else will call the police, and then your husband, who was giving a speech at the school 1 hour, will be in the station the next." She subsided then. "But Yan hasn't been away from me for so long." "Shut up." Oh. The two rode the elevator up to the topmost floor of the hotel, and Huo Xingye opened the door and inserted the access card, brightening the entire room. Su Guochen then saw the red roses all over the ground in bed, shaking her eyes pain. The corner of her mouth is hanging up a smile. He actually rarely engaged in these romantic things. Corruption. Huo Xingye sked several times behind her as she ran to the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the entire city of view. The traffic was so heavy that the people were as small as ants, and the 10,000 tall buildings in the distance and the lights of the Wojia houses were all in the eyes. Huo Xingye hugged her from behind, his burning breath spraying over her shoulders and neck, a more than obvious hint. Su Guochen tilted her head to look up at her incredibly handsome husband. "I want to call home first." Huo Xingye left her with a dashing back and went into the bathroom, and it didn't take long for the sound of rushing water to come. She walked from the floor-to-ceiling window to the bed, brushed the rose petals aside, and made a video call to Auntie Cho. What I never expected was that the person who answered the phone was Yu Shooting. Su Guochen's face was instantly a bit confused. "Mom, why are you here?" She glanced at the time on her cell phone. It was after 11. Yu Shuting smiled kindly. "Xingyi told me, I'm afraid that you're not at ease, so I'll watch tonight while you two play." Her face was a bit hungover, feeling a bit hot, and she secretly complained in her heart about Huo Xingye. This sizable cutie, how could he say everything outwardly? "It's so late. You go to bed early, Mom. Take care of your health." "Hush, to show you Yen baby." Yu Shuting signaled her to keep her voice down, then pushed the door into Huo Shiyan's room. By the faint light of the table lamp, the little baby doll was sleeping soundly in the crib, with a pacifier sucking on her mouth, not to mention how comfortable she was, covered with a small thin quilt, just right for this temperature now. Yu Shuting tiptoed out of the room. "Good, take a look and rest assured. Can. At your age you should enjoy more. It's not like there's no one at home to take care of you, or else you won't be able to play when you get older." Su Guichen's heart was touched for a moment. Then thank you mom, you also rest early. I hang up. Bye. Good. She hung up the phone, feeling that all her worrying had been unnecessary. Hua Xingye didn't expect it, but Su Guichen was bold enough to go straight into the bathroom, and she was only wearing a halter dress. She scurried under the shower head and the two of them stood together. Su Guichen's clothes quickly getting wet and her luscious figure quickly on display underwater. His hair was also wet and plastered to his front and back and forehead. Hua Xingye was suddenly disrupted by her rhythm and his throat knots rolled up and down. What are you doing? Chapter 102 Running Away with the Stars. Guess. The words came out, and it was Su Guichen who pulled down his neck and kissed him on the brow. Hua Xingye countered, directly holding him on the washstand. In the mirror he saw Su Guichen call out, beautiful beyond words butterfly bone, and his own clavicle. You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Little nerd. He nipped his ear at her. I just want to try it. There was an indescribable pout in her tone. Hua Xingye kissed her neck, his voice low. Try what? Try me sleeping with you. She laughed her head off, with his arms shielding his back, afraid she might accidentally bump her head. He picked her up when she wasn't looking and walked out of the bathroom to throw her onto the big bed, shaking up a patch of rose petals. Next time, the whole room smelled happy, charming. On Hua Shiyan's first birthday, Hua Xingye was abroad on business ahead of schedule. He called to tell Su Guichen that he might not be able to make it home in time. Su Guichen asked his co-workers to transfer their shifts in advance and set up the house in the middle of the night before his daughter's birthday. Hua Xingye received her message only after she got off the plane. Hua Shiyan in the video is smiling openly in Su Guichen's arms. It's already 10:30 when he arrives home, and when he pushes open the bedroom door, Hua Shiyan is already lying on the bed pouting his ass off and sleeping soundly. Su Guichen is lying on her bed looking through the video of the birthday party. She thought Hua Xingye didn't come back, but Chen Jiali, Xian Shuyang, Chu Anqing and the rest of them came to her daughter's birthday banquet. Hua Xingye put his cold hand on Su Guichen's face, and the latter let out a startled cry before he heard Hua Shiyan wooing a few times. She patted her little friends but as Hua Xingye pulled out his phone, put the family into a shot, and pressed shoot, he puts the lion doll in his other hand next to Hua Shiyan, and Su Guichen's heart has melted beyond recognition when he sees his other lion doll on the bed. Hua Xinghua beckoned for her to come out and went out the bedroom door first. After patting his little friend and confirming that she was indeed asleep, Su Guichen tumbled down from the bed's enclosure. The dim yellow light in the dimly lit living room lit up at some point, and as she sought the light, it was Hua Xingye holding a cake with candles on it, standing next to the kitchen's runners. What for? She was a little shy, her heart thumping along. Why are you just coming out? The candle almost went out. I blew it out for a while before relighting it. Hua Xingye spoke words of complaint, but made her unable to hear a trace of blame. Su Guichen smiled brightly as he lifted the cake in front of her. Wife, you're really great. You've done a great job being a mom this year. Shiyan and I will love you very much. She was so touched by him that he actually prepared a cake for her in advance when it was clearly his daughter's birthday. It's almost out. Make a wish first, he urged. One for each person then. I'll fill in for Tokoyami. She crossed her arms over her chest and slowly closed her eyes. I wish that our family of three will always be together. She finishes her most pristine wish with her mouth, then opens her eyes to look at Hua Xingye. I hope that my wife can care about me a little more and not always revolve around Shiyan. He was carrying a cake and said such words with a sincere face, looking particularly funny. Well, don't say the third one or it won't work. Su Guichen closed his eyes again and opened them again after a while, and the two of them blew out the candles together. Su Guichen took a knife and cut the cake. On top of it was a layer of strawberries. She swallowed and said quietly, I love Shiyan because she is your child and mine. Hua Xingye touched her neck. I know. She handed him the cut cake and the two walked hand in hand towards the living room. So you're still jealous? That's two different things. He sat down on a cushion on the floor and switched on the TV in passing. The two snuggled up in front of the couch after eating cake and watching a boring movie. Hua Xingye felt that this moment was an eternity. He touched her shoulder. Sing a song. Su Guichen drank a glass of water in front of him and cleared his throat. What do you want to hear? Whatever. She thought about it for half a day and finally came up with Mayday's contentment. How to have a rainbow. How to embrace a summer breeze. The stars in the sky laugh at the people on earth. I can't get it. I can't feel it's enough. If I fall in love with your smile, how do you collect it? How do you own it? If you're happy, it's not for me. Will you let go? That's what you have. When the wind blows, the kite takes to the sky, praying for you, blessing you, touching you. At last you've disappeared into the sea of people. I realize that crying with a smile on your face hurts the most. Hua Xingye tilts his head back on the sofa. Su Guichen follows his lead, and the two are smiling at each other after their eyes collide. What did you just wish for? Not telling you. She looked at Hua Xingye's brows with her usual infatuation. She actually didn't wish for anything just now, because everything she wanted had already been realized, and you can't be too greedy as a human being. Su Guichen reached out and stroked his eyes. She moved her hand away and Hua Xingye opened his eyes as if they were the way they were when the two first started to know each other. No one has changed after so many years. Hua Xingye, thank you. Thank you for letting me grow up without regrets. You have lit up countless dark nights in my long life as my star. I'm also glad that you fished me out of the hell I fell into with your act of kindness that day outside of Old Town. It gave me the courage to run away with the brightest star in the world, to travel all over the mountains and rivers, and to keep my heart unchanged. Chapter 103. Hua Shiyan was 3.5 weeks old before he went to kindergarten, and Hua Xingye picked and chose, but in the end he didn't find an expensive one. He chose a private kindergarten in a neighborhood not far from his home, and what he liked most was the teacher's responsibility and affinity. As a result, half a month into the school year, Su Guichen had just gotten off the operating table when she received a complaint call from a teacher that her baby girl had beaten up a young boy from the same school, just in time to get off work. Dr. Su, who usually works seriously, took off his white coat and made a mad dash to the kindergarten, all the way to call Hua Xingye wildly, but also cannot get through the phone. She nodded her head and picked up Hua Shiyan from the kindergarten and repeatedly apologized to the other parent. Su Guichen looked at the corners of the little boy's bruised eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched several times. The road home from the kindergarten is not far. Su Guichen holding Hua Shiyan's hand. His mind kept recalling whether he had been so naughty as a child or not. Hua Xingye rushed home after the meeting, but he was still a step late. Hua Shiyan was punished in the corner, his body taut and straight. When she saw her dad, she started skimming and then bawling her eyes out. Su Guichen was furious. The little girl complained, right? Hua Xingye hurriedly calms the older one again, and only after seeing that his wife is sitting on the sofa and won't make any further moves does he return to the wall. He tenderly wiped Horan's tears. Tell daddy, why did you hit the other kids? Hua Shiyan huffed and puffed. His head was still clear. Because that boy laughed at another little sister fat. Non-stop. The little sister was crying. He did not shut up. I could only give him a punch. Hua Xingye was amused by his daughter's few words. So you're seeing justice? Doing a good deed? Su Guichen perked up his ears and listened to his daughter explain the causes and consequences. Right. The little girl, with her 2 punching grips, said with righteous indignation. Then where did the teacher go? Hua Xingye took his thumb and gently wiped away his daughter's snot. The teacher was feeding the other kids. I called out to her, and she told me to wait a while. Hua Shiyan still doesn't realize his mistake. Hua Xingye held his daughter's hands and looked at her. The next time this happens, the teacher ignores you. You can first coax your little sister, isn't it? It's not right for you to hit someone, but the starting point is good. Mom and dad are proud of you. Hua Shiyan beamed a mouth that was just like Su Guichen's usual angry look. Mom is not proud of me. Mom punished me for standing. I decided that I don't like mom today. She looked at her mom and dad as if they weren't as angry as they were just now, and wrapped her arms around Hua Xingye's neck. I learned all this from my mom. When she gets angry, she hits you. Hua Shiyan. Su Guichen's teeth itched with anger. Mommy, I love you. Oh, I've decided I'm going to make up with you right now. Do you know you're beautiful? I go to school every day and all the other kids praise my mom for being the prettiest. Hua Shiyan crawls into Hua Xingye's arms like a lapdog, stealing glances with his eyes at Su Guichen who was sitting upright. Su Guichen thought forget it, and got up from the sofa to go inside to reflect the situation with the kindergarten teacher. Hua Shiyan watched his mom enter the house and lie down in his dad's arms and make faces. Hua Xingye pinched his daughter's nose and picked her up to go to the bathroom to wash her face. One day, Hua Xingye's car was sent for maintenance, and Guizhou pulled him back to give Hua Shiyan the various toy cars he had previously bought in passing. Hua Shiyan hides behind Su Guichen to reveal a small head to look at him. Come here, let uncle hug you. Guizhou is a typical daughter slave and can't walk when he sees Hua Shiyan. Don't. She pulled her mom to stand back. Why? Guizhou was a bit depressed and picked at his hair. Uncle Izhou, you're too good looking to be a good person. This kind of person is nothing but good looking, so you have to avoid them. The remaining 3. Guizhou had 2 arms hanging down in front of him along his knees, and for a moment he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. On the contrary, Hua Xingye glanced extremely seriously at Hua Shiyan. When did this inherit this disease of his mother's bad eyes? Later, Guizhou had a good coaxing before he hugged Hua Shiyan, who rode on his neck, overlooking half of Yuqing from the balcony. Uncle Izhou, why don't you fall in love yet? My father is the same age as you. I'm so old. Guizhou didn't react to the child's childish question. Uncle is not married. Don't brag. Only those who can't find a girlfriend say they're unmarried. Hua Shiyan tugged on Guizhou's ear and made him run. Guizhou realized, Hua Shiyan is not as cute as when he was a child. More and more like Hua Xingyi the grandson. He has to come less often in the future. Su Guichen asked him to stay home for dinner, but he waved his hand in refusal without thinking, helped Hua Shiyan wash his hands, and left the house with a dashing wave after holding it on the stool. Before leaving, Hua Shiyan even waved at him. Uncle Izhou, I hope you get off soon. Gu Izhou almost did not leave his shoes in their house. Such a lovely girl unfortunately grew the same mouth as his father. Redundant. Really redundant. In the evening, Hua Xingye reads a book on the sofa, while Su Guichen and Hua Shiyan fiddle with the newly purchased succulents on the balcony. Hua Shiyan looked like he thought of something. Mom, a lot of the kids' parents ask them who they follow when mom and dad get divorced. Why don't you ask me? Su Guichen concentrated on fiddling with the succulents. The hair that was draped over her head was smoothed to one side of her shoulder. She smiled gently. Because mom and dad won't divorce. Oh, she sighed, but her eyes were bright, and there was a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. Then mom, ask me if I love dad more or mom more. Hua Shiyan is holding the spray can for watering the flowers but can't press it. Su Guichen was interested, squatting on the ground and looking at his daughter. Who does our Yin Yin love more? Love dad more. Hua Shiyan replies without hesitation. Su Guichen was a little sad. She thought her daughter was so sweet, surely she would answer at least as much. Why? Yan. She wanted to know why. Hua Shiyan drummed on the spray can. Because daddy loves mommy. Mommy loves me. And if I don't love daddy, daddy has no one to love. Su Guichen didn't expect to get such an answer. And even Hua Xingye, who was sitting on the sofa and eavesdropping, was stunned. She was touched by her daughter and didn't know what to do. Grandma, Grandpa Yang, uncle and auntie love daddies. And mommy loves daddy too. Hua Shiyan pouted his lips in denial. It's not like that. Grandparents favor you. Dad is so pathetic. Your attention is on me. I want to love daddy. Well, she said while jumping into Hua Xingye's arms and kissing Hua Xingye's cheek. The latter smugly raised his eyebrows at Su Guichen. Su Guichen held his forehead. Was it that obvious? Chapter 104 written on the back. Hi. Hello, everyone. This book is officially finished at this point. This is my first novel, so thank you all for 50 days. Odds are I couldn't have supported it without you. I'm not much of a talker, and in reality I'm a sociopath. I've read every single one of your comments, and haven't replied because I'm so torn on what to say back, and that would make me feel bad. People always ask me if there is an archetype for this book, and all I can answer is that there are shadows but not all of them. My writing is very young and green, and I don't know much about some common sense, so I hope you read it for fun and don't bother with me too much. Next I would like to talk about my parents. My mom and my dad have an unequal relationship, with my dad being more playful and my mom being more pragmatic. I grew up beaten to death, much more excessively than in the books, and how to describe how close my mom and I are is that if I were terminally ill, she would absolutely be the last to know. I wasn't as lucky as Su Guichen. I could study abroad and finish my education. I dropped out of college in my junior year because of depression. My mother was ashamed of me. When I wanted to jump off the building, she was comparing me to other kids and didn't realize that I didn't want to live anymore. But I am not too sorry. I never thought that studying is the way out of this life, but I still hope that the students who read this book will study well. I don't want to say too much about my parents and me. I'd be so sad that when I was pregnant, my daughter was rolling around in my belly and I was eating and crying. The kind that you can't stop. I want to call my mom. I want to ask her, am I making such a mess in your belly too? But why? Why did you do this to me? A word about my husband. To clarify, he has no money. Ha ha. We are just a very ordinary family in a fifth-tier city with a car and a house in such a state. He's handsome and warm, and he's older than me. My WeChat signature is, when the world goes dark, you are my light. He is my light. He is not like Hua Xingyi who can sweet-talk me, but like Hua Xingyi, he proves he loves me with his actions. What I remember most is that after I gave birth, because I'm an extremely insecure person, I felt like there was suddenly an extra person in the house to eat and I was afraid of running out of money. But we actually had very much enough money. So at that time I gave him $20 a day. $20 a day was enough for him to buy cigarettes for breakfast and the cafeteria to serve food at noon. Then I found out that he used the rest of the $20 to buy me things every day. Sometimes new flavors of potato chips from the supermarket. Sometimes roasted groundnuts from market vendors. Those were the ones he saved by skipping breakfast or buying cheap cigarettes. He never says, I love you. You work hard. You're beautiful or anything sweet like that. But he will show his love in his everyday life. My daughter is my hope to live in this world. She carries the trust of my life. My dream is to hope that my daughter does not live like me. I hope she is sunny, kind and enthusiastic, and most importantly, be a good person. And I, for one, want our family of 3 to be together forever. I wrote the article for the simple reason that I was looking for something to do when my child started kindergarten. I didn't think anyone would read it and get people to like it. Thanks to this book, I have gained you all. I really appreciate it. And then about Lin Sang Sang and Xin Shuyang. I'll start a new book by this week to make up for the regrets of their youth. In the end, I hope that we can all find our own star and be happy forever. Thank you all.